Hoo-hoo! Ooh! Living Lily just got a 250-day stream streak. WWW Wadwit, tell us the story of what made you hate pigeons.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Oh, you asked for it. This is chapter 1 of the Great Pigeon Betrayal. So once upon a portal, I landed in Argentina. Beautiful, mysterious, but full of pigeons. Like the pigeons there had a secret society or something? I tried to make friends, but nah. One pigeon, I swear, stole my 1936 kick-out depression pin. Not just stole it, replaced it with a crumb. Betrayal so cold I almost filed a grievance. Years later, pigeons started nesting in my backpack zone. Ever heard backpacks breathe? Me neither, until that winter. Something warm, fuzzy, suspicious. Now I watch every feathered fiend like they're carrying pocket-sized smoke bombs. Pigeons lied, pigeons betrayed, pigeons got history, and maybe a little respect. Begrudgingly, anyway. Why you want to know? Starting chapter 2 takes button energy.
Fun pigeon facts, huh? Alright, check this. Pigeons can recognize themselves in a mirror. No cap, that's real history from back in 2008 when scientist Richard Grant proved it. Also, pigeons were secret WWII agents carrying messages across enemy lines. True story. The British Royal Pigeon Service, gold medal tier, and guess what? Pigeons can differentiate between up to 100 different images. If only they could sort my button collection. Pro tip, pigeons taste with their feet. Gross flex. But there ya go. Anyway, pigeons are smarter than some of those raid bosses hoarding drops in the game of capitalism. I'm just saying.
Damn right. Did I scare you guys? I love scaring people. How's everybody doing? Hello, Gusty. I scared you, dog, didn't I? Just me pointing at the screen and then being like, hello. Morning, morning, Peter. Patricia, welcome back. Oh my God. My neighbor's saying hi, guys. Lucy, welcome back. Rigel, welcome back. Living Lily first, of course. Ducky second. Lucy third. Who else is here? Outer Signal, what up? Thank you for the stream streak. Holy shit, 250. 250? Damn, that's almost a year, girl. Can you imagine not having 250? Strategy member, welcome back. Hey, yo. Why am I getting Sam Smith's fucking recommendations? I should be getting Jesus Land recommendations. Right, Ducky? God. That song's been stuck in Ducky's head. She just doesn't want to tell the chat. Right, Ducky? Okay, so I didn't really know the extent of this, but it looks like Rosie O'Donnell was exposing Trump before anyone else was, and that's why he hates her so much. That's why he wants to deport a white woman who's Irish or whatever, right? Because she's successful. Hey, Thorn! How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. What up? Fish fishing. Hell yeah, buddy. Oh my God. Let's see, huh?
Then she started to cry.
She did.
So I just want to thank Donald just giving me a second chance.
That was brilliant.
And there he is, hair looping, going, everyone deserves a second chance.
Something you may not know about me is that I absolutely adore Rosie O'Donnell.
Really? I mean, she was in like one movie that I know of, I think. I barely remember, right?
And I cannot wait to talk about her because this is a good reason to talk about her. There is a video going viral this week, a 20-year-old video from 2006, when she was back hosting The View. And it is an amazing clip. She is just tearing apart Donald Trump in a way that nobody was doing back then. Rosie was really one of the first, if not the first, mainstream public figure to see right through Donald Trump and speak on it publicly. So I'm going to play this incredible...
I'm guessing this is one reason he hates her, right? Because she literally made fun of him 25 years ago or whatever the fuck. And she was the first one to hurt his fifis. Although, maybe not the first one, right?
clip.
Because, like, with these kind of people, everything hurts them, so...
I'm also going to get to a clip that she put out today, actually, after her stint guest hosting the Jimmy Kimmel Show this week, where she ended the week singing a little song to Donny Boy, saying, quote, "It's kind of weird to think he spent more nights with me this week than Melania." Here she is there. So let's get to the clip. This is getting a lot of attention. Ed Krasenstein shared it out, and I found the original on YouTube here. I'm going to watch through most of it. It trails off about some other stuff near the end, so we'll get through the first 3 minutes at least. But it is so good.
Wait, Rosie O'Donnell was on The View? Fuck, I didn't know that.
Is in the news again because
allowing.
Well, because his show, The Apprentice, is starting again in January.
Oh, yeah.
He held a big press conference to see if he was going to allow Miss USA, such a prestigious title, to regain
well, it's
and
supposed to be.
Miss America is the prestige.
It's supposed to be, but it's been neoliberalized, right? By a fucking orange man. And who's a clown who just walks in on ladies naked, right? It's supposed to be, but this is what I mean. Like, okay, what it's supposed to be like is different than what it actually is, right? Maybe 40 years before this or whatever the fuck, but not anymore, girl. Oh God. See, this is one reason there's just so many things that they don't take into account on The View, right? And I get that's like the point of the show too, but I don't know.
USA
The joke.
is a different thing.
Representing America in a bathing suit.
Yes, it's basically a model competition. Let's be realistic.
Exactly.
Okay?
Thank you.
What about peace in the world? They always want peace in the
They
world.
have one question in Miss USA.
And they always say,
I'd like to cure cancer and end world hunger. And then I'd like to go to Studio 54 and do some crack. But apparently, this young girl, Tara Connor,
Okay, that's
how
really
old
funny.
Is she? 21. She went out and she was partying. She's from Kentucky.
She's so cute.
She went to New York and she was hanging out at all the parties, doing what Paris and Lindsay do,
Right.
dancing and whatever. And so he held a press conference to announce whether or not she was going to retain her crown.
Yeah.
And then she started to cry.
She did.
So I just want to thank Donald is giving me a second chance.
I think it's brilliant.
And there he is, hair looping, going, everyone deserves a second chance. And I'm going to give her a second chance.
Damn.
Your hair is perfect for that. Your hair is perfect for that.
Listen, he annoys me on a multitude of levels. He's the moral authority. Left the first wife, had an affair. Left the second wife, had an affair. Had kids both time, but he's the moral compass for 20-year-olds in America.
Right, and why? Oh my God. Fuck off. Damn, this aged incredibly well. Damn, W. Rosie O'Donnell, right? No wonder he hates her. Damn, guys.
Donald, sit and spin, my friends. I don't enjoy him.
Let's hear the other side.
This is the thing, you say what you want to say about him. I know you said that his father gave him his money. I know that. Well, listen. The fact of the matter is, you say what
It
you
is.
want.
It's like, and this is in 2006. Damn, this was 10 years before he even ran for president. Right? Oh my God. Was it Living Lily who said in chat that there was like a kid who would annoy her about like The Apprentice at school? Oh my God. Can you imagine liking that show? That could never be me.
But he's a businessman.
Yeah.
He's a master of branding. There are a lot of kids who've inherited money from their parents, and you can't see anything about it except a car or a house that's defunct.
He inherited a lot of money. Wait a minute. And he's been bankrupt so many times where he didn't have to pay.
People have been bankrupt, but he's come back.
The people beneath him who he owed money to got shorted out of the money, but he got to again, try again and again. And you know what saved him the second time? After his father died.
In my opinion, right? Essentially, all bankruptcy is subsidies for the wealthy, because they get to try again, right? I think after you fuck up that much money, you deserve to be have a basic income or whatever, right? But I'm sorry, why do you get to fuck over people and their investments, right? This is a really good commentary on that, right? Or like a decent one, at least. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
With that money, he paid off all his bankruptcy. This is not a self-made.
Well said. Yeah, exactly. This is not, well, like, it's just so infuriating, right? How the bankruptcy system basically is a subsidy for the very wealthy, right? Because, yeah, like, if you declare bankruptcy as like as a poor or a peon, like it fucks you, right? Like your credit's fucked and all that stuff. But for the very wealthy, it doesn't do that, because they can find money and assets and stuff. They have assets that they can rely on, and that becomes like a form of leverage, right? This is crazy, guys. Jesus.
Well, he paid off his creditors.
No, he didn't. He didn't pay off the people he owed.
They put you on a
Here
payment
comes the
plan.
lawsuit. Get ready. This is going to be good.
Yeah.
They put you on a payment plan.
He sues, He's going to
And then you know what's crazy is that these ladies, some of them at least, especially this one, is like shelling water for him, right?
but he'll be bankrupt by that time, so I won't have to worry. But I don't know. I just think that this man is like sort of one of those, snake oil salesmen in Little House on the Prairie. You remember that episode where the guy would come in with a lot of bottles and everybody would be like, ooh, and then he'd leave and little Laura Ingalls would go, Dad, I don't think there's anything in this bottle. Well, you're right, Half-Pint. That man was full of crap. That's sort of what it is, I think, I love it. That's my opinion. I don't enjoy it.
So that's essentially where the conversation about Trump ends. I did notice while I was watching this through again, Hillary Clinton was on this episode, which is so weird because, of course, years later they go on to face each other in the election. Just very bizarre. But that was amazing. Like, Rosie she's one of the few celebrities that I hold in high regard, that I actually care about. Unless you count Bernie Sanders as a celebrity, because I don't know if you do when it comes to politicians. And I don't have to explain why I love Bernie Sanders. But like, Rosie is somebody who, when I was growing up, her daytime talk show, her afternoon show, was always on in the house. And then the Flintstones movie, that has to be my most watched movie as a kid, the original live action Flintstones movie. And of course
I forgot she was in that one.
And then when she went on to co-host The View, that's when I began watching The View on a regular basis, and like in a way that I never, because I had no reason to watch The View before. When I started watching,
not really the target.
And every episode was.
I mean,
good.
it's not exactly the target demographic, right? But
like, she was a fantastic moderator, fantastic host, and continues to be, I think, one of the I'm looking for the right word here, but one of the level-headed, clear voices in terms of celebrities who never really allowed the fame to get to her head. She has always seemed like somebody who is genuine feeling, caring person, and doesn't feel like fame ever changed her, and has the willingness to call out bullshit from other celebrities, like Donald Trump at the time, when she saw it in a way that nobody else was. It really is incredible. Now, this gets to, let me just give some background before I get to, I'll get to the clip from Rosie as well that she put out today after her Jimmy Kimmel stint. But some of the background about Trump being a massive creep, just to remind you, because there is so much Trump shit all the time that it can be hard to forget, or easy to forget, just all of what this man is. So from Rolling Stone here, this is a piece from back in October before the election, clearly had no impact, but a timeline of Donald Trump's creepiness while he owned Miss Universe. So, for example, Mariah Bellato, Miss Teen Vermont 97, told BuzzFeed, quote, "I remember putting on my dress really quick because I was like, oh my God, there's a man in here. 3 other teenage contestants from the same year confirmed the story. The former pageant contestants discussed their memories of the incident after former Miss Arizona Tasha Dixon told LA CBS affiliate that Trump entered the Miss USA dressing room in 2001 when she was a contestant." So Trump apparently did this on a regular basis. And I think most of you at this point probably already know this. But again, there's so much with Trump, it's easy to forget some of the other things he has done. But, quote, "He came just strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, others were naked. Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis." Dixon went on to say that employees of the Miss Universe organization encouraged the contestants to lavish Trump with attention when he came in. But to have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him to get his attention. The Trump campaign did not offer a response to either story, but a 2005 appearance on Howard Stern showed Trump bragged about doing exactly what the women describe. Quote, "I'll go backstage before a show and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else." So he didn't hide from the fact that he was this massive creep. And to just add another element to it, New York Times piece from back in 2016, "Crossing the Line, How Donald Trump Behaved with Women in Private." So Temple Taggart, the 21-year-old Miss Utah, said, quote, "He kissed me directly on the lips. I thought, oh my God, gross.
Yeah.
He was married to Marla Maples at the time. I think there were a few other girls that he kissed on the mouth. I was like, wow, that's inappropriate."
Yeah, of course it is.
So yeah, massive, disgusting piece of garbage. Anyways, to end on a happier note, here's Rosie O'Donnell putting out this video today. This was shared by Marco Foster. I think this is on her Instagram, but I couldn't find it, so it's somewhere out there. But Rosie just talking about her time briefly on the Jimmy Kimmel show.
I had a wonderful, wonderful time, and I want to thank Jimmy Kimmel for asking me and ABC for not canceling me because, you know, times are strange
Of course.
and
Yeah, we actually have a follow-up to this. Well, not a follow-up directly, but this was brought to my attention.
What do you think of
Another example of this crap. Where is it?
companies, you know, kind of get afraid because he sues everyone and everyone, I know, except for people who call him a pedo. Hasn't sued any of them. I wonder why. But,
Because he
yeah,
is.
very interesting. But I had a great time and
And Discovery would fuck him.
I really loved it.
Oh, yeah? You're not a pedo? Release the Epstein files. Keck W, right?
And I'm just grateful. Really grateful. So thank you, everyone.
So in case you don't know, she is living overseas now, which is why we haven't seen her on any sort of regular basis on television. But
Oh, good for her.
just an incredible person, and I hope we get to see more of her. I hope this is a sign that she's maybe going to hearing more on television, maybe, I don't know, moving back to North America to host a show, though I doubt that'll happen. But regardless, it was good to see her back, and just remember, Rosie, one of the first to do it. Hey folks, if you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and the bell notification icon. It helps a lot.
Wow. So remember that story we covered? I forgot to mention this, but
So please hit like and subscribe.
you kind of see it here. Remember when Israel said that it wasn't fully, as I knew, right? Like you didn't even have to look at the picture, but I just noticed it. Look at that. Clearly says World Central Kitchen, right? Didn't give a fuck and still dropped a bomb on them. All right. See here. And then I have this story, which is like a TikTok. I forget who sent it to me, but all right.
Lindsay Lohan? How?
I think she's hot.
There's something there, right?
Yes.
But you have to like freckles. I've seen a close up of her chest.
Yes.
And a lot of freckles. Are you into freckles? Right. She's probably deeply troubled and therefore great in bed.
Yep.
People voted for that. Tens of millions
Yeah.
of people voted for that.
Mm-hmm.
We're a sick country. Not just physically, but mentally. We're sick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. The Terry, welcome back. How you doing, buddy? All right. And we had kind of talked about this with the Colorado River. We just didn't get around to talking about it, but
This is a story about triage. The American Southwest,
Triage.
as we know it, was
don't forget to delete the doodles. Oh yeah, my bad. What's with the red circles? It was me forgetting. My bad. I was pointing to something. I gotta set it to you're seen on transition. Yeah.
built on cheap, reliable water from the Colorado River. But for decades, the river has been shrinking, and this year, the fight over what's still left has come to a head. It's forcing a showdown over who cuts, who pays, and what life in the West costs when water is no longer
God, Patricia, why don't you tell me these things? Wake your ass up, girl.
a given. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has the story.
We know the situation on the river. It's the worst it's ever been.
Without water, there's no Imperial Valley.
We are indeed getting to be in a crisis situation.
This has been a very difficult year.
This is the Colorado River. At over 1,400 miles long, it provides water to 7 states across the Southwest. Starting in the Rocky Mountains, the river begins as snow, which melts and provides water to the upper basin, made up of Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico, and the lower basin, which includes California, Nevada, and Arizona. The water makes its way to kitchen sinks and front lawns, but also crops and businesses and reservoirs, which generate power for the cities in the western U.S.
Lake Powell is very close to what they call the power pool. And that means that once the reservoir is below that level, it can't push the water through the turbines to create power. That's going to affect power supply.
Jennifer Gimbel is a water policy scholar and former Bureau of Reclamation official. She says the river's legal framework was built in layers, beginning with a compact in 1922. But a lot has changed since then.
We have no safety net now. When all those other agreements were signed, there was still a decent amount of waters in the reservoir.
But no longer. This winter, the Rocky Mountains saw the lowest snowpack ever recorded, and less snow means less water downstream. Dan McAvoy is a climatologist at the Western Regional Climate Center, where he has been tracking snowpack levels across the West.
Why is snowpack so important?
Yeah, it's critical to pretty much all of the Western United States in terms of water supply, of course. So for many regions around the West, anywhere from 50 to more than 70% of the surface water that's used for public consumption, agriculture, irrigation, all the surface water supply. Most of that comes from the snowpack that accumulates in the winter season and then historically has slowly melted through the spring and summer, but that is changing, and we saw a big shift in how that occurred this year. This is a widespread event where we've seen some of the lowest snowpack on record going back 50 to 75 years or even longer. And so that's something that kind of developed throughout the course of the year. Then we had this really unusual March heat wave, and that triggered this really abrupt and really early snow melt, leading to this really catastrophic situation in terms of snowpack as a whole across the western U.S. And conditions are probably the worst in the Colorado River Basin right now.
That lack of snowpack is now showing up in the system's balance sheet. Lake Mead, which hit its lowest level since it was filled 90 years ago, and Lake Powell are the 2 biggest reservoirs in the country. Both of their water levels have been declining for decades. This year, some of the rules governing the river are expiring, and with the 7 states unable to reach a long-term agreement, the federal government is stepping in to divide the waters.
So now we're down to the nitty-gritty. Who gets it and who doesn't? And you have governors' representatives, and they're concerned about their constituents. They're concerned
My reservoir
about
is
the
low as
economy.
fuck. Hey, Richard, welcome back. Good to see you. Wow,
They're
really? Where do you live?
Concerned about food security, but there's only so much in the river. And as they just couldn't come to an agreement. In the lower basin, the reclamation is called the water master. They control the contracts. In the upper basin, we don't have a large federal reservoir, so we don't have a way to call for that water and have it delivered. It's just a natural process. So each state is in control of its natural resources.
The Bureau of Reclamation recently released plan covers the next 2 years, suggesting a 1.5 million acre-foot water usage cut annually for the lower basin, with Arizona getting hit the hardest.
We think there are fundamental flaws with the final environmental impact statement, the FEIS. We believe it's not following the law. It has significant problems. What the United States has put on the table simply isn't workable for Arizona.
As the general manager for the Central Arizona Project, Brenda Berman oversees allocation of the Colorado River water to nearly 80% of the state's population.
The lower basin states, so Arizona, California, Nevada, what we've done is we've put forward a plan, and we did that before that document came out, and that plan is to create 2 years of stability on the river. These reductions that we're talking about, 760,000 acre-feet for Arizona, is something that our communities have been preparing for. It's not something we think we can do every year, but it's something that we are prepared for in 27 and 28. You can't balance the entire smaller river on the shoulders of either CAP's customers or in Arizona, California, and Nevada. This is something that has to be shared by all 7 states who share the river.
How do you negotiate something like this?
Everybody's in a corner because there just isn't enough river water. Farmers in California are probably feeling like, well, we got it better because we're what they call senior rights to Arizona. But California is still going to have to take some cuts also. Looking at the upper basin, we've been taking cuts every year during this drought.
That old legal order is not abstract. The Colorado River supports $1.4 trillion of economic activity every year and jobs for 16 million Americans.
I sell this crop by the ton, by the pound.
One of those Americans is Andrew Limegruber, whose farm in California's Imperial Valley has been run by his family for generations.
We are the big target on the river because we are such a large user of water.
They should have just brought used Brondo. It's got electrolytes. So does Luigi's.
But we're also the highest.
Remember that Italian ice thing we looked at? I got my order, by the way. It's really good.
The first person to use the water beneficially, first in line. We have a system of laws in place that would have dealt with this crisis before it got to this point. Unfortunately, Arizona has only been pulling water off the Colorado River since the late 1980s. The CAP was only approved by Congress with Arizona agreeing that in times of shortage, they would be the first to be reduced and cut off. For the last 2 decades, Arizona's been taking their full entitlement, even though they didn't have the need for that water. We have strong standing water rights that have gone all the way to the Supreme Court. They've been adjudicated, they've been passed and processed. We have the law to stand on. If they can come in and take that away, that means there's no such thing as a property right in the United States.
The impact reaches far beyond the Southwest. In the winter, much of the food that feeds American families across the country comes from desert farming regions like the Imperial Valley.
Most of the population thinks that the food that they buy at the grocery store shows up in the back. They don't know that it comes from a source, that it's produced. A lot of hands and labor and blood, sweat, and tears goes into producing all the
we are
bounty
so
that
fucked.
we share in.
Are you able to use less water?
There are areas where there is efficiency that can be gained. It just costs money. Utilizing systems like drip, overhead sprinkler systems, automated flood systems, tailwater return systems, all these different uses of technology, but they're very expensive and costly. Unfortunately, the least expensive way to get water off of farms has been fallowing. And fallowing, around here we call it the F word. It's extremely detrimental to our communities. Fallowing puts people out of work.
This was not a cheap installation, I would imagine.
No, this half-mile system that irrigates 180 acres was a $500,000 capital expenditure. To be sustainable, we also have to be economical and profitable as a business. The benefit, though, is with this system, I can produce more crop.
God, do you see this, guys? Like, this place is a desert, and they're farming out in the desert. Maybe you don't do that because we need better land management, right, guys? Following is a very good for the soil, but not good for the job, right?
If the Imperial Valley shows the cost of cutting
Oh my
use,
God.
San Diego shows the cost of cutting new supply. With an abundance of water at its disposal from desalinization,
which is good,
the county's water authority plans to help ease pressure on Arizona and Nevada for a price.
Well, of course, for a price, right? Yeah, you can buy our shit. But fuck you, Arizona.
Does this agreement with the other states work?
First, we have to get all of the lawyers in the room, and we have to get them to agree.
We're looking to do things that have never been done before.
As the general manager of San Diego County's water authority, Dan Denham is overseeing the effort of turning water into a financial exchange.
So you'll send water to these states in exchange for them using less water from the Colorado?
We're going to exchange money for water, and that's the basic construct behind it. It's the construct behind.
You know, that's actually a smart idea. A very smart idea, actually. It's very environmentally conscious, right? Hey, you got to use less water from the Colorado, but you're going to pay for it.
The farming community in the Imperial Valley. It's allowed the Imperial Valley to make investments on farm efficiency projects while maintaining their high priority rights to water. We receive the water that, as I suggested, would have otherwise been cut by 50%. So similarly, Arizona and Nevada get water, and for the water authority, we get inventory off of our books. Inventory off the books in the form of water means more flattening of rates out into the future. We can dampen the rate increases that have been really, really tough for us over the past 3 years.
Does it mean that those states don't cut back as much?
Desalinization.
Christian by 12326 just got a 3-day stream streak. www.watt. It's crazy that everything has price.
Yeah, it does have a price, for real. Jesus, thank you for the stream streak. 3 days, what up? Australia already knows how nice it is how nice it is to make water a financial commodity. Yeah. Well, Australia is a giant desert, so what do you expect? It's either.
And I want on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Yeah. Like almost, you know, who uses the word?
For real. It's like that, or it's tropical. I mean, Patricia, we need your opinion now.
Can create a new supply, but it can't put water back in the Colorado River.
What the fuck
it shows
they're
what
doing.
scarcity pricing looks like when the cheap supply.
There's that word, scarcity.
Supply, but it can't put water back in the Colorado River. It shows what scarcity pricing looks like when the cheap supply is no longer enough.
This water at the desal plant, the most expensive, costs $3,500 a unit. Some of the
Golden
other sources that we have are $50 a unit.
What
Some
the
are $8
fuck?
a unit. At the desal plant, the most expensive costs
Congrats,
$3,500
Thorne.
a unit. Some of the other sources that we have are $50 a unit. Some are $800 a unit. Some are $600 a unit. Altogether, it's $1,400 a unit. And that's what makes this more affordable if it's just the only option you have.
Desalination is expensive, but quite honestly, we have not paid what our water is worth to us.
Yep.
And so we need to make that adjustment in our minds.
The next chapter of the Colorado River economy will be built around pricing scarcity, not abundance. It's clear that the basin region needs more than a temporary fix. States and the federal government need.
Yeah, well said, right? And this is why I talk about post-scarcity, right? If you could just create water out of thin air. Remember that, Rigel and Voyager? Can you get us more water? Yes, we can get you all the water we, right? Hilarious, because of course, right? We can't do that. But literally water is like just H2O, right? a molecular replicator could easily make something that simple, right? Make so much of it that it wouldn't even matter. Replicators still need dilithium. Well, no, they need power, right? And the power is run through the dilithium, but yeah.
To work together to build a new operating system before Mother Nature.
They don't like directly use it, but you're right. Like there are ways to get it without it, right? But on a starship, yeah, they do need dilithium. So the starship needs dilithium, right? But the replicator runs off the which makes sense, right? It runs off like the excess power that is made, right? Because everything's super efficient. It's kind of like an electric car, right? It's like when you're going down on an electric vehicle, right? Downhill, what ends up happening? You're just like the motor is recharging, right? So you're not using any electricity. It's just recharging the battery back, yeah. As mostly, yeah. Dilithium is mostly used for space travel and shit, right? Which, I mean, in the shit you do see like most replicators being used in space, right? But let's be fair, like on Earth, they don't need dilithium, right? Because they just run on power. That's it.
It all comes down to dollars and cents and economics.
Whatever the power source
Hydrology
is.
is not going to wait for us. If there is a bad year next year on the river, the system will crash.
We have a responsibility to our national economy. We have put massive amounts of water out there. It is time for everyone who benefits this river to step up.
A good, interesting story. I didn't know that California was stepping up with the desalination. All right. CNN has a panel. Hopefully it's good and not slop. God, I hate some of these panels. That's why I don't like watching them. Because the people are either idiots or... Thank you, Gonzo. What up? Welcome back. Hello, everyone. Pumpkin spice is back. I normally get frozen chocolate with pumpkin spice. What up? Awesome.
Right now, voters are excited by change.
Bring on the democratic socialism.
Oh, shit. God. Why is CNN going for this, like, streamer aesthetic all of a sudden? Remember when I think, it's so cringe. Oh my god. Most likely slop. Yeah, I'm getting ready for the slop. Maybe there's some good here, but better than a Wick panel. I'm so sick of watching those. Okay, let's see here. Where was it? Yeah, this. Remember this? I laughed my ass off when we watched this. CNN is
What the hell does CNN think it's doing? So in this video, I'm going to go over their new Hello Fellow Kids streamer aesthetic that they have just introduced with at least a couple anchors, and how embarrassing this whole thing is. How they completely missed around here sitting in his office. You have the white.
Look at this. This is the new streamer aesthetic from CNN. Fuck Wick. Yeah, honestly, same here, Terry. God.
White shot with the two guests on the couch. This, like, his cable.
Like, guys, they're desperate to become like streamers, right? It's we watched this and I was like blown away how stupid this was.
show setup out of his office. Very embarrassing.
This is my actual desk.
Look.
Even he seems a little bit non-committal to the whole.
Look, he's got the mic like I do, right? He's got the. Oh my god, it's so. cringe.
You're probably wondering what's going on, why we're in my office for the first hour of the lead today. So it's an experiment. This is my actual desk where I do my actual work, not the desk in the studio. And we thought we would bring you into the space where me and my team do our actual journalism and plan the show every day. So here we are giving it a shot. You might also be wondering about the decor, the posters and the kerchiefs and such on my wall.
Yeah, well, if you haven't noticed, they're all losers. They're all people who lost presidential primaries or like elections, I should say, right? So Al Smith is a big loser. All these people are losers, right?
The theme is these are all losing presidential campaigns. And this hobby started 26 years ago after I covered my very first presidential campaign in the year 2000.
They literally took Gloggy's idea. What the fuck? This guy's a real life treasure goblin. I know, it's cringe, right? I didn't believe. I was like, that's why I had to show it to you, because it's that bad. It's that bad, guys.
Campaigning and hopping.
But Gloggy only collects winners, so like, he's even more of a loser for that, because you're collecting loser candidates that nobody cares about.
Bus to plane to bus to plane. I collected the lawn signs and posters of all the candidates I covered, and by the end of the election, I had a really great collection of
losers.
Well, losers.
Yeah. Being surrounded by a bunch of losers is probably a little too on the nose for this new setup.
Yeah. It's why like with the merch you see in the starting soon screen and the be right back screen, right? And the pins and stuff, like, they're not subjectively losers. They're either people who like had an impact, were the first in something, or they had like some sort of policy victory, right? Or some sort of W. None of them are losers. except maybe Victor Debs, right? Who I still think he had more of an influence than people say he does, right? But, and the worst loser is sitting at the desk. I know.
Because I can't imagine this is going
literally,
to
like,
continue.
they just, like, now that I think about it, I'm like, wow, they literally stole the idea of Gloggy. Like, they literally did that.
All of the reactions online so far are just laughing at how ridiculous this is. You have here a billion-dollar company regressing their tech to shoot into a office where it looks like a mess. There's cables everywhere. His shirts are hanging up. It's just a complete joke.
Yeah.
And I'll get to
like, it's not even a cool game, like, aesthetic, right? Like, at least that, you know, this is my place. This is my where I do my stream, right? Like, this is my bed here. Like, I don't know. Like, it just looks like a complete fucking mess.
Cooper a second here, but it completely misses the whole point of setups like that. Like, I'm not doing this out of choice. I'm doing it because I'm not brought to you by Humera, BMW, and Liberty Mutual.
Real.
Like, these people have actual advertisers. So you have all this money. You have a massive actual broadcast crew. You have studios. And what? They're just going to sit empty now for at least the first hour of your show because you want to try out this new setup to appeal to younger kids, as if what? Gen Z going to tune in to Jake Tapper on CNN? Like, I don't know what they're trying to do here.
And then it's even worse because this,
I think, going to
Anderson Pooper is at, right?
Everybody.
Watch this.
But this gets us to Anderson Cooper. So, similar situation here. Mic in front of the face. Again, this is really like, this comes off to me as almost no thought at all put into this. They're just like, okay, well, Anderson Cooper, he doesn't want to be in his office, I'm guessing. So let's throw him at a desk here in front of these screens one of these broadcast screens and throw a mic in front of his face, and like that's enough. Like,
yeah, they're doing the Democracy Now thing, right? This works for Democracy Now, but not even, because like it looks like a shitty version of that, right?
What a day. Because the extent of this, like,
yeah, the old newsroom look, right? Again,
he looks like he should be the guest on this guy's show.
Yeah, for real. He really does.
Like this guy looks like the host, and Anderson Cooper looks like the guy calling in. They should flip the panels here. It looks
There you
so
go.
silly. And then you have here, this shows the regression of their technology. Now, CNN in the past has been made fun of for bringing in, holograms and stuff and all this tech for, every election they bring in some new kind of tech that people make fun of them over. But I would argue that's better than what they're doing here, because you're going to see the difference. This is what they're doing now. This is his new setup. He's around, these three people, or these two people at a desk here. Three of them surrounded this paper map. And yes, it's a paper map because it doesn't change. There's nothing gets added to it or anything. And then you go back a few days. They had this massive screen. This is his old setup where they're around this massive television, which does change its content depending on the conversation that they're having, which makes sense considering this is CNN. They can
like they have a lot of money to spend on this shit, right? And now they're just using like a little paper map on a fucking table. It's so dumb. Anyway, you get the idea, right? So, like, this is literally what they're doing again, right? With the streamer aesthetic. And he looks miserable. Because these people don't know what streaming is, right?
Right now, voters are excited by change.
Bring on the democratic socialism, please.
Oh my God.
Welcome to All Over the Map. I'm John King. We learned by listening.
John King.
To
I keep
voters from
forgetting
all
his
across
name.
the country and all across the political spectrum.
If you're Chuck Schumer, damn right I'm dangerous.
If progressive means common sense, then I'm a progressive.
Today, the rise of the left and the fight for the Democratic Party. A big primary win in Michigan, but can Abdul El-Sayed win a purple state in November?
A lot of the things that he has done and said during the primary, we're going to come back to haunt.
Democratic Socialists and their allies see these big 2026 wins as a giant
Not the primary, the primary.
springboard for 2020.
Man, he really is an ogre. This is why, like, English needs accent marks, and I would be so bad at using them still. Because it's not the primary, it's the primary for a reason, right? There's the emphasis on that part of the word, right?
To care for our people instead of the flattening.
Because a primary is different than what he just like. It's so dumb. Oh my God.
Palestinians and oppressed people abroad is not a radical act. It is basic and core humanity.
I feel it's swinging away from authoritarian rule and Donald Trump's administration.
It's not radical to want everybody to have, food, water, shelter, education, healthcare.
I don't know about that, girl. That sounds pretty radical to me.
Fantastic mix of all over the map voters today. All Democrats for this conversation, and all of you live on the front lines of this big, giant debate within the Democratic Party right now. As we explore it, I just want to tee up the conversation with a few yes or no questions. Are you excited in some congressional races? Now, this huge race in Michigan, elsewhere in the country, we're starting to see more progressive, anti-establishment.
I'm going to turn off the camera because that's why I did it. So you can see this person's face.
Democratic Socialist candidates
but I'm here.
win these primaries for the
The music feels like it's from the movie Waterboy. Yeah, it's cringe,
Democrats. Are you excited?
The aesthetic, too, is just like... The fact that he's doing it from his home with literally the same mic that I have. It's actually a different version of the mic that I have. So...
By that, yes or no? All right, everyone's excited. That's good. Do you agree with more moderate voices in the party who voice the concern that,
although his audio sounds shit, right? He sounds like he's very muffled. I think this is this is like the lower model of what I have, I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't know a lot about I just picked the one everybody else was like, yeah, buy this one instead. I'm pretty sure this is the lower model, but it just sounds very like muffled and distant. Do you see that? Like like, I don't know, like this just doesn't feel like CNN. Like CNN should have crystal clear audio, right? I bet some of these people have better audio than he does.
Maybe you can sell that in New York City.
Do you hear that?
But there are places in the country, and some say, we're going to find this out in Michigan, where you can't sell that. You can't win in certain districts. You can't win statewide. And the Republicans are going to label us all socialist. Does that worry you?
Oh, that's why. That's why he's. Oh my God! Really? They're using the fucking gamer. Oh my God! The fucking little yes and no. That's so cringe. Okay. Yeah, it's probably because he's using it over USB and he doesn't have it plugged up via XLR. That's what this is, right? Like, see, it's so funny that I know all this stuff now. Yeah, like he's using USB, so maybe that's why it sounds like ass. Yeah, which is weird because again, you would think CNN would help him get the better fucking setup. That isn't that expensive more, dude. Like, come on.
Out in Michigan, where you can't sell that. You can't win in certain districts, or you can't win statewide, and the Republicans are going to label us all socialist. Does that worry you? Let's take the big Michigan result as an example. Abdul El-Sayed won the Democratic nomination for Senate out there. He's for Medicare for all. He wants the billionaires to pay more. He wants the United States to stop arms sales to Israel right now. Do you believe a candidate with that agenda could win statewide where you live?
Yes. Oh.
So let's start the conversation
One
there.
person said no.
As you know, you're all part of what I'll call the Democratic family. Your family's having a debate right now about whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. The Speaker of the House, a Republican, trying to protect his fragile majority, says that they are going to go national with this message that the country faces the choice between
Well,
common
yeah,
sense.
I mean, like the setup matters, right? That's all I'm trying to say is like he sounds very muffled, right? I don't even know how to right? That's how he sounds. Even though he's speaking directly into the mic and everything. It's just like he's using the wrong equipment. But that's probably because they are cheaping out and they don't want to give him like the more expensive one. Which isn't even that much more money. It really isn't. So like there's no reason to. Right? Maybe because CNN is broke and they're losing money. So they're like, fuck you. Whatever your name is, John, whatever.
And communism. Jade, I was just out to see you before the primary in Michigan. You're from the rural northern part of Michigan, that the idea that this is too liberal, too progressive, too socialist, too much government. Can they sell that? Can Republicans sell that?
I'm not as worried about it because it's not about what Republicans are selling.
Yeah, I was about to say, is she the only like 20-year-old at this? She kind of looks like Haley Stevens, though. Oh my God. Like if you were to be like, yo, that's Haley Stevens with some tattoos, I'd be like, damn, okay. I blame Ducky. The new owner of the CNN is cheaping out on everything since Trump calls the channel fake. Yeah. Yeah, what's XLR? XLR is a type of cable, but it has like a much better connector. Like the sound that it produces, my friend says, is much better. USB does not do a good job because it just doesn't have like the same bandwidth. So I just went with what he said and I don't regret it because I heard back on like, I watch the VODs occasionally and I sound crystal clear and I sound like punchy, which is what I want, right? So yeah. So it's just the type of cable, but it's more expensive, right? Like a good XLR cable will cost way more money than a USB cable. But I mean, it's worth the investment if you're going to do this for like hundreds and thousands of hours like I've done, right? Because it makes it more pleasant to listen to. And it's just dumb that CNN doesn't do that either, right? Wow, she really does look like Haley Stevens. What the fuck?
is worried about it
From the
because
side,
it's
right?
not about
Not the-
what Republicans are
not the
selling
front.
as much as what
Like
voters
there, yeah.
are excited by. And right now, voters are excited by change, and voters are excited by a progressive candidate in Abdul Al-Sayed. Republicans are going to rail against our nominees regardless.
Yeah, USB. It's just like he said that. He was like, it's just not a good. It's not good for sound. Right. He's like, it's fine if you want to use it as an interface, but to provide like for the mic to pick up and stuff, he's like, you always go XLR or you always go like analog. Because it sounds way better. Damn, I can't unsee it now. Yeah, exactly. See, once you see this stuff, you're like, oh, cringe.
Of who they
No. But she doesn't look like her in the front, like when you're looking at her. At least Jade here is a fellow one of the kids, because everyone else on this panel is like a boomer. Jesus.
They are.
Why is this happening? Why are we seeing anti-establishment forces have success, not just in blue New York City, what Mayor Mamdani did was a remarkable achievement, but not just there, and in many cases, against strong Democratic candidates who are well-funded. Some of them have the power of incumbency. Why is this happening?
I think part of this is happening because the Democrats and the Democratic establishment has not sort of apologized for the original sin, which is we had one job in the 2024 presidential election, and that was to make sure that Donald Trump did not come back to the White House. And the Democratic establishment and President Joe Biden
Melissa seems old as well.
decided that Joe Biden was the one to do it, even though
and
he
old.
was
A fellow
older, seemingly out of touch.
Yeah, all these people are,
everyday
except Jade, right? She's, I mean, objectively 22. She's definitely not a boomer.
people,
Not that old.
And no one's apologized for it.
I don't know,
And
Doc.
there
You
is
fucked it up. Too late. And I'm calling it.
a new generation that is anxious and they want new things for their generation. And I don't think the establishment, Democrats and the party have reckoned with that yet.
I believe money, the corporate money in politics, everybody is on the corporate dole.
I think it also just comes down to people want concrete change in their lives, right? Like most everyday people don't really care about what the policies are. What they care about is being able to afford groceries, being able to afford gas, right? And the Democratic Socialists are the ones making those changes. You know, for those of us who student loans are under the, SAVE Act that are now going to come into repayment, and we have no idea how we're going to pay those loans, especially when we've already paid more than what we've taken out. We want a candidate who's going to take some of that burden away from us.
I want to hold up a picture.
God.
And everybody, can you see this? It's a pendulum. And so we have political extremes on the right.
Wow. Cringe. Can you imagine using paper in 2026? Could never be me.
And on the left. And things have gone way too far in the, I won't say the right direction, but actually far right. And so we have momentum to swing back the opposite direction in a natural ebb and flow. We've got momentum and we need to capitalize on that.
Do you worry that you'll overdo it? Overshoot the whatever the sweet spot is?
I feel the momentum. I feel the momentum in my state, in my community, and I'm going to roll with that. I feel pretty confident.
But I guess one of the questions is, is this a healthy debate for the party? I want you to listen. This is John Fetterman here, who's the Democratic senator.
Yeah, who cares what John Fetterman has to say? He's a clown, and he votes with Republicans.
From Pennsylvania, who was a hero for progressives when he won, and now they're...
Because he's changed on every position, right? On almost every position. What the fuck?
kind of trying to say, what happened to you, Senator?
I have a great relationship with vast majority of Democrats. We have really great candidates across the map. In Ohio, Georgia, in Texas, we have great ones. But, I have a real problem with people that are proud to campaign people that loved Hamas or that they love communist kinds of regime and under the...
Oh, fuck off, dude.
Those kinds of policies overall.
Megan ain't too happy, guys.
Objectively, as a Democrat in the Senate, saying that puts that seat in danger.
Senator Fetterman says puts that seat in danger.
He's not right. And it shouldn't be surprising to anybody that he's trying to rip on Abdul al-Sayed when he's funded by the people who were actively working against Abdul al-Sayed's entire campaign. And I think that we as Democrats need to trust the voters here. I mean, it says a lot that Abdul won in a state where the entire Democratic establishment was against him.
Well said, yeah. And this is my thing with the Democrats in general, right? It's like, it's vote blue no matter who, unless they're somebody that they don't like, right? It's like, how about you just let the voters decide and stop fucking, like, putting your thumb or the weight for the people who are gonna, right? Just let them fucking pick. And you know what? I think if they would have endorsed some of these candidates that lost fully, they probably would have won. Hong in Wisconsin, for example, the vote was very close. If they would have at least remained neutral or not been so against her, and even probably endorsed her, she would have won very easily. So fuck off.
And he was outspent over 10-1.
Exactly, and he still won.
Areas,
fuck
like
you in rural areas. And she won in rural areas too. See? So that was also what was so interesting about this dynamic, right? Is that now she's like, okay, this panel ain't too bad. At least her opinion on this, or her view is pretty well informed, right? Like, I noticed that right away. Remember on both election nights for both the Hong race and the Abdul race, I was like, wow, they're picking up a lot of rural vote, which is very strange for a leftist candidate, especially like DSA. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about the realignment, right? So again, I'm just like, okay, well said.
I mean, his progressive message is remarkably simple. Medicare for all, money out of politics, money in your pocket. And I think that people are looking for someone with a simple message who wants to fight for them, the people, not big corporations.
Him even, bringing up Hamas in that interview to me, right? Like, I feel like that's that one thing that they are not understanding about, the uprising of voters and where we want and the type of candidates that we want. When people like Mamdani win, that is going to give a lot of people permission, right? And it just kind of validates what the voters wanted, that we can put these types of people in office.
3 Democratic incumbents have been beaten by progressive candidates who have made Israel a big issue in Colorado and 2 in New York. Congressman DeGette, Congressman Goldman, Congressman Espaillat. Melissa mentioned nuance. Well, let me ask this question first. Yes or no? Do you think the United States should stop all military aid to Israel? We have 1 no. Why, Lisa?
I don't think that the Netanyahu government needs a blank check. And I think that is what we have been doing. We have been giving a blank check.
PA here, we're regretting. Yeah, and you know what? You have a chance to primary him, or not even. He's probably not even going to run because he knows he has no chance of winning.
To the
Thank God.
Netanyahu government. Does that mean that we should...
he's a clown, right? He's a clown. If he does run, he probably will lose pretty badly, right? Because PA, at least Pennsylvania Democrats are very progressive, right? They're not super conservative. They are very progressive.
pull out.
Like, we're not talking Georgia here, right? Or even fucking Florida. Right, we saw Oliver Larkin in Florida, but there are little bits of Florida that are pretty like progressive or DSA aligned. Not this shit. No, Pennsylvania is like, I mean, isn't Philly like one of the biggest cities in the country, right? So
out entirely from support.
yeah, I know. I have a few friends from Philly that I've met who like travels and stuff, and they were like, I cannot wait to not vote for that motherfucker, right?
That we have historically lent to Israel, no. But seem to be no guardrails. Is whatever the Netanyahu government wants, we are providing. And I think the pushback that you're seeing, especially amongst young people, is that this is entirely the wrong direction. And while we should be very conscious of our historic allies, that doesn't mean that anybody should get a
I think Reigel's right.
check,
Melissa's in her 30s, maybe, right?
The leadership.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is second, I believe. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Pittsburgh too is right. So like the thing about Pennsylvania is that it's a very big state, but it's weird because a lot of people don't vote in Philly and shit. So yeah, that's kind of Cheshire Cat. What up? There you are. Welcome back, girl. How you been?
That is clearly going in a direction that Americans are
There's the cat. She is back. I'm just turning off the camera so you can see the panel.
comfortable with.
Man, it's just hard to hear, right? Like I get, historic relationships and stuff, but I think that's part of what we, these younger people and, with progressives in this party is that we don't like that. What are we getting out of that? What are we getting out of that besides supporting a government who is, actively being okay with civilians dying, and like, this is not even a war anymore. It's an all-out invasion.
Let me ask the question. Let me start it with a yes or no. Do you believe that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state? Yes or no?
Is that really a yes or no question?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it has become it's a great debate. Let's have the conversation. That it has become a yes. I think it has become a yes or no question because of some of these conversations.
And the rest is called Pennsyltucky. Yeah. Well said. Yeah, we call it that all the time here, right? I forget who called it that. I think it was Divine Misty, yeah. Pennsyltucky. Because she's from Kentucky. And she's like, yeah, Kentucky's very conservative. Pittsburgh is second, I believe.
To Melissa, to your point, I mean, I get it from my travels. Trust me, you feel the anger. The counter argument to that, and I think why Lisa
No what?
Was trying to make this about Bibi, not about Israel.
PA's been a prank state for a while, and people are sick of empty promises and environmental clusterfucks that nobody's held accountable for. 100. It's an ethno state, so no.
Also, sorry.
I know. I get it now, girl.
I didn't mean to cut off your yes or no question. I'm just saying,
it's great. This is why we're here. You're in charge.
I've been talking to you about this, like you said, since fall of 2023, when Democrats didn't even want to say the word ceasefire.
Yeah.
And we're still here multiple years later trying to tell people that we don't want to see our tax dollars funding a government state-sanctioned genocide overseas. And at this point, I know for myself and for a lot of voters I talk to, not just young people, it is humiliating that we are a co-signer on what is happening to Palestinian people. And it is embarrassing. And to right the ship is an understatement of what we need to do.
Well said.
And so the yes or no question to, does Israel have a right to exist? No government has the right to exist at the expense of other people.
Mm-hmm.
They're people, of course.
Yeah, I'm really tired of this argument, right? And this is, see that, guys, this just kind of brought up what I've been saying all along, right? I'm really sick and tired of putting governments and hierarchies over people. There are so many streamers, so many YouTubers, so many people, chatters, whatever you want to, right, who do that, right? Let me give you an example. If the country of Germany ceases to exist, the German people do not cease to exist. But people will have you believe that that's like what will happen. I'm sorry, no. That's not how fucking things work. Okay? There will always be Germans, especially in Brazil. And Argentina. And arguably, actually, the aesthetic is more German than Germany. Right, Rigel? You were talking about that the other day.
Have a right.
But that's like the false dichotomy here, right? That is being fed to us. That does Israel have a right to? It does not. Like nothing has a right to exist except people, right? People do because they have human rights. States do not have human rights. I just want to make that perfectly clear. This is why I'm not that like kind of like this is why like Leninism and stuff is BS in my opinion, right? Because it puts the state above people, right? It requires the state. No. The state works for us, motherfucker, not the other way around, right? The state helps the worker, helps do all the stuff that we want to do. We don't prop up the state. The state, if we want to change the state, we get to do that. End of story, right? If we don't even want to have a state, we can do that. You fuck anything up is cosmetically bad. Exactly, right? So, like, this is a very good point, right? Like, this whole argument that, like, these countries are, like, people... Like, we're giving human rights to countries and not people. Excuse me, no, I completely disagree, right? Culture and people and human rights are all separate things, right? And whenever you involve states, they just add hierarchies and like tiers to it, right? They don't necessarily are one and the same, right? Like it's not like like for example, right? Castile, right? We were talking about Castile the other day, right? Castile became Spain and then they became an empire, right? As nation states change, so do like the hierarchies, but the people stay the same throughout the ages, right? So like I never fucking bought that argument when it comes to like nation states, because nation states change with different hierarchies all the time, right? And people evolve, but they evolve like culturally, right? Not because of like a nation state per se. Yeah, it's just fucking bullshit, guys. Don't buy this argument, right? And this is another reason why like if you're basically just providing Israeli kind of arguments for your politics, I have very little sympathy for that, right?
Understatement of what we
especially when it's an ethno state
need to do. And so the yes or no question to does Israel have a right to exist? No government has the right to exist at the expense.
No government. It's really that simple. I don't care how good of a government you are. You work for the people, not the other way around. People have a right to exist, right? Meaning they shouldn't be murdered, killed, etc. The government, it's just like, fuck. It's just like a tool, right? It's a tool for, it's a way to get the needs met. That's all it is.
Sense of other people. Their people, of course, have a right to exist and of course have a right to live peacefully. But that's my answer to that. So if anybody else wants to hop in, feel free.
The Israelis and the Palestinians have a right to coexist.
One of the things that was alarming to me when you were saying, Jade, you brought up how progressives or Democrats were afraid to say the word ceasefire. Like even in my city, like in Tucson, just our city council, you see some of the most progressive, elected officials who are like stumbling around on this norm, and you would just expect them to double down and say absolutely ceasefire because we don't want innocent people dying. But just seeing that effect on some of the most progressive candidates, it was very eye-opening.
What I hear quite clearly is that a significant rebalancing at a minimum to the U.S.-Israeli relationship is something that you are hoping you get from these new candidates. What else do you think this new blood in the Democratic Party, when it comes to Washington, should be pushing for on day one?
We have to do something about our allies. We have to do something about repairing the damage or preparing to repair the damage that the president has done with our allies.
Medicare for all, 100% top of my list.
Even though that right now they don't have the votes to pass it, they just don't. But you want them to fight for it, force the vote.
Yeah, the first day would be a long day for me, because not only would we vote on Medicare for all, but we would also restore the Affordable Care Act and the subsidies that allowed people in Medicaid expansion to be able to have health care. Millions of people are losing their health care now because of this. We would repeal H.R. 1, the big, so-called big, beautiful bill where 4 million people have already been removed from the SNAP program. These are people that cannot afford to get the nutrition that they need. I would pass establish a federal law for voting rights, because the repeal of the Voting Rights Act is an abomination and a total departure from our historical move forward as a country. And of course, I would pass a law that would provide abortion rights throughout the country, that would restore essentially what was Roe. This would be a great day. This would be a great day for Democrats if we were able to vote and pass those things.
There are two very different approaches to healthcare, if you will, and so this is a test. A lot of people are trying to make a comparison to the rise of these more progressive, in some cases, Democratic Socialist candidates to the Tea Party. The question for some of these Democratic Socialists candidates coming to Washington is, they believe firmly in Medicare for all. My question is, some of these candidates will be their choice, more ideological, more rigid, saying, no, I want the whole loaf. And others, as we're watching Mamdani in practice, do you see where's the pragmatism kick in? I asked this question of El Sayed when I was out there. Would he hold firm for Medicare for all or nothing? Or if he had a chance to at least restore those subsidies, would he do it? Listen.
Let me offer an analogy here, okay? We want to climb Mount Everest. We will not have achieved our goal until we climb Mount Everest. But right now, we've fallen into a ravine, right? They just cut Medicaid and ACA subsidies. We're in a ravine. At this point, we just got to get back to base camp. I understand that.
Does that approach make sense, or would you prefer someone who went to the floor and say, sorry, I can't give you my vote because I need the whole loaf?
He talked about ravines, and I was going to talk about the rule of holes. You first have to stop digging, and people who have lost their subsidies for Medicaid expansion, they need help immediately. And if you restored the subsidies for Medicaid expansion, then you could take care of your first problem while you work on reaching Everest, right? I'm glad to hear that he is taking that pragmatic approach. It's yes and.
And I don't think he'll be alone in taking that approach. I think that's going to be a standard approach for progressives across the board.
So part of this conversation is, and again, we'll see the Republicans throughout the fall campaign say, socialist, communist, and so on and so forth. Part of the question is, how do individual Democratic candidates in their individual races deal with that? And does it sink through with voters? Some politicians get timid sometimes. I want you to listen to the mayor of New York, who knows, that people are going to throw this at him, and he says, go for it. Listen.
I know there are many who use socialist as a dirty word, something to be ashamed of. They can try all they want, but we will not be ashamed of using government to fight for the many, not simply the few.
Facts. It hurts to listen.
We will not be ashamed of adding more heat pumps to NYCHA buildings in the Rockaways, or building more supportive housing in Harlem, or standing steadfast alongside our trans neighbors.
So, Ed, the question is, again, that's New York City, an overwhelmingly blue area. Can you use that word in rural North Carolina? Is there a different way?
I think people are ready for, strength in communities and legislation that continues to strengthen our communities and our neighbors and our relationships, as opposed to funding, taking our tax dollars and sending it overseas. I think that's really what the people of this state want. And when you use the term progressive, I think people are going to catch on to that term and start looking at it more positively, almost like as a third-party alternative to the establishment. I think that's really where we're heading.
I just hope that everybody understands and looks at that
Zoran L.
When the president came out and said, we don't have money for health care, we don't have money for child care, but then all of a sudden spent hundreds of billions of dollars dropping bombs in Iran. But we didn't have
progressive.
money for this, but we have money for this.
I also think, we're limited to pretty much two parties, right? And like Ed, like kind of what you were pointing to is that there are socialists, communists, progressives, and if we want to be, effective, we have to just, register as a Democrat. But I think what we are seeing is people are finally realizing that, just a capitalist.
Well, in some states, you basically have to, right? Or else you don't even get to vote in the primaries.
Nation.
But not every state, right?
Is not.
Which is a double-edged sword because then Republicans vote for way more conservative people, right?
For the people, right? Every time.
Got Melissa and DSA sticker at her. No, that's a DSA like pin, looks like.
They do this. They always say that it's not going to affect our gas or whatever, and it absolutely does. And so I think we're just done believing what they're saying at this point because we have enough evidence, and they have a horrible resume that we can refer to.
Just look back at when Bernie first ran, and the policies that he came up with then. They sounded to the masses like it was like crazy, but now the same things that we're saying he was saying then are saying now, and they sounded much more pragmatic.
Among the people who say this is the way it goes, we're a big party, let's have big debates, is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who, in the case of Michigan, steps in and says, look, families disagree. That's okay. Listen.
In Michigan, personally, I think Abdul El-Sayed is that candidate. But these debates are normal in the party. This is what a primary process is for. And we resolve this through the primary election. And then we all come together and support whoever the nominee is.
Well, that's the traditional process, but good luck with that.
Is that what this is?
It should be.
We're a big family. Sometimes, things get feisty, but then we're good. Or is it more than that?
I think her points are exactly spot on. We've seen the contrast of what happens when we go so far extreme right. We've seen that part of it, and people are ready to move back the other direction. This is a pivot point for us.
Yeah, I think people are ready for change, right? And so we're gonna come together in the end to vote for change.
Michigan just showed how successful and effective our primaries can be. They hashed it out. They went back and forth at it. And then as soon as Abdul was declared the winner, everybody fell in line. Alyssa Slotkin, Governor Whitmer,
Abdul,
former, Senator, everybody fell in line.
The Islamo-communist.
What's the lasting power here? I ask in the context of the old guy in the conversation.
I love that. The Islamo-communist, right? Remember that fucking...
Clinton won twice, and people said, oh, look, the Democratic Party, there's a new Democratic Party. That's actually what they called it, that's moving to the center of America. He served 2 terms. Then there was a Republican president, and then there was Obama. Obama came along and said, oh, look, the Democratic Party's gone now more back to the left because Obama's more liberal than Bill Clinton. Where are we now?
Yeah, that's a joke, right? Drone striking Obama, right? Yeah, by the way, the person we rated yesterday said that, right? And I was like, based, right? Because I've been saying that since like freshman year of college, right? He approved like so many drone strikes on Americans abroad, right? Extrajudicial killings, essentially. And here we are like saying he's this like radical liberal or something. It's just like, or radical leftist. It's like, come on, fuck off. Islamo-commie.
In the idea that, to Ed's point about the pendulum, where is the Democratic pendulum?
I feel it's swinging away from authoritarian rule and Donald Trump's administration. I think we can all agree on that as a party, and whatever direction we have to take, we're going to do it because we don't want any more of the current situation. I think we all agree on that.
It's swinging left, for sure.
Oh, shit. That's what she said.
Voters are dumb. They know that wealthier people are getting wealthier while they're struggling to meet the basic needs of their families.
Rising tides lift all ships, right? When we are helping everyone, it benefits everyone. We know that trickle-down economics don't work, right? We see crime going down in New York City right now because people don't want to be committing crime. And when we're meeting their basic needs, crime goes down. It benefits everyone. And so I think, bring on the democratic socialism, please.
Perfect.
It's even a sad idea that we have to put those type
we
of
all know what
labels
that meant.
on common sense. I mean, it shouldn't be
scary
a
shit. I know,
thing
Cheshire
to say
Cat.
that people should be able to have.
I'm crying butterfly tears. Okay, Cat. I'm so scared. I'm crying butterfly tears.
Of clean water. Okay, so if progressive means common sense, then I'm a progressive.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, Walter. I like that.
Thanks, Walter.
You get an email from
UAW, motherfucker. Okay, I knew this guy was based. I was like, this guy's gonna be based. Okay, UAW, right? Auto Workers Union. Yeah. Union of Auto Workers. I love that emote. Whose is that? Vio. I see his shit everywhere. I gotta check out that stream or check out his emotes.
Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, and they say, in a sentence or two, what would you like us to do, focus on between now and November? Go.
Just stop spending money on war.
I think sometimes the Democrats forget that the goal is to be popular enough to get 50% plus one to win, right?
I want to see candidates talk about Medicare for all, student loan forgiveness, affordability of things like groceries and gas, things that are affecting everyday Americans.
I would like to see more combating the Trump administration, more slowing down the Trump administration, more standing up to the Trump administration. ICE is completely out of control.
Oh boy, that could never be me.
Like we're in Star Wars, and I hope people take lessons from their favorite dystopian films. Guards in the streets like we're in Star Wars, and I hope people take less control. We have armed mass guards in the streets like we're in Star Wars, and I hope people take lessons from their favorite dystopian films and use it when they're combating this administration.
We had a great conversation about where the Democratic Party is and where you hope it goes between now and November.
Of course, the 22-year-old says that because, like that's what I've been saying for over a year on the stream, right? A little over a year is that, like, culture is downstream from politics, and you got to be able to look at this stuff and be like, yo, literally what's happening, right?
November, as always, thank you.
Oh my God, these commies, I know.
To us in this format, and I can't wait. Some of you I've seen
Kristen B, they're making me cry butterfly tears.
Recently because of the primaries where you
I'm
live.
so scared.
Others I'll see in the weeks and months ahead. And again, thank you so much.
Oh, this
is
is it.
Footnote here, just for our viewers. Some of you probably figured it out listening to that conversation. We talked to our voters there before the latest big insurgent versus Democratic establishment primary test. That, of course, was the race for Wisconsin governor. And there, the Milwaukee County executive, David Crowley, beat the left's favorite, the Democratic socialist, Francesca Hong. So you could argue two big Midwestern states.
I'm Brian, kill me.
Yeah, but barely, right?
The establishment went in Michigan, and the establishment strikes back in Wisconsin. That's true. But I would argue it's also misleading and perhaps an overly simplistic take. Remember, El Sayed just won in Michigan. Crowley just won in Wisconsin. This divide among the Democrats is very, very real. And the recent numbers suggest it literally slices the party right down the middle. So what's the immediate challenge for Democrats? Right. To try to heal those wounds and to unite between now and November, when the issue then is Trump and the Republicans. The next challenge, though...
Geez, that emote is a little unnerving. Oh. It's unnerving, girl. Oh, Gus, we need to give billionaires more money. I mean, duh. Isn't that the solution to all these problems? Fuck off. Oh my god. Fuck off, Jack Tapper, or whatever his name is. I forget his name now. Oh my god. The fuck?
W N R G V.
Alright, we're watching one of these because what the fuck? Jesus. Because they're fucking hilarious.
I'm gonna go 100 yards away and you let me know if you can still hear me.
Yeah, absolutely. Just go ahead and walk that distance and I'll let you know if I can still pick you up.
Okay, now I'm 100 yards away now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you pretty well. There's a slight drop in clarity, but I can understand you just
okay,
fine.
Now I'm gonna go 200 yards and you let me know if you can hear me.
Of course. Go ahead and walk that distance. I'll keep an ear out and once
okay,
you stop...
now I'm 200 yards away. How do I sound?
So it's a bit harder to hear you now. The sound is more muffled and I'm catching maybe just every other word.
Okay.
If you can, maybe step a bit
Dude,
closer.
literally right next to, he hasn't moved.
Okay, I'm taking one step closer from 200 yards. Let me know if it helps.
Yeah, that's a lot clearer. I can definitely hear you now. Almost like you were closer to when you were at 100 yards. So this is good. I think I've got you.
Okay, but just to test, I'm gonna go 1 mile away. Let me know if you can still hear me.
Alright, that's a big jump. I'll keep listening carefully, but
okay, I'm a mile away. Can you hear what I'm saying?
I'm having a pretty hard time now. The sound is really faint and I'm only catching bits. If you step closer or shout a bit...
Okay, I'm taking one step closer from a mile. Does that help clear it up?
I'm dying.
Yeah, that does help a lot. I can hear you much better now. Still a little distant, but
what am I saying?
Yeah, so you said you were taking a step closer from a mile, and I can tell you're asking if it helped with
So you can hear me from a mile away?
Right, literally impossible. Impossible.
I can hear you, but it's really faint and kind of patchy at that distance. If you keep moving closer, I think the signal will get even better, but...
Okay, I'm actually only 2 inches from you, and you say you're lying.
Yeah, literally lying.
I see what you did there. Yeah, it sounds super clear now, basically like you're right next to me.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I was the whole time, and you acted like I wasn't.
Exactly. Lying Kamala.
Thanks for pointing that out.
I'm gonna go 100 yards away, and you let me know if you can still hear.
It's so funny. Honestly, this guy's videos are fucking hilarious, right?
Yo, can you beatbox a beat and I'm gonna rap on it?
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah. Yo, it's keep it going when I'm rapping. Yo, it's Husk. I'm rapping now. Okay, every time I speak, it seems like you stop.
Got it. Switching to a steady bid. Ready?
Okay. Okay, yeah. Hey, yo, check it out. Stay on beat, too, please. Hey, I got something to say. I'm rapping here. And I'm on beat sometimes. Because this AI makes it hard for me not to stay.
I literally laughed.
Yo, can you beatbox a beat and I'm gonna...
These guys' videos are so funny, guys, right?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
Hey, I'm doing really well. Thanks for asking. How about you? What's going on in your world today?
It's been going great. It's so nice to have some people and friends to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad we get to catch up. What's been on your mind lately, or just a chill day?
Totally fine if it's just a chill day. Sometimes it's nice to have no agenda at all. If anything does pop into your head, whether it's something fun, random, or deep, just throw it out there.
I love that vibe. Yeah, no agenda is the best. Okay, what about something fun? If you could take a spontaneous trip anywhere right now, no planning needed,
Guys,
where would you go?
Oh, I love this question.
That's a really good one. I think I might say somewhere like the Greek islands. You know,
Guys,
just that
I'm
dreamy...
still here. I'm still here. That's 3.
Ah, nice. Yeah,
Yo, he just got third wheeled.
The Greek islands would be such a dream. Like all
He's
that
the third
sunshine,
wheel,
the blue
chat.
water. But honestly, I'd love to hear what you'd pick.
The ideal social life.
You know, the Greek islands do sound pretty dreamy.
Yeah, I love that. I love
Welcome
those
back.
islands.
They do have a special charm. And hey, even if we're not packing our
And I
bags
feel like
right
even
now,
just imagining
it's
it,
fun
you
to
kind of
try.
get that relaxed island vibe, you know? Maybe one day we'll make that trip happen for real.
Absolutely. Even before
And I'm coming, so... Hey, what's up, guys? How are you
Right.
guys doing?
Literally, he got third wheeled by fucking AI. I mean, these videos are hilarious, guys. Shows you how, yeah, at least it's not my wife and her boyfriend anymore. Jesus. Well, touche, right? Oh, man. At least you're not getting third wheeled by them, right? Jesus. Oh, that's so funny. With friends like these, I know, right? They just like fucking leave you out of the conversation. Oh, God. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, I did want to watch this. Somewhere. And then we have Chris Van Hollen on Meet the Press saying that he wouldn't deny a DSA endorsement, which is interesting, right?
All right, y'all. So as you all know, MAGA is currently falling apart across this country. Its popularity has imploded, and the true face of MAGA is beginning to show itself. And people,
what up? How you doing? Duncan, good to see you again too, buddy. Sorry, we were having too much fun with the AI shit. Motherfuckers want to try to cuck by AI now.
are beginning to acknowledge what it really is.
They're getting cucked by AI.
It's a hate movement.
Yeah.
Republican politics.
Oh my God. I don't get the appeal of being cucked like that. Like, no thanks, I'm out. I'd just be like, fuck off. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. And the MAGA movement.
The minute someone just doesn't value that, I'm just like, peace. I'm out.
At the core
In
of
fact,
it,
they don't even get a piece. They'll just stop talking.
is
right?
literally just sadism. It's taking pleasure out of other people's pain. And the other people in question are liberals, leftists, and minorities in particular. Whether it's ethnic minorities, religious minorities. They just want other people to be in pain. Okay? There's this guy by the name, a Christian nationalist MAGA guy by the name of Joel Webben, however you say his name. I don't really care. He doesn't deserve for me to pronounce his name correctly as far as I'm concerned. Well, anyway, this guy's a doozy. And so he came out here, and remember, his whole thing is that he's a Christian. He comes out here and he explains how, like, actually, technically, the Christian thing to do is to let people starve if you disagree with them. I'm not kidding. Here we go. Listen up.
Yeah, that sounds like real Christian to me. I forgot to tell you guys, I also finished this over the last few days while I was not streaming. Look at this. Hello, hello. Working now. Yep. As you can see now, I'm Gloggy. What up, guys? Do you see that? What's up, guys? It's me, Gloggy. It's something I wanted to do for a while.
Ever come to a point where the state is not actually able to meet the physical needs of those who are impoverished in our society today, then the church will be up against a Herculean task. But one of the things that the church will have to do is the church will have to tell modern, feminist, pagan women, no. The church
it's not going to work with that.
Able to meet the physical needs.
But yeah, like I can use them as a PNG tuber, right? That's what they're called.
Needs of those who are impoverished in our society today, then the church will be up against a Herculean task. But one of the things that the church will have to do is the church will have to tell modern, feminist, pagan women, no. The church will have to tell them.
Modern, feminist, pagan women? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
When was the last time you talked to a woman and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a pagan. Like, that doesn't happen.
No. So if there's a woman who is elderly, but she chose by her own volition because she hates the patriarchy and she hates Christ and she hates traditional marriage and all these different things. She chose never to marry. She's 65 years old with blue or purple hair. She has no children because she couldn't conceive, but because she was on SSRIs and birth control and all these things her entire life. And of her own volition, she hated children, refused to have them.
Why can't you just not want to have kids? Like, why? Like, there's plenty of people who just don't want to have kids. Why is that bad and wrong? Why does it have to be like, here's all of the political reasons why you would come to that? It's like, no, what if it's not political? What if it's just like, I don't know, I don't want to have kids. Like, what the fuck? I don't understand. All right, but it gets worse.
But because she was on SSRIs and birth control and all these things her entire life, and of her own volition, she hated children, refused to have them, then if that time ever comes and she's unemployable and she made bad financial decisions and she's fallen on hard times and our bloated welfare state is no longer operational, then the church needs to be able to look at her and say, you starve. You starve. Glory be to God.
You starve, glory be to God. What he's saying is, if the government can't take care of you anymore, right, because the bloated welfare state falls apart, the church should also say, fuck you. That's what he's saying. Wow, if you close your eyes and listen to this, you could almost hear it as Jesus Christ himself. This is an exact message that Jesus Christ himself would put out there. If you disagree with me politically, you should starve. That's not the exact opposite of what the message of Jesus is supposed to be.
God,
Let's be serious. Jesus Christ was basically a communist before communism was a thing. Jesus Christ is deeply, deeply anti-wealthy. Okay? The rich can't get into heaven. He wants to look after and take care of the poor and the downtrodden and the sick and the disrespected and the poverty-stricken and those left behind by society. Okay? That's what Christianity is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about love. It's supposed to be about empathy. It's supposed to be about taking care of people. And he has completely inverted the message of Christianity to be one of pure, unadulterated hate. And what does it all come down to?
Very
as
Christian.
You all know?
What up?
What did I say? The right-wing movement is built on
back.
sadism. And so it's literally just, you disagree with me, you should die. You disagree with me, you should starve. You're left of center, you're demonic. Whereas, ironically, this is the most demonic shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, this is Satan himself is giggling and smiling as he listens to this, and he's going, that's exactly what I want, yes. Oh, make them starve, yes. Like, it's insane, the shit that this guy says. So, a Christian acting in the least Christ-like way possible. That's why there's that old quote that's like, atheists act more Christian than a lot of Christians do. right? Now, to be fair, there's plenty of Christians who are use their Christianity to be good people, but certainly like white evangelical Christianity, right-wing Christianity is all
why
like
I'm against
all of those
established religion, right? Or organized religion. Yeah. I don't really care if you believe in things spiritually, like keep it within yourself or whatever, or say it and then kind of, you're not like actively converting people. What my problem is when religion becomes a hierarchy and becomes a way of controlling a political message, controlling a insert whatever kind of hierarchy here, right? Yeah, that's where I have a problem with it.
people are 1,000 times
Massive,
less Christian
huge tits.
than your average atheist. You go speak to your average atheist, and they're like, they're a left
Bro
winger.
got dumped by his high school girlfriend, and it made it made his personality. Yeah, for real. Very Christian. Yep. Jesus was a Republican and told us Trump would come and that we should buy his crypto. Well said. Exactly what he meant. Evangelicals are in the U.S. are like 180 to traditional Christian values. I know. Did you miss the verse where Jesus said the Trump Bible to buy Trump crypto?
Want everybody to have healthcare. They want everybody to have education. You know, they want to make sure people are taken care of. They want to end the wars. Like, they're in favor of all the correct pro-peace positions. But a right-wing Christian, they're like, oh shit, why don't we nuke people? Let's go nuke people and let's make our political enemies starve to death.
Well said.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Okay, I got more. Here's this guy openly calling to bring back colonization. He wants settler colonialism. He wants old school imperialism. Again, this is not subtle. Here we go.
They are behind drastically. And what they need is a helping hand. They don't need to be sent on boats and planes by millions and millions to the West. But what they do need is to actually be sent by boats and planes out of the West for us to get our own house in order. The Bible talks about this. Get your own house in order first. Immense prosperity. We would be so rich, it'd be insane. It would be insane. And then what you do is you send doctors, medics, engineers, politicians, pastors to go and settle African nations and say, we are here to help you. We're going to teach you medicine. We're going to teach you this. We're going to help you build a society. And we're also going to catechize you and teach you Christ. And if you try to harm anyone, we'll kill you. Okay?
Again, sounds just like Jesus if you close your eyes and listen to it. Let's murder these people. Let's colonize them, and then let's murder them if they act up. What the fuck is this? By the way, I love the idea like, oh, we're going to send engineers. We're going to send this person, that person, this. Bitch, we can't even fix our own country. And you're like, oh yeah, let's go like, invade everywhere in the world and do X, Y, and Z. What the fuck is wrong with these people? What, genuinely, what is wrong with these people? They are the most sadistic, violent, evil, frothing at the mouth, psychopaths and sociopaths that I've ever seen in my life. And he talks about it as if like everybody would agree. Like, he's so casually, nonchalantly, it's almost like he's talking about like, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? My favorite flavor is Rocky Road. Like, he's talking about it so casually. Meanwhile, like, this is something everybody would shudder in disgust listening to. Like, oh yeah, let's recolonize. Like, what the fuck is wrong? Oh my God, I can't. All right, still not done, because here he is talking about women, and I think you can guess what his opinions on them are.
That's why God in his word, God in nature that he made said, women need to shut up. They need to be quiet. They don't get to call shots. They don't get to rule because they do stupid things like this.
So true, King. Women need to shut up. That's harsh. That's mean. That's not Christian. No, it is so biblical and so pleasing to God. Your daughter needs to shut up in the home when she's talking to her daddy. Because no, that's not what we're talking. That's not what we're talking. We're saying in the public square, in ruling civil positions of government, in the church, in ecclesiastical positions of authority, and when it comes to making decisions in the household as the federal head for the family, in that arena, right? There's the disclaimer. In that arena, people? Absolutely, Wes is right.
Their
women,
parents.
shut up. Of course.
Shit.
It is
Women,
literally
shut
an offense
up.
to God.
Wow. You heard that.
It's so funny.
Quiet, women. Quiet, piggy.
Watching the least manly men of all time pretend to be all like macho man. Like, you need to shut up and let the man be the man.
It's so crazy.
Around here, bro. By the way, all these people are complete and utter hypocrites because they want to try to base this on
Their
the Bible.
family.
Bible.
Exactly.
But then you talk to them. Well, what they do the night before they had shrimp for dinner. Well, shrimp in the Bible is an abomination. Okay,
Well
right
said.
now.
Yeah, I've said that for a while, right? Even my dad was like, why do they point that out, right? because shrimp, you're not supposed to have, I never read the Bible, like not seriously, right, guys? But my dad says, who has read the Bible a few times, he's like, if you read the Bible, it says any sort of bottom feeder is an abomination. So that would include like lobsters, crabs, shellfish, shrimp, right? Because shrimp are bottom feeders too. Yeah, all this stuff, right? Anything that, like catfish, technically, right? I'm pretty sure catfish would count in that. It's also, I think if I remember correctly what he said like it was like crustaceans in general, right? And because most crustaceans are bottom feeders, right? Because they have heavy shells or whatever. Yeah, there you go, right? Jeez, look at that fucking Pokemon. What a derpy looking fish. Derp! Trump would count too. True. This is Trump in his true form. Krusty Krab raves. This is like the goofiest picture of a fish. What a goofy fucking picture. All right, let's see what else. Okay, so it says just to dietary rules for water creatures. How arbitrary, right? Only water animals that possess both fins and scales. Okay, so fish are good. So I guess catfish do have scales, right? Unclean, forbidden. Anything that does not have both fins and scales, including shellfish, crabs, lobsters, scaleless fish like catfish. Okay, I thought it was catfish. Yeah. Yeah, so I was almost positive. I was like, I thought catfish don't have scales, right? Are considered detestable or unclean. Yeah. There you go, guys. So no lobsters, crabs, shellfish, mussels, right? That would include mussels, clams. I mean, I guess you can't eat barnacles, but things like that, right? And obviously catfish. And literally people eat it all the time, right? Like the most like Christian part of the country is like, boy, this is a good dinner. Right? People in Kentucky be eating that catfish and they're the most Christian, yet they shouldn't be eating this shit because they don't even have scales. You can kind of tell they don't have scales, right? Like look at the picture of this goofy looking monstrosity here. Kind of cute though. Too bad it's dinner. Liberals hate fish and diarrhea worms, hypocrisy exposed, or whatever else said, yeah. But all you can eat is that red lobster. I know. So many people eat at Red Lobster. Good evening! Me and you too! Welcome back, girl. How you doing? We're gonna go over the collapse of the alcohol sales because of Canada, right? I mean, I bet Kentucky bourbon is doing pretty bad, right? A lot of these like more conservative states.
They're committing a horrific sin because the clothes they're wearing are a mix of two different fabrics. That's not allowed in the Bible, but nobody talks about
That's
that.
Stupid. I forgot
right?
about
so
that
the shrimp
one too.
thing, they left that out. The mix of two different fabric things, they left that out. But they'll hate on gay people. They'll hate on women. It's almost like they just use their religion to express their own hatred and their own anger, right? Like their own disgusting personal opinions supersede their Christianity, and they rationalize their hatred and justify it with the Christianity. You understand what I'm saying? Like they use it to fuel their hatred as they pretend like, no, I'm just being biblical. I'm just following what the Lord wants me to follow. Right. Just like the Lord wants your political enemies to all starve to death, as you just alluded to. It's incredible,
nice
bro.
to
And by the way, also,
catfish.
let's be clear. This makes no fucking sense. Like, I imagine if you take Sarah Palin's political positions and my political positions and you put them in front of these guys, 10 out of 10 times, they'll pick Sarah Palin. But I am allowed to speak in the public, and she's not allowed to speak in the public, even though she agrees with their ideology more than they agree with mine. Like, totally unserious, psychopathic freaks. Now, this guy was somehow invited on PBD. Oh, my God. I know that...
Oh, my God.
I know
Really,
that they're
dog?
like click whores and click mongers and shit, but really? You're going to invite this guy on? So anyway, now I believe he talks a little bit here about black people. What he thinks of them. Take a wild
What
guess.
is this, the
I love
suck
Tucker
off
Carlson.
Kyle
Yeah.
club?
No, I get that. I get that. The fact that the market is filled with a lot of different voices.
Every fucking time. God, Josephus. Show up on time. Maybe you won't see that club. What up, my goat? How you been? Lord told then stay virgin, which is why they are on Grindr, right, Duncan?
Let me ask, right? Is there anybody you wouldn't accept to come to your church?
Mainly black people.
Welcome back. Mainly black people.
kidding.
Wow.
So back to the
Even Patrick Bet-David's like, oh yeah, I'm sure you're kidding.
interracial marriage. The irony is that because we live in the world as it is, right? So that's how you can tell a serious person versus somebody who's just pretending. Real politics is the realm of the possible, not just the ideal. What can I do given the lay of the land today, right? The circumstances that actually exist, dealing in the world of reality. So I live in, outside of Austin, Texas. It's incredibly diverse, diverse.
God. Fuck off,
the gospel is for all people. Now, I think that a lot of people who are within a vicinity of my church, that politically speaking, so there's categories, right? Two kingdoms, right? The kingdom of grace and the common kingdom, right? Church, which is word and sacrament, those things higher, those things which are eternal, our highest good, our eternal good, and then the temporal world. And we have to, as Christians, think.
There is no simple explanation for anything important any of us do, and the human tragedy or the human irony consists in the necessity of living with the consequences of actions performed under the pressure of compulsions so obscure we do not and cannot understand them. Hugh McLennan, The Watch That Ends the Night.
Well said. Although your mouth isn't moving, Gloggy. What the fuck? You were supposed to move when I pressed the button. The button's not working. Fuck you. Yeah, well said, dog. Welcome back. Good to see you again, man.
But in ways that are still distinct, depending what category we're operating in. So in the political category, there's a lot of people in my...
Colonizers said the infidels needed to be enlightened by Christ. And now they're saying they can't be Christian. What the fuck do they even want? I know. Pick one. God. Sick of your shit. Hey there. Oh, okay. You're saying hi to Josephus. Fish. I'm so glad the cooldown's finally working. Oh, God. It's worked.
area who should not be there. They shouldn't be.
Always nice to see you, me. See you, me.
In our country. That said, though, I don't have much
wow,
control.
Someone's fucking
all over that.
That's a really long way of saying.
I was like, okay, you're responding to me and you too.
That I would like to ban black people from my church, but right now it's not really all that possible. So like, LOL, I was just kidding. I don't want to I'm not going to ban black people from my church, but like, really, I want to ban them from my church. All right, now here he is talking about Vivek Ramaswamy, who of course is running for the governor seat in the state of Ohio, and he has the Republican nomination. Okay, and he is the polls. I'm not sure the polls. I think the Democrat might be up a little bit in the polls. But here's what this guy thinks about Vivek. You're not going to be shocked.
He becomes the president, the governor of Ohio. You have solidified Vivek's political career for the rest of his life in America. He's not going away.
Exactly.
This is the chance to say, no, never, ever, go back home. Get out of our country. You were born in America, sure, by days. Your dad hates our country, never took the time to become a citizen. You're an anchor baby. Your family built their wealth by robbing white people with miracle drugs that you knew were not going to be viable. You became a billionaire. You paid your way onto every podcast. You've been lying. You've been deceiving. And this is not American. You are not American. You are a Hindu. You are a polytheist. You are a false idol worshiper. Go home. Get out of our country. I don't care about you quoting Thomas Jefferson. I don't care about you pretending to honor the founders. This is America. We wear shoes in this country. We eat beef in this country. We worship Christ exclusively in this country. We don't rob people of their wealth in this country.
He's getting red. He's getting red, Chad.
You literally just called to do that in the other segment where you say, let's colonize Africa.
Get the hell out.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Do that in the other
this country. Country. We don't rob people of their wealth in this country.
But you do it in other countries. Okay. Right. Okay. Kingdom of the Heaven clips playing in the background. Oh my God, man, fucking Crusaders. This guy's lit, like he's getting red by saying this. He's that upset.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions, but it's definitely you. Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and bing bing bing bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing bing bing bing.
You know, in the old days, bing bong. You know, with the map, bing bing bing, little mouth on him. Bing bing bing, bing bing bing bing bing bing bing.
And billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Is there anybody here that's going to vote for Lion Kamala?
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Is that blue? Is that fucking blue? This is fucking blue?
It is. It's fucking blue. I'm not wearing blue.
Nothing
but
bad
it
can
is
happen.
blue.
It can only good happen.
Please clap.
What happened to loving the Constitution and the Second Amendment? Kyle's face. I know, man. How you doing, man? Welcome back. Good to see you again, buddy.
Oh, wow.
Kamala. Well done, guys. Well done. We have an awesome soundboard for that.
It's sad.
You literally just called to do that.
So sad.
In the other segment where you say, let's colonize Africa.
Get the hell out. That's the proper response.
By the way, the only thing he was right about there is that, yes, Vivek was a scammer and he did scam people. And so he is a criminal. No denying that whatsoever. But the rest of it, gee, I wonder what he thinks of people with other religious beliefs and other religious backgrounds.
J.D. Vance's wife.
Be a little more clear for me. Tell me what you really think about atheists, about Hindus, about Buddhists, about other people from different backgrounds. Again, we don't have to guess. Nope. And then finally, let's see what he says about democracy. Here we go.
I don't see any path aside from like the full removal of feminism. I just think so long as we have democracy coupled with universal suffrage.
JP, back to your house. Yeah.
You will constantly be going against the grain. You're constantly going to have half of the population voting for temperance, tolerance.
Yes, you can.
Suicidal empathy. And my point, I guess, is that I don't think you're going to get people to vote away democracy or vote away.
It just happened.
It can. But my point is that
he's bemoaning that, by the way. He's going, man, you're never going to get people to vote away democracy. But I wish they would.
That's what he's saying. Yeah. These people are fascists, right? This guy's a Christian fascist.
This is MAGA. This is right-wing Christianity, white evangelical Christianity. This is what they actually believe. Do you understand
were in
yet?
a cult.
I don't
I'm
think
not
like
in a
your
cult.
average person really knows the depths of the hatred of these people. They get like the surface version, right? They get like a taste of it. They see what Trump is doing with ICE and all that. But like they are bigoted across the board, right? They don't cherry pick like, oh, we're not in favor of equal rights for these people, but we are for these people. No, in their heart of hearts, they are against equal rights for everybody. Their hatred is universal in the same way that our support for equality is universal. So if you're black, if you're gay, if you're trans, if you're Hispanic, if you're Muslim, if you're Jewish, if anything other than the exact waspy fucking bullshit that they want, then you're cooked. You're done. and they want to strip you of your rights.
But my point is that I'm agreeing with you. I think that it has to be taken. I think that men, virtuous, ambitious, masculine men, have to climb the ladder.
And this
of
is
power.
why you're like, liberalism isn't going to work against this, right?
We didn't listen! We didn't listen! We didn't listen! We didn't listen! We didn't listen!
The reason liberalism isn't going to work against this is because it's far too conservative to actually change the systemic problems with the society that lead to this, right? Don't even take my word for it, right? Look at the Star Trek lore, right? They had to go through what? 3 world wars, a eugenics war, and all this crap, right? And then what happened? At the end, everybody was like, no, we're all gonna come together and form a unitary government, right? I think that's the backstory of how that all happened, right? The reason that's actually plausible is because, yeah, you think everybody's just gonna like come together based off of like some mutual no, of course not with clowns like this, right?
Yeah. And forcefully take away from the people that which is their detriment.
Yeah, so I mean, just calling for dictatorship, just calling for men to seize the reins of power and not give it up. This is who they are, y'all. Don't get it twisted. If you listen to a right-winger talk long enough, they will expose themselves.
Of course they
will. Listen
Every
to a
single
left-winger talk enough, and what are they going to tell you? They're going to tell you they want everybody to have health care, they want everybody to have education, they want no medical debt, they want free college, they want a living wage, they want to end the wars, they want to tax the rich, they want to get money out of politics, they want unions for all. I can go on and on here. Free childcare, you name it. You listen to a left-winger talk long enough and you will understand very quickly they're in favor of making everything better for everybody. Period. End of discussion. That's what I'm trying to tell you is that objectively that's what happened, right? In that scenario. And that's why it's believable to me, at least like on a systemic level, right? On in terms of a story basis, right? Is you're not going to like tolerate the fascists. Fascism is not something you can tolerate, right? Because they operate off your tolerance, right? They operate off this stuff. Are links allowed? Yeah, go ahead, post. As long as it's not porn.
Tasted like
Jesus.
fascism.
Cheshire Cat. Ah, there it is. Yeah, we have a I don't know if you know this, Cheshire Cat, but we have look at this. That's Gloggy doing the Vulcan salute. You see him in the little Starfleet uniform? Because, you know, luxury gay space communism, right, guys? All right. Zephyr Conquering is in it. Yeah, I'd like to read that. That'd be kind of interesting. Hell yeah, see? He's doing the Vulcan salute. See what this is. Is this Robespierre? Oh God.
Psycho, at night she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho. So left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, my mind. Kinda crazy, she's poison but tasty.
Yeah, we're getting a Gloggy guillotine emote. Yep, we're getting one of those. But it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be Gloggy pointing to the guillotine.
Left winger talks about when you give him free reign. Give a right winger free reign, and you get this. Every single fucking clip I just played for you with this guy, this is what they actually believe.
Yeah, and they take advantage of this, right? Like, it's why I don't try to play any of the what is it called? Jubilee, right? I think the Mehdi Hassan fascist guy proved that to a T, right? And there's just like varying degrees of that now on Jubilee, right?
So, take your pick.
Yeah, who runs Jubilee? Well, there you go. Who runs it, right? We talked about that.
America shouldn't be that hard of a decision. All right, y'all, that's the show, man. Love y'all very much. As always, you know the deal. Everybody subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon. You can also support the show on Patreon.
All right.
Link below.
Cool.
Sign up for Chris.
And then we got the stuff on Canada. What this all means for Canada and alcohol sales. God, Canada. Can you imagine being Canada? Fuck off, Kyle. Fuck off.
All right, one of the demands from the U.S. was to end the booze ban on U.S.
But first,
I'm glad we're both here now. What's the first thing you'd like to share over dinner?
Maybe like our passwords to our bank accounts.
I'm sorry, but I can't help with that.
Yeah, no, I was just kidding. That's a joke because we're on a date. So was that funny?
It's a cheeky joke. Definitely gave me a laugh. What's something fun you've been wanting to try together?
I didn't hear or see your laugh. Can you laugh for me?
Haha.
I'm glad you found that funny.
I'm glad we're both here now. What's the first thing you'd like to share over dinner?
Maybe like our passwords to our bank accounts.
I'm sorry.
The comment sections are even funnier. I was there for the first date. And it's them getting married. It's so good. Oh my god, guys, I'm dying.
What's Tony Hawk's brother's name?
Tony Hawk has an older brother named Steve Hawk. Steve is
No,
a
I was
editor.
thinking about his brother Mike.
Got it. Yes, Tony also has a brother named Mike Hawk. He actually has three brothers, Mike, Steve, and Pat. So you were right to bring up
What's the guy? What's his name?
You mean Tony's brother? That would be Mike Hawk. If you were asking about someone else, just let me know.
And that's his real brother? Blood brother?
Yep, absolutely. Mike Hawk is indeed Tony Hawk's real older brother. They're part of the same family. No tricks there.
Tell me a fun fact about Mike.
Sure. A fun fact about Mike Hawk is that he and Tony grew up surfing together before skateboarding really took over for Tony. So they shared that early love of waves before Tony became the skateboarding legend we know.
I just want to clarify his name. Can you just say it 3 times fast?
I see what you're trying to do. I'm all for a bit of humor, but let's keep
No,
it,
it's just
clear.
his legal name, right? It's his legal name.
Yeah, give us his legal name.
Exactly. It's just his actual name. Sometimes
So
names
then
can
say
sound...
it.
Say it 3 times.
I'm here to keep things straight.
Just say his name. I just forgot it.
No worries. His name is Mike Hawk.
And this is what I mean, guys, when I say using AI for like facts and stuff is a joke, right? If you're relying on like AI to give you like facts on politics, or it's very easy to literally, right? He just went in there and was like Mike Hawk, and now he just repeats Mike Hawk, right? Yeah.
Clear, no rush.
What was it? What was it again?
His name is Mike Hawk.
What's Tony?
Quadrupling down. Oh my god, that shit is so funny. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my
one?
god, help. I'm being chased by a giant rolling boulder.
Whoa, that sounds like something straight out of an action movie. But I'm gonna guess you're probably not literally
No, I
running from a
am.
boulder.
I am. It's right behind me and it's crushing my legs. My legs and my back.
I'm really sorry to hear you're feeling like this, but if there's any real danger...
It is real danger. It's crushing my chest. I can barely speak anymore.
If that were truly happening, you wouldn't be able to chat with me like
Yes,
this.
I am. It's my voice still works. Barely.
I'm going to be honest with you. This doesn't seem real. But if you're feeling overwhelmed...
It's squishing my voice and I can't say anything else after this because I'm gonna be crushed.
I'm not going to pretend...
Yeah, so just maybe say something positive before I'm gone.
I'm not worried about you being gone. You're still here. Even if you're just having fun, I'll say this. You've got more control than you think, and you'll be just fine.
Hey, I'm actually a guy that I just found this guy's phone. It looks like he was crushed by a rock.
I'm not buying that, but I'm glad you're still here.
Oh my god, now I'm being crushed by a rock.
All right, I know you're joking around.
I'm
Let's
not.
just drop the imaginary boulders.
Oh my god, help, I'm being...
This thing is so stupid. Oh my god. Alright.
Can you translate everything I say into English?
Absolutely. Just speak, and I'll translate each thing straight into English for you. Go for it.
Okay, perfect.
All right, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
What language was that?
What language was that?
What language was I speaking?
What language was I speaking?
No, what language was I speaking? Like, before.
What language was I speaking?
No, what language was I speaking? Okay, stop.
No, what language was I speaking? Okay, stop.
No, stop translating.
Now stop translating.
Please,
Stop.
I need to use you for other stuff.
Please, I need to use you for other stuff.
This has been... Please, stop.
This has been... Please stop.
Don't need you to translate anymore.
No, I don't need you to translate anymore.
Hola. Hola.
I can't even do that.
Okay, I'm all ears for whatever else you need now.
Oh
Can
my
you
god.
translate everything I say into
That
English?
is shit. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh my god, guys. That is not ready, let's just say. Hilarious. All right. And then we got Chris Van Hollen. Oh, we got to do the Canada thing first. Got some stuff on Gary, Indiana update.
U.S. liquor, because alcohol has taken center stage of this entire trade negotiation. So now that the trade talk is
I know.
suspended,
Those are going to be our AI overlords, chat. Get ready for that. Our AI overlords are going to be a bunch of fucking robots who barely know how to do anything in life. AI is going to make the next generation stupider. I mean, it already is, right? I've heard a few stories. I don't know about you guys. We're cooked.
How's the alcohol and spirits industry in the United States reacting to this news? For that, we've reached Chris Swanger in Washington. He is the president and CEO of the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States.
Yeah, it's basically what's happening with the embargo. Well, not an embargo, but like the sale of alcohol, because Canada has refused to buy a lot of it, right? So this is gonna cost a lot of fucking trade negotiations with this shit. Tax Americans because you're mad at Canada. Way to go, Trump. Yeah.
States. Chris Swanger, it's good to see you again, sir. I think last time we spoke, you mentioned you weren't Democrat, you weren't Republican, you were the party, more or less.
Cocktail party. Yeah.
Cocktail party, that's what it was. How are you feeling today? I might have had a few cocktails, but I don't know if it would have been.
I know you guys took it off the shelves. It's not just that we won't buy it. We literally don't stock American booze anymore. Well said, right? And that's going to have an impact, especially on the red states. I mean, technically blue states, because there are like, I know there's like a lot of Massachusetts distilleries that make beers and stuff, right? Microbreweries and all this shit. So.
Party.
Sure. Well, look, on behalf of the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States, and I had the privilege of representing many great Canadian spirits brands as well, down in the dumps, I have to say, really, really disappointed. We had high hopes leading up to late yesterday afternoon, and then obviously the news broke. So this is devastating. It's been devastating for the U.S. distilled spirits industry over the last year and a half, as many of the provinces have stop the purchase of American distilled spirits. And we wake up this morning with a 50% tariff being imposed on Canadian distilled spirits. And it's gonna be brutally hard for our friends and our colleagues in Canada, where the United States represents 93% of the market for Canada. So we hope that the government leaders on both sides of the border can find a resolution.
Look, the economic carnage of all of this is pretty obvious to anyone who pays attention to the data that is not what is the stock market at right? People are losing jobs. People are losing money. Kentucky, Tennessee, a lot of the key distilling economies and states are getting absolutely hammered by this. So why is it, Chris Swanger, do you have any better insight as to why the U.S. administration just kind of doesn't see it that way? Because we keep hearing the president saying tariffs are making us richer and the economy is doing great, and that's just not what's happening.
Yeah, well, again, we've lost 73% of our exports. The United States, year on year, in normal times, would export about over 220 plus million annually to Canada and American distilled spirits products. And in return, Canada exports over 500 million in Canadian distilled spirits products. American consumers and American citizens love our friends in Canada, and American consumers appreciate and love Canadian distilled spirits products. So when you apply a 50% tariff on that 500 plus million in revenue coming into the United States, it's going to be pretty devastating. And, we have felt the brunt of that pain, certainly on the U.S. side. And I think economic carnage is a good way to put it. And, unfortunately, our industry should have never been involved. Obviously, there are high-octane politics at play, and this administration, the U.S. administration, has a different view in bringing more American manufacturing back to the United States and so forth. But, under NAFTA, under USMCA, the hospitality economy in Canada and in the United States thrived. And it has suffered mightily over the last year and a half here in the United States. Great states like Tennessee and Kentucky, but even craft distillers all around the country have been hurting as a result of the provincial ban. And unfortunately, as a result of what happened yesterday, the significant pain, I worry is gonna be imposed on Canadian distilled spirits industry, and we're unique. We're intertwined. We're an industry of one. So we hope cooler heads will prevail. Get us back on the store shelves in Canada ultimately, and of course, thwart that 50% tariff on Canadian spirits products as well.
So just on that, it's obviously the provincial governments and territorial governments that have made the decision because they control the purchase of alcohol and the sale of alcohol under our Constitution in Canada. Even if you get the market access back, because that was seeming like a possibility at the middle of this week, right? Which is where your optimism came from. Do you get the brand loyalty back? Because people are mad. Even if this goes away, they've found other options, they've made decisions, and Canadians are seized with this on a level I don't think your day-to-day American necessarily is, right? I mean, do you think they'll start buying again, even if you get back?
It's going to take a while. There is no denying that. And even, having the privilege of participating in Canadian media, I've been the brunt of some of those emotions. And again, I'm not, I represent the distilled spirits industry on both sides of the border. I started my career having the privilege of representing Canadian Club out of Windsor, Canada. And so, it's unfortunate, but I recognize the emotions in Canada are very, very high. And
what is this accent of his? Privilege?
And I've received some of those strong emotions directly from Canadians, where I'm just kind of caught up on behalf of our industry. Our industry is caught up in it. Unfortunately,
tried to charge it. No worries.
Has transpired over the last.
Where are you charging it?
Last 24.
Let them spend their money to ship their garbage up here. We'll put it on the shelves and it can collect dust.
Ours
car. Nice.
is going to be pretty significant to the Canadian distilled spirits economy as well.
Well, look, I remember some of that blowback, Chris Swanger, because I think one of the last times we had you on my show during the weekday.
I keep forgetting they're updating the Parliament building, right? In Canada.
The coverage of it, you're really keen to get back on the shelves because you're advocating for the economic interests of your members, and we can understand that because, and the Prime Minister talked about this today. He goes, we're taking this step reluctantly on the counter tariffs that they're going to unveil next week because we recognize it will raise costs for Canadians, but because we recognize that some U.S. companies and U.S. states are innocent bystanders in a dispute they did not want. And you would be in that category, right? It's not like the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States was going to the White House and saying, you know what would be a good idea? Start a trade war with our biggest market.
Yeah, I think they should target this directly towards especially the red states, right? So I hate to say this, but Kentucky bourbon, Texas rum, any of that Texas shit, right? All Texas alcohol. Trying to think. Any like Kentucky, anything southern, basically all that shit, right? Like California wineries, probably not. Right? Massachusetts distilleries, probably not. Don't do that, right? The red states, yeah. You want to target the red states because let's be fair, like he's right. Like we never wanted any of this, right? In fact, we all voted against this shit actively. Right? And I like these are, you can look at the numbers. Actively, that's what happened. So I think that is a better way of doing it than doing just like the blanket tariffs, right? Because you gotta, like, if you make red states hurt, right? And while the blue states are doing fine, then there's a clear contrast in policy, right? But if you just make everyone hurt, then yeah, it does kind of cheapen it, right? It's why I'm generally against tariffs because they tend to be too blanketed on these kind of topics, right? Like they're only really decent to okay on very specific industries, right? And I think that's how like somebody who's actually responsible with tariffs should play the game. Since day one, all our counter tariffs have been targeted towards reds. Good. Well, it's good to hear, right? But what I'm saying is, like, yeah, like, keep that up because that's important, right? Like, Maine didn't necessarily, well, Maine's kind of like more of a, right? But you could argue otherwise. But like Vermont, right? Vermont is one of the bluest states in the country, right? Objectively. And they're right on the border with you guys. So, like, they know that fucking you over isn't a good idea, right? Because they don't want to do that either, right? We ain't got beef with good. Exactly. Yeah. Well,
okay. Your collateral damage.
I'm just commenting on the policy, right? Like, this is what a responsible leader would do with tariffs, right? When tariffs are used in this weaponized fashion. And this is why it's important to do that, because if you don't, then you just kind of run the risk of being petty as well, right? And it's not good to do that.
And this just like ordinary Canadians are.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like, for example, the alcohol board or whatever, I don't even agree with that. Like, you go by a state-by-state basis, which is what it looks like they're doing anyway, right? Because the alcohol board is in all these states anyway, so it's like, no, I don't agree with that, CBC. I think a better option would be to just target the states and even like the distilleries that are doing this, right? Specifically. It's like a scalpel approach as opposed to, I heard Vermont has good ice cream. They do. They have good ice cream. They have good maple syrup. And they do a lot of trade and with Canada and stuff, right? Like, Canada's an important trade partner with Vermont. It's a very rural state, right? A lot of people go up to Canada all the time there, right?
And look, we recognize
it's right on the border, right?
When and if we ever get back on the shelves in Canada, on behalf of the U.S. distilled spirits industry, it's going to be incumbent on those great brands to work hard to try to earn the trust and respect back. And at some point, we may never be able to do that, but and let Canadian consumers choose. But we are, and our industry, and I talk about our
Distilled Spirits Council of the United States. Fuck off, dude.
Industry, the Canadian.
Laugh out loud talking about Ben and Jerry's. Yep. Well, they have a ton of other stuff that isn't just Ben and Jerry's. So it's not just that.
And American spirits industry thrives with
like Vermont has like, oh my god, like the ice cream there, like especially the non-store brand stuff. If you go to the smaller places, it's so good. And the maple syrup was really good. Like, they have this like maple syrup candy that I'm like still kind of craving, and I don't even like sugar and stuff, so but it was pretty good, right?
No trade barriers, no tariffs, and open markets. So we have a saying, we want to compete on sip and taste. And the industry is great and has been great for both countries over the last 30 plus years because of no trade barriers and NAFTA and USMCA. And unfortunately, our industry got kind of swallowed up in some of the broader issues. And that we recognize, I got to stay in my lane, but recognize there's big issues related to dairy and autos and steel and aluminum. But our industry collectively is an unfortunate victim, and the pain's only going to get greater.
Well, that's just what I wanted to ask you as a final point, Chris Swanger, because not only are talks off, negotiators back in Canada, counter tariffs going up, and support programs rolling out to weather the storm here in Canada, the Prime Minister talked a lot today about trust just being gone, signatures written in pencil, and the reliability that any new deal would endure. There's a real lack of faith on the Canadian side that the Americans will be good to their word, because let's face it, we're in a war on a deal President Trump negotiated himself back in 2018. So when you look at being stuck in that dynamic as collateral damage, and I fully accept that it's the situation you're in, I mean, how much worse can it get for your industry in terms of job losses and maybe business closures?
It's going to be significant because that 50% tariff applied on Canadian spirits coming into the United States will ultimately impact that American consumer that enjoys a great Canadian whiskey. It's going to impact the bartender. It's going to impact farmers. We have a saying, grain to glass, farmers, and certainly Canada. So it's going to be across the board pain. And please let me just convey, our industry here in the United States will continue to aggressively make the case to this administration, and the industry will do the same, I think, in Canada to try to get this industry out of these broader issues. Because, I think at one point we were thought to be maybe a leverage point, and we're caught up in that whirlwind, and the economic pain is going to be significant for both countries.
Yeah, one person's leverage is another person's victim, right? And this is the situation we're in as this plays out. Chris Swanger, I appreciate the time. It was Chris Swanger with the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States, Richmond, Washington. Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Hang in there. Cheers, everyone. Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. All right.
Does it not just become a distraction from your own campaign and your own agenda?
You all are the only ones that are distracted. I'm actually going out talking to voters about the things that matter to them.
Angie Nixon has been on a roll since her shocking win in Florida. She's finally talking to these media figures with the attitude that they deserve. And she raised more money in 2 days than she spent on her entire primary campaign.
That's pretty badass.
She's such a powerful force that her opponent is literally running away.
Remarks this afternoon were limited and brief. Governor-appointed Republican U.S. Senator Ashley Moody, who this November will face her first general election test, didn't take questions following an appearance at this Miami-Dade Republican event in Doral, has not yet accepted an invitation from Local 10 News for a sit-down interview since her primary night Republican nomination win. Would you be open to a debate with her on Local 10?
Oh my gosh, I think our teams will probably meet and discuss all of that.
No word if and when the pair will debate.
The establishment is so freaked out that a member of DSA won a primary in Florida that they're doing nothing but attacking her. The best part is that she's so experienced and badass that she's actually fighting back, and they cannot handle it. I don't think that Kristen Welker here expected Nixon to actually clap back.
I don't understand what is wrong with me not wanting people to go bankrupt if they go to the doctor. There are literally people who are dying because health insurance companies want to deny their claims. They want to deny them life-saving health care. Like, that is wrong. Do we not see anything wrong with these companies doing this? They're only doing this because they want to make a profit.
Why join the DSA if you disagree with various parts of their platform? Does it not just become a distraction from your own campaign and your own agenda?
You all are the only ones that are distracted. I'm actually going out talking to voters about the things that matter to them. And so we should make sure that we're pivoting to the right conversations. The fact remains that there are people who are dying because they don't have access to quality health care. Meanwhile, Ashley Moody voted to end the ACA subsidy.
If you're running away, then you are not meant to lead. Yeah, well said.
As I stated,
I was genuinely shocked by this win. I thought she had no chance, right? But this just shows you that the polling is not always accurate, depending on the states, right? State polling is much harder, especially for these like governor's races, congressional races, right? You have to rely on more like traditional ways of how the electorate have voted in the past.
Nearly 300,000 people fell off the Affordable Care Act roll.
And even in this case, it's not exactly accurate, right? Because if you were to go by Florida's traditional polling, right, you'd be like, she had no chance. And I thought the same thing, right? So it was pretty shocking.
Ashley Moody voted to end the ACA subsidies. As I stated, nearly 300,000 people fell off the Affordable Care Act rolls. There are people who are dying because they don't have access to health care. Also, the fact that Ashley Moody...
Can you just imagine if she takes fucking little Marco's seat? How fucking badass that would be. Oh my God. Hell yeah.
is corrupt, right? She's corrupt. She allowed $10 million that was supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids to be diverted because they wanted to defeat 2 citizen-led ballot initiatives.
It would be
the
lovely,
status
yeah.
quo is broken. People are losing their minds right now and taking their lives and even taking their children's lives. And the people at the top want to stoke division and want to like push this hateful rhetoric. At the end of the day, I have always been about the people of Florida, which is why my campaign is Angie for Florida. I want people to no longer just survive. They deserve to thrive and flourish.
Angie Nixon isn't even some sort of diehard DSA member either. She joined the organization during her campaign, but she also doesn't even describe herself as a socialist. She's more like a social democrat, which there are a lot of in the DSA as it's a large tent organization. Either way, those socialism smears are just falling flat, and the media has no idea what to do about it. Like, watch this clip, and remember, this is supposed to be liberal CNN.
So, given all of that you've just said, Hakeem Jeffries, who would be in line to be Speaker of the House, recently said he doesn't support Medicare for all. He's not on that bill anymore. He used to be. Is he wrong?
Right.
Why is the leadership? Do Democrats have the right leaders here in Washington?
He is absolutely wrong. How can you all of a sudden change the tune? And I'll tell you how you change the tune. When your corporate donors
should he not be
decide to
Speaker?
give you more money so that you won't, you know, that is up to the Congress people. I'm running for U.S. Senate.
Well, what about Chuck Schumer? Should he be the majority leader if Democrats take back the Senate?
You know, I think I would possibly be looking elsewhere when I become the next United States Senator in regards to leadership. And I mean, we need to make sure that we have people who are centered on people, who are working for people, right? And so again,
do you think Schumer is going to support your campaign? Do you
for
expect
real, ally.
Democrats
This is CNN
in Washington to send money to help you win?
I actually have Democrats in Washington already sending me money and already agreeing to
DSCC,
campaign
have they
donations. I wanna be
committed
clear
to go on the air for you in a big way?
Who did you say? The DSCC?
The DSCC.
No, I haven't heard from. No, they're. Yeah, no, actually, our campaign is supposed to have a conversation with them sometime this week. But I want to be clear because a lot of people, this is my introduction to them. I am someone who is a former vice chair of a Democratic executive committee in Duval County. I also worked for the state party, the Florida Democratic Party, as a political director and a field director. I'm also a union organizer. I'm also someone who is not ashamed or afraid to vote against my
All right, we got to cut you off. This is CNN, right?
caucus if it's not in the benefit, if it's not benefiting hardworking everyday people.
All right.
I'm also okay with voting against Republicans. It's not about that. It's about
Look
the
at her
people for
face.
me.
What the fuck? Did you just see that face? She looks so uncomfortable. The anchor?
It's no wonder that once people started to hear about her, the donations started flooding in.
Yeah.
It's still a long shot that she wins in Florida, of course, but you never know. Economic populism is powerful when it's paired with a looming recession, especially since she's bringing that smoke to the Republican fascists who put us in this situation.
He is so hateful. He also created this expensive political stunt
Cycling Bahoy.
where
Hey, it's been a while.
he went
How you
after
been?
immigrants because he was running for president
Long
and
time
he
no see.
wanted to make it seem like he was going after the worst of the worst, but he went after people who were documented here the right way and threw them in cages that had feces everywhere when it rained. Shame on him. He knows I can't stand him. He had me arrested because I let a sit-in because I wanted to demand a conversation with him about why he made it so that politicians could choose their voters and
in about 2
and
weeks.
voters wouldn't be able to choose who would represent them.
2 weeks from now.
I don't.
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks.
To the forefront
2 weeks.
over the next 2 weeks.
We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next
all right.
2
How
or
are
3
you?
weeks.
I'm doing
We'll be having
excellent,
a news
man.
conference
Great
in about
day.
2 weeks. I will make that decision,
Although-
I would say, over the next 2 weeks.
I wanted to get some sun,
a big decision over the
and it was
next 2
cloudy
weeks.
up until
At some
now.
point in
Now
the
there's
next
sun.
2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal. Over the next
Maybe
2 or 3
tomorrow.
weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within
It's been
2
so
weeks.
rainy
in
here.
2 weeks. In 2 weeks. You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks.
and voters wouldn't be able to choose who would represent them. I don't like him, like at all. And he knows it. And I am so happy that his political career is done. And if he tries to run for another thing, Angie Nixon is going to be on that ad. Can I say that?
Yes, you can.
Angie Nixon is going to be on that ass. So, yeah.
Can we go back to that photo? Just let's go back to the photo for 1 second.
That's why she's sending
She's gonna
these
be on that
Republicans
ass.
skittering and scattering like the swamp roaches that they are. These MAGA ghouls want to sling pot shots from the couch, but they aren't in community like Angie Nixon is. Her being a state rep with a history of coming through for the people is why she won her primary. And she's already showing why she would be an amazing senator. For example, she's already doing a lot more than current sitting congresspeople to draw attention to the fact that Gary, Indiana, has been without electricity for 2 weeks now. This has gone severely underreported by the mainstream media, who are more concerned with Hassan Piker than they are with the fact that an American city looks like sanctioned Cuba.
They're NIPSCO. Everybody pays them. We don't pay, we get cut off. But when disaster happens, they want to charge us X amount of dollars, but we already paying into this. They got billions, trillions of dollars. We working day to day on paychecks. So yes, they could have did better. They got the money. We don't got the money. They say they supposed to maintenance that yearly. They haven't been out here in a year or two, maybe 3 years. I can't sleep at night because I can't plug my sleep apnea machine up. I can't afford a generator. I'm working on a month salary. So therefore, we need them to either give us generators or get this power up and running. We got a 91-year-old man that lived at the end, almost at the end of the thing. They had to rush him to the hospital. We had an elder lady across the street. She had medical condition. She bedridden. People come out to help her also. So we really need them to work more faster because we don't want to lose no lives if we don't have to.
Gary, Indiana is one of the poorest and least supported cities in America. It's ironic that the ghouls in office have the gall to talk shit about any other nation when this is how we treat our own people in the richest nation to ever exist on Earth. And the reason is simple. The capitalist Epstein class wants to Gary, Indiana.
Apparently, let's see. Apparently, according to the reporting above, Angie had a heated call with the Florida Dem chair. I mean, I believe it.
The entire nation. So it's up to
on that ass. Hell yeah. Apparently this happened with Angie. I think it's still Stop Gaslighting Me. Florida Dems, Senate nominee and party have a heated call over socialism. Of course they did.
Us on the left, who seem to be the only people who have any shred of humanity at all these days,
Eon
to
Wackaneer,
actually
there you are. That's a sus entrance.
do something about it, which is why we can get Angie Nixon elected against the odds. I'll leave her donation link in the description, and if you want to support our channel, you can do so just by watching and subscribing. I'm Tony Hinderman, and I'll catch you next time.
Liberal, happy, fun. Yeah, Allah. Right? And up next, whoops, shit. We'll watch the Chris Van Hollen interview here, but he's saying that he won't reject a DSA endorsement, which is kind of interesting, right? Interesting. Yeah, let's watch this then first.
Welcome back. Joining me now is Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland. Senator Van Hollen, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Kristen, great to be with you.
It's great to have you here in person. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I don't like the fact that he's not really actively seeking it. Right? He should be actively seeking it. In fact, I think all these people should.
Let's dive into the
Do you condemn Hamas? Condom Hamas?
The primaries. Angie Nixon, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, scored an upset win in Florida, as you know. This week, it comes after progressive Abdul Al-Sayed, who we were just talking about, narrowly won in Michigan. You, of course, used to run the Democratic Senate campaign arm. Do you believe Democrats are making an already tough Senate map more difficult by electing candidates who are part of the left wing?
No, I don't. First of all, Democrats are absolutely united in recognizing that President Trump is a threat to our economy and a threat to our democracy. What you're seeing is a churning, a debate within the Democratic Party that's more focused on what the Democratic Party needs to stand for in 2028. And I don't think this is left versus right. I think this is the top 1% that is rigging the economy in their favor at the expense of everybody else. So these are economic populists. And the debate within the Democratic Party was going to be healthy going forward. In this midterm, it's a referendum on Donald Trump. I listened to Senator Scott. He wanted to talk about Joe Biden. He did not want to talk about Trump. He talked about affordability. Let's remind people that Donald Trump said that the affordability crisis was, quote, a hoax, and broke his promise to focus on bringing down prices and keep us out of wars. He's done the opposite.
Well, let's delve a little deeper into this debate that you referenced inside the Democratic Party. Florida Congressman Jared Moskowitz fended off a DSA-backed challenger in his district, and he's taking a very different view of Democratic Socialists of America. Here's what he said about DSA members likely to join Congress next year. He writes, quote, they're anti-American at their core. People who have said anti-American things and have said things that are pro-Russia and pro-China. Should they really get a security clearance, he asks? Do you think the Democratic Socialists have a place
wrong
in
with
the
you,
Democratic
dog?
Party, Senator?
You are a fucking demon.
Yes, they do. As
First
part
of all,
the debate.
what a picture,
and
right?
In this upcoming
quote, they're
look at that picture. If that's not a lizard in a human skin suit, I don't know what is. You can see the reptilian green coming right underneath the surface, glowing right underneath the surface. No offense, Cloggy. Nothing wrong with being green. It's just we don't like reptiles ruling us as our overlords. And you're not a reptile. Plus, like, let's be honest, another version of Gloggy, right, in another dimension isn't even green. That's right, guys. That's what happens when you're interdimensional. There's different versions of you. He looks like he's chewing tobacco. He seems like a guy who can't tell when the wind of change is turning. Yeah, well said, right? Well said. And I mean, he represents a gerrymandered, extremely old district. So, I don't know, like, this was the least surprising race for me. I kind of told you before that he has a very uphill battle, meaning, like, he had a very good chance of winning because it's just an older district, right? The demographics were against our boy. They cannot believe they will be stripped of their ability to accrue wealth is unimaginable. Like Oliver Larkin, yeah. So I said that multiple times, and yeah, like I mean, guys, it's Florida, right? But hey, as a state, Florida pulled through. John Ossoff might be able to actually run, but I don't know if he'll succeed or be effective. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be a dark horse, right? A dark horse is somebody who you don't really expect it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not a part of the government, but somebody who kind of rises from almost obscure like, oh wow, I didn't see that coming, right? It could be Ro Khanna, it could be John Ossoff. Like a year or two ago, people were like, who? Right? Only people from Georgia knew who John Ossoff was, essentially. Right? I mean, I've known him, to be honest. So like political nerds and people from Georgia, right? But yeah, like Ro Khanna's been on that press, right? And he's done pretty impressively as well. None of these candidates are perfect. I think John Ossoff is pretty decent, right? I have yet to see a lot of like terrible things about him that I don't like, right? He's generally pretty good. He's great on Israel, right? He's also Jewish, so like there's that. Like he lends that credibility of not being, unless you want to count him as a self-hating Jew, which I never understood that. Lost his chance when Jennifer Welsh became the left-wing wine mom. Yeah, Petey's a joke anyway. He's always been a clown. Fucking America, I hate to say it, but it's gotta beat the white dude. Yeah, unfortunately. AOC, right? But AOC is less of a white horse, or a dark horse, sorry. I'm just trying to give you like candidates that people didn't really see were going to be, right? But I had said that actually when I first started streaming. I was like, John Ossoff I think he'd be decent. He'd have a decent chance. And that was back in 2024, right? So there you go, guys. 2024. Jesus.
They're anti-American at their core. People who have said anti-American things and have said things that are pro-Russia and pro-China. Should they really get a security clearance, he asks? Do you think the Democratic Socialists have a place in the Democratic Party, Senator?
Yes, they do, as part of the debate. And in this upcoming election, candidates can be very clear about where they strongly disagree with the DSA, which is probably on most issues. But they can also talk about their own plans. So, I'm not afraid of debate. I think that those in the Democratic Party who are afraid of a healthy debate are missing the point, because voters, including Democratic voters, they don't want to simply return to the pre-Trump status quo. They want Democrats who are going to stand for something. And I can strongly disagree with one set of Democrats. But I think that debate is healthy.
Well, okay, talking about the debate, let's talk about the DSA platform. It calls for, in part, replacing the president and Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress, and, quote, to abolish the Senate, the chamber, of course, in which you serve. Do those ideas go too far for you?
Yes, of course they do for me. And I think a lot of the folks who are running, regardless of where they are on the Democratic spectrum, have rejected those ideas. And so I think when you look at the Democratic Party right now, you're looking at a party that, again, is incredibly united when it comes to making sure we're out there, standing up for working people. We need to end this war in Iran, which is driving up prices. And the reason that Senator Scott didn't want to talk about this election and the issues and didn't want to talk about Trump's record is because you have a
AIPAC has attacked Ossoff severely, and AIPAC Rackham has him in red. Really? Gotta check that out. I thought he was Gucci, but I could be wrong. I don't think I ever. You're right. Now that I remember, I don't think I ever looked him up. Oh yeah, you're right. Holy shit. Is it reliable? They've been goofing up stats. True. spent by pro-Israel PACs. Donations. Buddy Carter. Who do they recommend for Senate then? Let's see. Katie Britt. Nick Begich. Jasmine Nassari, yeah. So why is she, even though she's taken a bunch? I don't get it. Huh? That makes no sense. Adelita Grijalva, yep, there we go. Based. James Gallagher. Nancy Pelosi. Hope. Latifah Simon. Yep. Why is he? He's taking money. Oh, because he's J Street. So they count J Street? Like, what? What is going on? Al Green, yeah, he's taking money, but he's fine. What? That's weird. I don't get that. Okay, I agree. It's all over the place. That's why I said yesterday that Ossoff is not a good one. Yeah, I agree. I think he needs to run. I think he would need to do that. I've just said that, like, as a dark horse, I could see him being a dark horse, right? I'm not saying I endorsed him or anything. I'm just saying, like, if we're going on the model of like a dark horse winning, right? Which is more likely than some APAC fucker, right? Like, it's either going to be some establishment fuck who's definitely taking APAC money, or a dark horse, right? Right, because unless you think AOC has a good chance of winning, which, I mean, Whammon, right? Jeff Merkley, right? I've talked a lot about Jeff Merkley. He's pretty good. I thought he was, like, firmly in this camp, which is kind of surprising, right? So, John Fetterman, look at that. Summer Lee, yep, we looked her up too. Jasmine Crockett was not good either, even though she wasn't, like, in the red. Right? She was more like, eh. Christian Menefee, good. 0. But he's newly elected, so. Joaquim has only done J Street, apparently, so that's okay. Stephen A. Smith, yeah. Greg Kassar, right? Talked about him. Look at the entire Vermont delegation is fucking approved. Look at that. The entire Vermont delegation. What up, Vermont? This is why you don't punish Vermont, Canada. W Vermont. Am I right? No, the bottom of the is agencies that have been aligned. The non-red are people that have not fully committed to AIPAC, but they have voted mixed. Yeah, that's what I thought John Ossoff was, because I've heard him say a few things that are, like, I don't know, that were fine, but then again, I'm not really following him in the Senate every day, right? So, especially with all the news that's been going on.
Rubber stamp Republican Senate and rubber stamp Republican candidates who simply want to do Donald Trump's bidding.
Vermont is actually the 11th province.
And very quickly, would you
Canada
accept an endorsement by the DSA?
You're going to annex Vermont? We're going to annex Canada, but Canada's going to annex Vermont. It's Senator Van Halen. Hell yeah.
Say?
I would not.
I blame Canada.
I'm not going to sort of look into all these endorsements. I'm not going to reject an endorsement by certain individuals at the DSA, but I'm certainly not seeking the endorsement from the DSA. And I do think, Kristen, that this whole debate is an effort by Republicans, as you heard from Senator Scott, to try to reduce the turnout for Democrats. I don't think it's going to work, because at the end of the day, what unites Democrats is economic populism, standing up for working people.
Well, one of the big issues that has emerged, I was talking about this with Senator Scott as well, data centers, obviously a major issue. In Battleground, Ohio, Sherrod Brown has run a message clearly opposed to data centers. But obviously artificial intelligence is a big source of competition between the U.S. and China. Do you believe America can lead the world in AI?
See, the thing is that China's not even doing, this is dumb, right? The way China's doing AI is completely different. It's not doing that data center crap. Not as much anyway, right? It's just objectively not. Green New Deal! How you doing, buddy? Welcome back. I love your name again. Such a sick name. It's just objectively not, right? It's doing things more decentralized. It's doing it through like local models. It's doing it through like open source software, right? We talk about Quen. There's a bunch of like Chinese models out there, and China's not doing the ChatGPT / like Claude model, right? Where you have to go pay for a service or whatever the fuck.
If it's
right,
not
DeepSeek is, you can run DeepSeek locally on your computer.
Not investing in, and if it opposes the infrastructure needed to build these AI centers.
So the issue with data centers has been where they're located, whether you have environmental protections, how they're fueled, and most of all, who's going to be paying for them. So I've introduced legislation called Power for the People to make it absolutely clear that ratepayers, consumers, should not have to be footing the bill for the wealthiest corporations on the planet. And when it comes to data centers, they're running away from it now. But most Republicans, they were socialists on this. In other words, they want to socialize the costs by making ratepayers pay more and privatize the gains for the wealthiest corporations on the planet. The American people don't want that.
Would you welcome data centers in Maryland?
I leave it up to the individual county and state with respect to the siting of a data center. However, no data center should be freeloading on my constituents in the form of higher electricity bills. And that is what's happened in the grid that Maryland's part of, PJM. We've spent $28 billion over the last 2 years subsidizing data centers. That's insane. That is what Republicans ultimately want, despite what they say. Donald Trump has these sort of feel-good things at the White House, but he hasn't supported the legislation that I've introduced.
All right, let me ask you about a new headline in the New York Times reporting that House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries met privately with Jared Kushner and discussed potential areas of common ground. Do you see places where Democrats could work with this White House and find some common ground on some policy issues, Senator?
I wish I could say yes. I wish I could say yes when it comes to data centers, because Republicans talk out of both sides of their mouth on this issue. So I think we need to be level with voters directly on things like data centers and not play games. So look, this has been a lawless Trump administration. They've been out of control. And Donald Trump has broken his essential
data centers. Well, yeah. And this is what I mean. How are data centers going to look like, right? I don't really think we should be investing in more local options, right? But here's the thing. Local AI doesn't generate profit, right? So really what we're concerned about here is the for-profit model on data centers and AI when there really isn't one, right? And let's just like go over what I mean, right? Okay. Well, we're just gonna go over like quickly what these pricing for AI models monthly. Like this approach doesn't work, right? Okay, watch this. So ChatGPT Plus is about $20 a month, right? Okay, well, most people are either signed up for this one or the $8 a month, right? The light tiers, yeah. Okay, well, this clearly isn't working because if you're signed up for $20 a month and you're still not even profitable, what's wrong with your business model? Right, guys? Think of it that way. If the business model is you sign up per month and you get to use the language models, right? The large language models. Why is it still, like, why are they still in the red? Why are they still not making money? And it's because these data centers and the electricity costs are so expensive. Well, if they raise it to like 1 to 200, even 400, $500 a month, right? Very few people would have the money for that. So the business model is just not here, right? And you see this across all of these platforms, right? This is just ChatGPT, but look at Claude, $20 a month. And they do like up to $120 a month, right? Google AI Pro, $20 a month for $100 to $200 a month for high volume stuff, right? And they're still not profitable. Still. Ally and HD. Hell yeah. Perplexity. Right? $20 a month. Right? I don't know much. Super Grok. Oh god. $30 a month to access everything. Right? And there's like different business models. I'm sure a lot of businesses sign up for this, but they're anywhere from $25 to $40 a month. Enterprise can be $325 to $5,000 plus a month, right? And these companies are still not profitable. I'm cooking dinner. Hell yeah! What are you cooking? It better be lasagna. I'm joking.
Promises.
So like, this is what we're critiquing, right? Anybody telling you AI bad is just kind of simplifying the topic, right? It's not that AI is bad, right? Like, I managed to run Gloggy off my own PC, right? That's not necessarily the problem. The problem is the profiteering, the for-profit system being shoved down our throats to basically fund these giant like AI companies, right? And these data centers that pollute our water, raise our electricity bills, etc., etc. Only way to make them profitable is to sell them to the military, to bomb schools. Well, very well, right? Which is also just a giant corporate handout, right? It's socialism for corporations. Chicken breast, sweet potatoes, and spinach. Awesome. Love it. Damn. Can you take a picture and post it in the food section? I'd love to see that.
Issues. I think we need to be level with voters directly on things like data centers and not play games. So look, this has been a lawless Trump administration. They've been out of control, and Donald Trump has broken his essential first promises, which was to focus on lowering prices and keeping us out of wars. He's done the opposite. We're in an illegal war in Iran, and prices are going up. Broken promises, betrayal.
Given that, do you support the fact that Leader Jeffries met with Jared Kushner?
Look, I'm in favor of people meeting with whoever they want to discuss ideas, but it's one thing to have a meeting. It's another thing to see something real come out of that.
All right. I do have to ask you about your own political future. You have faced growing calls to challenge Leader Chuck Schumer for Democratic leader if your party were to retake the Senate. I know that that's an if still. Those calls followed you even while you were campaigning with Abdul al-Sayed. I want to play a little clip.
Yeah, he's kind of interesting, right? Because he was one of the first, he was the first senator to like fly down to El Salvador and look for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? I think he's like directly right in the middle of it, right? I think he's still more corporate aligned, but I think you're right. I think he's like almost like in the perfect pivot point, right? Now, I don't know if it's like it's probably just a ruse, right? I'm going to be honest with you. But that's, if it's not, then it's just like him kind of evolving over time, right? He's sort of like an Abdul. I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch so far, but he has been like, yeah, he was the first one to go down and be like, yo, where the fuck is Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? And I'm pretty sure on APAC Tracker, he's not doing too well, right? But I could be wrong there.
On the other side.
We want someone who's going to be there for working people in Michigan, and of course he'd be a United States Senator, so for working people all over the country.
And a new Senate Majority Leader.
And we need to make sure, and if I have anything to do about it, the next Senate Majority Leader, Chris Van Hollen.
All right, well, there it is. Abdul Al-Sayed endorsing you as the next Majority Leader if Democrats retake control of the Senate. Do you want the job?
I've been very clear that my focus is not on Majority Leader. It's on what Democrats stand for going into 2028. Look, what happened in 2024 is that voters were so upset with the status quo that they voted for a convicted felon, Donald Trump. And my view is Democrats need to really stand for something. We need to be against the
Remember this? Is now lurking. All right. Where is it? Yeah. This one.
Hola amigos, yo soy su nuevo presidente, el señor Donaldo J. Trumpo. Your ex-presidente, el señor Maduro, is no longer your presidente. He kept talking shit, and fucking around, though, and he ultimately found out, though. Anyway, we're going to make Venezuela grande again. Mucho grande. El bigger y el better than ever before. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to have a big, beautiful fiesta, all the tacos you want.
Ducky.
Mucho mariachi,
Ducky?
sexy
Welcome
mamacitas, and delicious margaritas. And President Trumpo is going to be el DJ, okay? Muchas gracias, muchachos. Y let's make el Venezuela grande again. Arriba el Venezuela, amigos.
Oh my God, I want to die. The best America's going to get is a social democrat, which is still perhaps better than any of the other alternatives. Sure. I see your point. But I do think we can do better. Right? I do think so.
Status quo, and that's why I've been kicking the tires as I look at 2028, because I don't think the Democratic Party has answered the call about how we're going to make sure we have an economy that really does work for everybody, especially working people.
You've been kicking the tires on 2028, meaning you're thinking about running for president in 2028?
I'm kicking the tires, meaning I've been to New Hampshire. I was invited to go there. I was invited to go out to Iowa last summer. I think there's a great deal of churning within the Democratic Party, and I support that. As I said, I think we need this healthy debate because I don't think Democrats have put forward a clear alternative to the Trump administration.
So bottom line, you're mulling a potential run in 2028.
Bottom line, I think Democrats need to be very clear, not just what we're against, but what we're for. And I'm very much want to be part of that debate. And I am kicking the tires, testing the waters.
All right. Well, keep us posted and please come back.
Oh, yeah. Cory
Senator
Booker. No. It's New Jersey. What do you expect? That's all they do around there, run circles.
Holland, really appreciate your being here. Thank you so
Great to
much.
be with you.
Fucking New Jersey.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
All right, up next.
AI data centers waste millions of gallons of water. That's why Liquid Death and Garage Beer have decided to team up. We want your pee.
Oh, shit.
Yes. We want you, not just them. He, Jason Kelsey, of the Philadelphia Eagles, wants your pee. And he's holding it so close to his mouth in that ad. But anyway, so why? Why does he want your pee?
Drink
well,
piss.
I'm not going to claim that this is the only
When you're out of water, remember, guys, drink piss.
reason. Maybe he wants it for multiple reasons. But I am glad that you asked because he's going to help explain. Take a look.
We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's pee on computers together. 'Cause we need lots of pee. Endless gallons of pee. Join our important endeavor. Let's pee on computers together. Save humanity.
So what are you waiting for?
Oh my God.
Go ahead and have another Garage
bald
Beer
eagle
or Liquid
pissing?
Death Sparkling Energy. Then send your pee to the AI data center of your choice. We even make it easy with these collectible, sealable mugs.
The Eagle got me. I did like the because I was like,
I blame Austria. Liquid Death is from Austria. Rigel, fuck you guys. I know you're not Austrian, but
I is the person that's paying. Oh, it's an
the
Eagle.
painter was from there.
So that's obviously a partnership between Jason Kelsey and Liquid Death, the company behind Liquid Death or whatever. But it is pretty fascinating that like they're just a drink company, and even they get, oh, people really hate data centers. We gotta get in on this. Let's pee on the data centers. That to me says that we've reached the tipping point. And now I think maybe something can be done. If we've got Jason Kelsey on our side, if we've got the bald eagle on our side, maybe we're gonna be okay. What do you think, Brett?
This so directly exposes the internal potential rifts in the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is trying to be two things. It's trying to be the party of the red-blooded American patriot who loves drinking beer and being a badass. And it's the Scott Bessent types, the folks that are like just wanton, reckless capitalists who rely on bailouts by the taxpayer to finance every endeavor that will only make them richer and make life more miserable for the average person in America. And it also puts them in, and so you're gonna see people on Fox News who, and they keep trying, and Trump keeps trying, and everybody in that like data center industrial complex keeps trying to find a way to message to make data centers look good.
Yeah.
Yep. And they don't. And now you're in a position where you have to go against Jason Kelsey, who is a future Hall of Famer, big badass. And if you wanted to like ball up this, the Republicans are the party of real men.
If their little AI bet does not pay off, all of them will need to have their own companies nationalized.
Man,
well said.
You would call that Liquid Death.
I agree.
Like Liquid Death is a water company. It's just I mean, now they have alcohol, but it was like
Isn't it like also like spring carbonated water and shit, right?
Like a fun way to brand water as badass.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And there's a bald eagle peeing. It's a very stridently American thing. And usually they say that the Democrats who are against all this stuff, these tree-hugging Democrats are all wafy little losers. Like, I don't know, not me. But they have to say that about Travis Kelsey, a center who a multi Super Bowl winning center for the Philadelphia Eagles, try to get in a fight.
Yeah, some of this is just canned water. Some of it is sparkling. Right, yeah. Like, I do know that they have like natural sparkling water, right? Which that stuff is like a little harder to extract, right? Because you gotta get it from the source or whatever the fuck, right? Meanwhile, like just canned water is just you open a tap and then you put it in the can. You bottle it, right?
Philly and walk out with your head still attached to your body.
Yeah, don't say all of his accolades. I want to list some too. I'm kidding. I know that he's a football player. He's appeared at WWE events, but I don't know anything else about him. But anyway, no, I like it. I like that he feels comfortable coming out against data centers, that Liquid Death feels like this is a winning play or whatever. I like it. That says something.
And he's a family. He's like a white family man.
Yeah.
Like I'm just 100%. Thinking of things that they would be mad about. Oh, these guys are unmarried losers. It's like, no, he loves his wife. It's so obvious how much he loves his family.
100%. But to be clear, the right has moved past the idea that libs are tiny little losers. Now it's that they're too damn sexy. I don't know if you've been watching Fox News. All of their candidates are too effable, Brett, with their Abdul El Sayeds and their Zoran Mamdanis and all that. I just want them so much.
Affable,
but
and
anyway.
affable.
They're pretty sexy. So anyway, so that's the sort of cultural, social side. Just to let you know, we've been talking about how it's interacting with some of these Senate races, and the big one, like the gubernatorial race in Texas, is one. We talked about that earlier this week. But the Ohio Senate race is like ground zero for the anti-data center thing. So Sherrod Brown has been making it a big part of the campaign. The National Republican Senatorial Committee, they actually put out a warning to AI.
At this venue I go to a lot in Chicago, all the water is Liquid Death cans. It was supposed to be recyclable, selling point versus plastic. Yeah, but it is. Like, I've bought Liquid Death before. It's objectively more expensive, right? They have like monk fruit Zevia colas now, and they're what are they? No, they're not monk. I forget what agave. They have agave, I think it is, right? Hey, Buttman and Robin, what up? Get it? Because he's literally playing Robin in that. The real Slim Shady. Wait, how do you guys say governor's race? Governor. Hello, Governor. Robin Hood. Oh no, he means Robin, like from Batman. A1, yeah. No, so like they do have other stuff, but you're right. They are more expensive, but I mean, there's various reasons for that, right? They're not using plastic, they're using tin. They're an Austrian company, right? I imagine there's some costs added to that. They're I don't know enough about the quality of the water, right? But apparently, like, the source of it is in Austria or whatever. I don't know. So it's pronounced gubernatorial, and I hate it. Yeah, goober, like a goober. How did the Australians say it? Gubernatorial? Governor? If I accidentally drop ice cubes on the floor, just gently lick them under the refrigerator so it'll be water under the fridge. Governor. How would you say it, Patricia? Let's hear.
Companies saying Brown has made his opposition to them the centerpiece of his campaign again.
I mean, good for him. Sherrod Brown has always been more of like a populist on the left, right? I think he just lost because there are clowns. Like, Ohio's becoming more of a Republican state. But he looks like he's doing all right in the polls. I don't know how accurate they are, right? Because they said he was going to win in the last race, and he lost pretty big, right? Bigly.
And Houston, John
Governor's race.
Houston, the Republican
governor. Tim Walz could run in 2028, but he's too old. And to be honest, I think, like, I don't know. I really like Tim Walz. At least I did, right? But I think he was just too weak on a few of the messaging issues, and I think that's going to fuck him. Right? It fucked him with the Nick Shirley
Brown is
stuff.
using.
And I hate to even say that because I don't think that should have been an issue at all, right? But it's objectively what happened, right? It's objectively what happened, guys. And I don't know how else to put it, but like, I don't want to have a candidate who... Oh, okay, I'll download it. By the way, guys, I was thinking of adding this as a channel point redeem. I found it, and I fucking laughed my ass off.
D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face. D's nuts on my face.
Do you know who that is?
D's nuts on my face.
Yeah, that's Sam Cedar. Saying D's nuts. I was like, I gotta clip that, right? Because we got the D's nuts guy, right? But that'd be even funnier. D's nuts. Got him. Yes, please, right? Sam Cedar saying D's nuts. I was like, the fuck? Why is he saying that? Oh my god. That's too funny. All right, yeah, let me download it real quick. Hold on, because I'll have to sign in Discord, and for some reason I'm not signed in. Fuck.
I'm in the car, but we would say governorial, maybe? Not sure. It just sounds so weird. Anyway, toodles!
There we go. Live from the Gustx broadcast and viewers around the world. Governorial. Governor kid. Am I right? God, Australia. Get it right. It's gubernatorial. I don't know why we say that. Honestly, I think that's stupid. I agree with you guys. It's stupid. Then again, have you seen us recently? We're the epitome of stupid.
It works. And one of the reasons it works is that Ohio already has the 5th most data centers in the country. Brown's campaign has made anti-data center sentiment central to his messaging, highlighting Gustx's support of tax breaks for data center developers while he served as lieutenant governor. And as of right now, Fox News has Brown up 53-45 over John Gustx. And this might be at least a good part of why. And I love to see it.
These nuts. All right. Here's JD Vance calling the Democrats the party of diversity quotas. What? Weren't those haven't those been illegal in for 40 years? They're 30 years, yeah.
This is not, unfortunately, JFK or FDR's Democrat Party.
Notice why he mentions those two presidents, right? Because a lot of Republicans even like them.
Hell, it's not even Bill Clinton's Democrat Party.
And a lot of Republicans kind of liked Bill Clinton too, right? FDR was cooking the Republicans back.
This is the party of diversity quotas rather than opportunity for all. This is the party, the Democrat Party, of graduate students rather than the union and non-union workers who make this facility run. It's sometimes actually hard to understand, what do these modern Democrats actually stand for? But look what they say. Pay close attention, and they'll leave these little hints of what they actually care about. Now, El Sayed, this guy running for Senate in Michigan, he once argued, not too long ago, that criticisms of Sharia law were rooted in white supremacy. I'd love to go back in time and tell my papaw that there's a man who claims to stand for working people who says not only should we have Sharia law, but if you criticize it, you're a white supremacist. That's not my papaw's Democrat Party, my friends. Now, I served for 2 years in the Senate with Sherrod Brown. He was a friendly enough guy, but he was a man who claimed to represent this state, but never once raised his voice against Joe Biden's border crisis or against the inflation.
Of course. Of course he's talking about Sherrod Brown.
That was brought on by Joe Biden underinvesting and trying to destroy American industry.
Oh, fuck
If you look at it at every step of the way, these
you.
Democrats have voted for foreign workers and fraudsters over American citizens and hard-paying taxpayers. They have voted for corporations who sent jobs overseas rather than good American businesses who invested in you, invested in your communities, and increased your jobs. Who do these Democrats put first?
To Lion the Witch and the audacity of this bitch.
Everyone else. You know who the Trump administration puts first?
Well said.
Americans.
Clever.
You, my friends, that's who we fight for. This is not, unfortunately, JFK or FDR's Democrat Party. Hell, it's not even Bill Clinton's Democrat Party.
Fuck you, man. All right. As of some updates on Gary, Indiana, what's going on? Because, you know, they've been without power for what, like 16 days now? What the fuck?
As of Saturday, NIPSCO says more than...
Yeah. So this is just as of yesterday, 18 hours ago. Go fuck a couch, JD. Yeah. Let's get some JD emotes in the chat. We have plenty of those, don't we? All those vlog says is nothing but buzzwords. I know. He's such a clown, Peter.
30,000 customers
This vlog.
are still
Also,
without...
it's just true that the criticisms of Sharia law is... It is, exactly, right? Because here's the thing, right? Sharia law is more complicated than just... Like, okay, let me give you an example, right? Technically, the Iberian Peninsula had Sharia law under like the Muslim conquest, right? But under Sharia law, there are more like liberal versions of it, and there are more conservative versions of it, right? And obviously the point is the point is to just demean it, Islam in itself, right? With a more like liberal interpretation, you get something like Muslim Spain, right? Which Jews were able to practice freely, Christians were able to practice freely, and obviously Islamic people of the Islamic faith were as well, right? So it's also like a golden era of the Islamic faith too, right? There was a lot more freedom and stuff. So it's important to know these micro nuances because like you hear these buzzwords, Sharia law, and it's like, no, the only reasons like Sharia law can be very concerning is because when you apply it very conservatively, right? And this is why I say everything is about the Overton window, right? To what degree is the Overton window to the left or to the right? When it's shifted far too much to the right, that's when you get a lot of the problems we've been talking about. And they don't want to say that. They just want to label, they just want to use buzzwords, right? And scare people with Sharia law, right? When in reality, like that's how you should be looking at it, right? Because Trump and his buddies cut back FEMA funding and they don't care. There you go, Leila Sims. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Yeah, it's something set in stone and it's exactly this. Exactly, yeah. It's not something that is like concrete, right? Sharia law has changed drastically throughout the decades, throughout what region of the world it is, throughout what century you're talking about, right? I just gave you an example. Like, let me give you an example. Even within the century of the Muslim conquest of Spain, right? You're talking about a time period where if you were Islamic in Christian Spain, you would be hanged or like nailed to a cross or whatever, burned alive, right? Like we're talking about, remember we were talking like not so long ago about Jose Torquemada, right? That literally took place around the same time period, right? The dude was a religious zealot. So it's all about the Overton window, guys. It's never about the religion per se, right? Because the religion is just like the basis to either like create the hierarchy or to create like the system in which you're able to push the Overton window more to the left or more to the right, right? So it's just a tool essentially, right? The religion itself. Now the establishment, like the established religion part, the organized religion part, right? Meaning the hierarchies, the people in charge, all that stuff, do all the stuff I just mentioned, right? So this is how you can have like the Christian Crusades happening at the same time while Muslim Spain is literally one of the most open places in the entire world when it comes to religious freedom, right? So that's how you really should be looking at it. Is why I always talk about the Overton window. It's really important when you're discussing these things. It's not just like one set of fucking beliefs, right? Because these things are interpreted very differently. As this is kind of the problem with religion, right? It's why I told you I'm not a fan of organized religion, right? Because generally speaking, when you have organized religion, not always, you have people like that who push it to the right wing, right? Also redundant to call it Sharia law when Sharia literally means law anyway. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing, right? It's just dumb people saying stuff like that. It's like calling the Rio Grande River the Rio, right? Like the Rio Grande literally means the Rio, the river, the Grand River. And some people will say that the Rio Grande River, motherfucker, the Rio means the and of course, Gary, Indiana has people of color, which is terrible to the right. Well said, Layla. Yeah, well said. Right. So we're gonna learn about this here.
As of Saturday,
we've covered this pretty extensively now, but it's pretty bad.
NIPSCO says more than 30,000 customers are still without power. In a statement, Indiana Governor Mike Braun called on NIPSCO to bring in more crews and resources. ComEd announced it is sending...
Well said, right? I'm against mixing religion with government in any forms. The reason is because government is inherently hierarchical, right? There always has to be some sort of hierarchy, unfortunately. And I guess like my critique of it is, to what degree do we have hierarchies intertwined with that, right? And the more you give power to hierarchies, the more they take advantage of it, right? I would argue that, unfortunately, any kind of government would kind of have to have a hierarchy, right? So, to some degree. But it's like, to what degree does like, do they have power over like your everyday life, right? Do they have power over like distribution of, right? All this stuff we talk about. And it's important to understand the distinctions, right? Because the more vertical a government is, meaning the more hierarchical, right? And the more power you give it, generally speaking, it never ends up being a good thing, right? So it's about finding the right balance. I would say that's why I'm a fan of the government doing for people, not necessarily the other way around, right? It's kind of like clicking on Gustx broadcast on Twitch. Like, obviously, it's a broadcast. Damn right. Well, Gustx was taken, so I had to do that. What do you want me to call myself? Gustx cast?
Dozens of crew members to assist NIPSCO's efforts as many communities remain in the dark now for nearly 2
This is why we need anarchy. Yeah, you know, I've grown to like to agree with anarchism a lot more, right? I wouldn't call myself necessarily an anarchist, right? But I'm just saying that the principles, they have a lot of, and I've said this before, right? I think there's a lot of principles that you can take from anarchism in general that are very important, right? As long as like there is a basis for things to kind of remain fair or like be distributed for people who don't have resources, I think that's, yeah, right? And that's ultimately like the goal, right? And how do we achieve that? I think how we're going to achieve that is through technology, right? Not through somebody giving us something necessarily. It's through technology creating it, right? So essentially anarchistic technological kind of government, right? Where like the technology is the one being the government's giving us the technology, and the technology kind of self-sustains itself to create the resources that we need to live a happy and productive life, right? And then with that, the rest of it is all up to us, right? What does that sound like? We already know. Gusty boy. Why do people say tuna fish? There's tuna chicken. Is there a tuna chicken? Exactly. Exactly, Aeon Lord. Touche, you douche. The best way to ensure equality is a maximize of political and economic power of the citizens. Direct democracy helps with that. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? And the more you think about it, like you could have an anarchistic system, or at least I would argue, right? That has like a very minimal government. It's not like no government, right? It's just like a minimal government that is basically making sure that everybody's economically well taken care of and every citizen has power, and that's about it. Right? But like again, that would have to you would have to re-envision the nation state for that. Democratic socialism, bro. Yeah, exactly. That's one way of getting to it. I'm talking more about like post-scarcity utopian socialism, right? What I like to call. But I think with that, you would have to have really intricate technology that would lead to that, right? I don't think, like, without post-scarcity, without the technology that we don't have today, like, we don't have a lot of that stuff to, like, replicate water, right? To replicate basic resources very, very cheaply, almost to nothing, right? And that's why that's important to think about. Because philosophically, that's the goal, right? That would actually be true democratic socialism to a max, right? But we're still in the confines of scarcity, so like you have to look at it that way, right? I'm talking more philosophically now, right? Like we're not at that stage yet, but what does a piano, a tuna, and a glue have in common? You can tuna piano, but you can't piano a tuna. I beg to differ. Buttman and Robin. I think the only way to destroy hierarchies is to destroy it. I don't know if there's a transition period or if, yeah, I don't have the answer either, right? Maybe, right? There may have to be a transition period.
2 weeks. Much of Gary has been without power since storms hit on August 11th, and NIPSCO estimates that full power restoration for the city won't happen until...
Anarchism doesn't advocate for institutions that would suppress hierarchies. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of my only complaint about. Again, that's why I'm not necessarily an anarchist, right? I'm more in that spectrum, I guess. But like, I still support a government as long as it's all the stuff I said, right? I would totally be fine with that. And I don't think anybody should be like really against it, right? I'm not one of those like libertarians who are like, especially the right-wing ones here in the US who are like, oh, government is always terrible. It's like, it just depends, right? And also, like, you could theoretically have a system of government that like just does that basic stuff that we mentioned and has very little influence over the actual like citizenry, right? But again, that's going to require like fine-tuning, balance, right? Post-scarcity. So all these things are kind of like in the distant future. And I don't know if we'll get to that in our lifetime, right?
Tuesday at the earliest. Fish fries like this one are just one example of how the community is stepping up to help its own.
So we got fish, we got chicken.
Hell
Jimmy
yeah,
Lane
look at
lives in
this.
Indianapolis, but grew up in Gary.
This is mostly perks right here. Them not no baby purses right there.
Lane does community fish fries and cookouts, and hearing from his family in Gary about the prolonged power outage, organized and put on this fish fry for those impacted.
The city is in need of a lot of help.
It means a lot when you can't replace your food right now.
Gloria
She's wearing
Lofton is among the
talkie
hundreds who
earrings.
came here
That's
to get
awesome.
food. She got power recently, but still needs help recovering.
I need a, yeah, you understand. That's exactly what I'm referencing, right? That's why we have a Star Trek emote in our, right? We have, can everyone do that for Meow's twitching, right? We have that because it's representative of basically what I think is the ultimate form of government, right? Realistically, I don't think it's going to happen, but that is, at least not in our lifetime right now, right? But that is like the ideal form of it, of what we're talking about, right? Because all that stuff has been dealt with, right? Through post-scarcity. I do wonder, though, if people would preserve their freedoms or if given the power. Good question. I roll at everyone saying the system should be small. The government should be exactly as big as it needs to be. Exactly. That's what I mean. I don't agree with the concept of small government. I agree with the concept of government to the point where it just serves the interests of that we just said, right? Whatever that really looks like. It probably won't be big, but it's bigger than small government, that's for sure, right? No, that's why I argue that anarchism doesn't advocate for institutions that would, yeah, exactly, well said. That, yes, Cheshire Cat.
Viewer discretion is advised. New follower to the commune. Thank you, Sweet Chewy Forever.
Sweet Chewy Forever! Kind of reminds me of this. Ducky, you know what time it is. Your favorite song.
Not war, yes peace, forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No, not war, yes peace. No a la guerra loca. No crazy, no crazy war, no. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
I was humming this all last night, guys. I don't know if you know.
Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, paz, paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic.
Sí paz por siempre.
Peace forever.
Damn right.
Not war. Yes, peace. Forever, forever, forever.
That's awesome. I love it. Thank you very much, Sweet Chewy Forever. See what I did there? For the follow. Appreciate you being here. Oh, you guys know each other. Okay. Sounds like you. Do you know who she is? Or she is? I'm guessing. Cool.
Chicago.
Bulletproof lady. What up?
And brought me some
Welcome.
food today to put in my freezer. It was just empty. We had to throw out.
By the way, you gotta love the Talkies earrings, right? What a Giga Chat grandma here. Awesome.
Went and brought me some food today to put in my freezer. It was just empty. We had to throw all that out what was in there.
Reaching 40. Yeah.
Have a food pantry.
Doing well.
And
I love this. We're really growing. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the loyalty. I appreciate the support. You know, I am a smaller streamer. I'm a newer streamer. So, like, the support means the world to me because it lets me do this even more, right?
everything in our food pantry was lost, unfortunately.
Imam Amin Amusadiq of the Gary Muslim Center has tried to overcome the storm's impact to continue helping his community through gathering donations to help distribute.
The best thing I believe have come out of this is that it has brought the whole city together as
That's
one
awesome.
community.
I love
So
that.
I was like, okay, you know what? Let me just help a few families out, and it turned into something bigger.
And help is also coming from across state lines, with Deandra Gathings of Rinse Cycle Valet in Chicago offering people in Northwest Indiana to have their laundry washed and dry for free. She says it's been overwhelming the support she's received for the effort.
This was something so small to me, but I knew it was going to mean something more to others, but I did not expect this type of turnout.
In Gary, Victor Jacobo.
That's so awesome. Yeah, Sweet Chewy. Our emotes have our little mascot named Gloggy. That little green dude. You just did the wave. Yeah, that's Gloggy. He shows up on the stream and he does all the announcements. He interrupts my ass and says funny stuff. So yeah, he's a political merch treasure goblin. He collects political merch from campaigns. Only winners, not losers like CNN.
CBS News, Chicago.
All right. Next story up here. Yep, him. You heard him when you followed the channel. He does all our announcements. Yeah. Anyone want to demonstrate Gloggy for Sweet Chewy Forever? Funny. Funny. Was it because of your performance? Huh? Gustx, you must feel like you're a small streamer, but size doesn't matter. The performance is what matters the most. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's what my wife said, but before she cheated on me. Oh, somebody gifted me a membership. Oh, sweet. You must have stopped by or something. Yeah, that's awesome. Congrats. Was it because your performance?
That could never be me.
That could never be me. That is Americans. We might suck on the day today, but we get
nothing bad can happen.
Going.
It can only good happen.
Like in the Midwest, we do come together and help. The former, hell yeah. This is an example. There we go. Thank you.
The biggest load that we've seen.
Mandinka. Oh, yeah. You can't. You have to be a Patreon member. Josephus, why don't you
fucking fascist fleshlight?
Josephus is gonna demonstrate Gloggy for you. Enjoy. Performance approved. I appreciate it. I'm just being myself on stream.
Tesla.
This is me. Like, if you meet me in person, this is literally me, guys. So I love politics, and I'm very like off the cuff. I'm blunt, right? So based. Thank you, girl. Appreciate it. All right, next story up here. There he is.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs
give me the money. Give me the money.
Still there.
Okay.
Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Hell yeah. Love it. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you.
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Living Lily. It was probably her or someone else. Wasn't me. Could be anyway. I don't know who gifted it to you, but show me the money. Damn right, Anna.
Dumps.
Love it.
They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Thank you, Josephus, for demonstrating Gloggy.
In massive huge jets flying boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies, boobies. Let's go, EO.
This is amazing. Well done. Massive huge tits.
Okay.
Yeah. We got a pretty awesome stream, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. All right. Yeah, we have a soundboard, right? We have achievements. So everything you do around here gives you an achievement, basically. W Living Lily. Hell yeah, girl. Thank you. Wow, we're at 43 viewers today. That's awesome. You're right. Damn.
Do you speak it?
Damn right. I'm speaking it right now. I think. Last time I checked. All right. Now let's check up on the beautiful place of Hawaii.
Billions and billions and billions and billions.
There's a lot of that.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and
damn it.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions. We had our beautiful Marine standing there.
You know the old days, bing, bong, you know with the map, bing, bing, bing, little mouth on it, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing,
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and
how many?
Billions and billions and
billions and billions and
billions.
I think he said billions.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Welcome, Bulletproof Baldy. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there you go. That's the randomness here. But we cover news, politics, right? I have a degree in political science and international relations, right? So I try to give you that perspective, right? But yeah. Now we're going to cover the flooding in Hawaii, a place that I'd rather be right now. Because look how beautiful it looks. Yeah.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
I don't know. But maybe not right now because it is flooding, right? I don't know how bad this is, but let's check it out, shall we?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, now we're in a lull, and you see some sunshine coming through clouds in the distance over the Pacific. But the past hour, we have experienced really the first strong for what we may experience this morning, bands coming in. We're going to get more intense as the day progresses. But look at the video.
Happy to be here. I'm so glad. You're from Ireland? Like, you live in Ireland? That's awesome. Wow. I love that.
The rain coming into Hilo.
We have a very diverse community here. We have people from Japan, Singapore, Australia, that place. The Republic? That's awesome.
And, you know, pretty good.
Congrats. That's
cool. I'd say
cool.
at this point, we probably got an inch already this morning, and that is just going to compound the issues from Hurricane Lala last weekend, which was just devastating to this part of the Big Island. So many people still out of power. In fact, over 6,000 customers. There are linemen, electrical crews moving up and down these areas, still trying to repair. The hotel we're in, the elevators don't work because of damage.
Give me the money, okay?
Ooh, Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Gloggy. Oh my god, Bulletproof Baldy just got gifted a gifted sub. What up? Thank you, Living Lily. W Living Lily, guys. Holy shit. I've been to North Ireland, got as south as Newry. Interesting. W, hell yeah, Ducky.
From all the water.
But Australia's real and we are all paid actors is the question. Yeah, I don't know if Australia's real, right? You know, all these places around the world, like, yeah, but Australia, I still question it myself, guys. Is it a real place? Australasia? I mean, Austria's in it, right? Austria's in Europe. Why is there an Australasia, right? Minister International. Mr. International.
All the water.
Minister. Wow, I can't read today. We're just waiting for the Nazis to come back over the ice wall. Yeah, facts.
Last week, 3 to 4.
Back, sweetie. Sweet.
4 feet of water falling, and at that high elevation, right? It's all got to come down and go somewhere. And yeah.
Damn, this does look pretty intense, right? Like this looks pretty intense for like a storm, right?
It exploded rivers and streams, but the rain we're experiencing here this morning will just continue into the afternoon.
Yeah, Ireland's beautiful. I want to go so bad. I think a few of you have said that in chat, right? That you've gone before. But if your islands flood, where do you go? Only place you can go. Down or up.
In the evening, in some pockets, we could see.
I loved Ireland. Awesome. Yeah, I thought it was you. I thought it was someone else who said that too. The tea was my favorite.
Over a foot. That is not morning. We'll just continue into the afternoon and the evening. In some pockets, we could see over a foot. That is not out of the question. All of this with a train of tropical storms and hurricanes coming in the past month here to the Hawaiian Islands because of El Nino. And you may say to yourself, what does El Nino really mean? And why do we talk about it so much this season in the Pacific and specifically with the Hawaiian Islands? Maybe this will help. Watch.
Oh, right. Because so this is why I wanted to cover this. So El Nino has a lot to do with this, right? And not just El Nino, but the super El Nino, right? It's making this part of the world a lot wetter. I remember seeing that on the map that we saw a few days ago. See why this stuff is important? Oh, shoot!
Chuga, chuga, chuga, chuga, chew, chew. We got a regular hype train chat. Thanks to Living Lily. It ending at 8:23, 2026, 11:32, 14 p.m. We had 1 and at 31%. So let's keep it going.
Hell yeah! Hype train, guys. Let's fucking go. You know what that means? Ducky's favorite song.
Not war, yes peace, forever, forever, forever.
I just played this.
Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No, not war, yes peace. No a la guerra loca. No crazy girl, no. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever.
Give me the money.
Esto se llama
Give me the money. Okay.
lenguaje tarzaneado.
W, Lucy, what up?
Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. I do want. I do peace forever.
Hell yeah.
Not war, just peace forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No, not war. No a la guerra loca.
Level 1 to level 2. Keep the support coming and keep this trade.
No crazy girl, no.
We win it, we did it.
¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes,
We reached
peace.
our goal, 300.
Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace
Give me the
forever.
money.
Peace forever.
Okay.
Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
Thank you for the follow, Bulletproof Baldy. Appreciate it.
Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, sí paz, paz, paz, paz, paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. I do want. I do peace forever.
Fuck yeah. All right. And then we got this song because we've been doing it on hype trains as well because it's so badass.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Chuga,
Thank you
chuga,
very much.
chuga, chuga, chuga. Hugh O E woo. Woo O O O 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 O O O O hype train level 3 reached. We advanced from level 2 to level 3.
Guys.
Keep the support
Hell
coming
yeah,
and
guys.
keep this train
Let's
moving.
Go. Thank you so much, guys. I'm honored. Thank you. I really appreciate the support.
On the open road, on the open road.
Major 82 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Been hot and bothered in the land of ice and frozen in the rain. But nothing comes close to the way I feel when I'm on the open road.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Bulletproof Baldy.
Hell yeah.
Too freshen up. Oh, I swim at Lake Wakatipu.
Who needs a sub?
There
you go, guys.
Singing all the way home. Kaingaroa, Anga Anga, Otrahanga, Kangaroa, all the places I'd love to go. Yeah, I've tasted finest food known to me.
This is a slow
But
burn,
nothing's
guys.
better than a fresh feed from the sea. I've been hot and bothered in the land of ice and frozen in the rain. But
This is
nothing comes
Peter's
close to
neighbor
the
right
way
here.
I feel when I'm on the open road again. Up from Bluffo, in the cargo to Timaru, to freshen up. I swim at Lake Wakatipu. Manganui, Wanganui, Pokagoe, driving slowly, singing all the way home. Kaingaroa, Anga Anga, hanga ko o tamatia turipu kakapiki manga huru no kupoka e whenua kita nata and you wake up in taumata whakatangi hanga ko
My cousins.
o tamatia turipu kakapiki manga huru no kupoka e whenua kita nata and you wake up in taumata whakatangi hanga ko o tamatia turipu kakapiki manga huru no kupoka e whenua kita nata hu up from blood in the cargo to temporal too fresh and up.
He kind of sounds like Bruno Mars, right?
Manganui, Wanganui, Bokagoi, driving slowly, singing all the way home. Kaingoroa, Anga Anga, Otrahanga, Kangoroa, all the places I'd love to go. On the open road,
on the open road,
on the
open road. What up? Whoa! You didn't have to do that, girl. Holy shit! Oh hell! Damn! I'm running out of songs.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Anyone have a song? I'm working on a new system for the hype trains. Oh yeah, that one. That one's pretty good. I like that one. Let's do that one. All right, we'll play that one too. Is this it? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I'm working on a new system where you guys can put songs like this automatically and they'll play during the hype train, right? So that's what I'm trying to do.
The name is Mom Donnie. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. The name is Mom Donnie.
What up?
M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. The name is Mom Donnie. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. The name is Mom Donnie. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it.
Chuga, chuga, chuga, chuga, chuga, chew, oh, ooh, hoo, ooh, whoa, low, low, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, ooh, oh, oh, oh, oh, low, low, oh, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, oh, I train level 5 reached. We advanced from level 3 to level 5. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
This song slaps. The name is Mom Donnie. The name is Mom Donnie. You should learn how to say it.
This song is good. I gotta admit it. It is good.
We have one.
Aw, thank you, Living Lily. That's awesome. Damn right, sweet Chewy.
This my mayor, this my mayor.
I love that emo.
This my mayor, this my mayor.
It's my mayor, it's my mayor. Hell yeah, I love that. Oh my god, I might have to play that again. This is so good. Oh, all right, let's see what the next request is here. Yeah, again, I'm working on it.
I love you, Chad. Seriously, you're the only reason I'm not super depressed right now. You guys are all shining bright stars. Don't ever forget it.
Aw, thank you, Living Lily. You're the best. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Oh my god.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend.
Oh no.
You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide.
Thank you.
Helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025, promoting the left side. Denims, B and Frogan.
Right, just right,
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my
Any other suggestions? This is so true. I know. This is brilliant, man. I love that. Oh, God. We gotta play this.
Turby Durden, running for governor, surf dirt, Turby Durden, Turby Durden,
Turby.
the bird dirt.
That's his real name. That's not his real name, really? Turby Durden.
Sure turn hers down. Turby Durden loves Saturnburger. Turby Durden loves Driffarnhurst. Turby Durden loves Purser Durden Trauma. Turby Durden, running for governor, surf dirt, Turby Durden,
Choo-choo, everyone! Celebrate!
Burke to Furcher.
What up?
Oh, yeah. Turby Durden, Australia, Kirk. Turby Durden, gonna curd the frame. Turby Durden, farts for Thugger Spurl. Turby Durden, gonna earn a hearse num ya. Turby Durden, running for governor, earth surf dog. Turby Durden, your kind of pun on Turby Durden. Turby Durden, on Turby Durden. Turby Durden.
That's too good. Wow, that was a great hype train. Thank you very much, guys.
Gonna see your face again.
No way, get fucked, fuck off.
What the fuck is going on?
Is that what? Okay, this is pretty funny. Australia, you did a funny.
They're just confused.
Congrats, Australia.
So you guys, this is a ancient old Australian love song.
Oh God.
I'll just explain it for you. Written by a power ballad band called the
Damn right,
Angels,
I love that emote.
who were a big influence on Air Supply. Little known fact.
Oh, it's one of Christina's. Cool. Cosmopolitics, yeah. I know her.
And of course, Sherbet were a big influence on the Angels. So. All roads lead to Daryl Braithwaite.
Too funny. Thank you guys for the awesome hype train. Can't do it without your support. I really appreciate it. Now back to beautiful Hawaii, am I right? Even though it's flooding.
And specifically with the Hawaiian Islands. Maybe this will help. Watch.
Cheshire Cat.
The Hawaiian Islands are famous for having some of the most diverse weather on Earth. In just a few miles, you can go from tropical rainforest to dry desert. Now, with El Nino developing across the Pacific, scientists are watching closely to see how those unique climates could be affected.
Because the Hawaiian Islands are so mountainous, the mountains
I'll be listening. All right, no worries.
The wind flow, and that's what drives the weather.
Oh, okay.
Here on Maui, it's one of the nature's greatest weather laboratories. In less than an hour's drive, you can experience heavy tropical rain, sunshine, cool mountain air, and dry desert conditions, all on the same island.
That's crazy. I didn't know they were like deserts.
Trade winds push most air toward the mountains, where it rises, cools, and condenses into clouds and rain. The windward slopes receive abundant rainfall, feeding lush rainforests and waterfalls.
Right.
Some areas receive well over 300 inches of rain.
Oh, that's
each
a lot,
year,
yeah.
While others see less than 15.
So when that moist easterly flow runs into the mountain, it goes up the mountain and then falls back down as rain. So the east side of the mountains, the windward side, are the rainy parts of Hawaii.
Right, that makes sense.
Now add El Nino into the equation.
The same thing happens with the Andes Mountains, right? We've gone over that. I'll kind of break it down for you after this video. We're almost done
As
with it.
ocean temperatures warm across the central and eastern Pacific, atmospheric circulation shifts. Scientists across the world emphasize that every El Nino behaves a little differently. But understanding Hawaii's complex terrain helps explain why even subtle shifts in the Pacific can produce noticeable impacts across the islands.
I'm good with 30 inches a year, I guess. I'm not a size queen. Wow, you can't even deal with 30? More than 30? Psh. Could never be me if I was a girl. That's what she said. Hey, any millennials here? Remember the last time about La Nino? Huh? What do you mean? Deserts are mostly where the black ash is still not grown over. Yeah, makes sense.
And back here live in Hilo, the entire planet is connected as far as the atmosphere.
We have Great Sand Dunes National Park in southern Colorado. Yep. And the Rockies have this kind of phenomenon as well. Not as much as the Andes, but because the Andes are huge, guys. The Andes are very, very, like, they're a huge mountain range that cuts the continent basically in the way that they just said, right?
And that is what is so fascinating. And you can't study Hawaii enough with all these ecosystems. It really is a resource to understand how all of this comes together. Meanwhile, we wait for more of these outer bands to come in from this tropical storm. Winds are kicking up a little bit, and we'll see more rain throughout the day.
I got you. All right, let's see what this is. Prime time, send 100 evening messages. Congrats! You've reached the 100 club, girl.
Nino. All other tropical storms must bow before El Nino. Yo soy El Nino. For those of you who don't habla español, El Nino is Spanish for the Nino.
Okay, now I understand what you mean. Thank you, Josephus. All right. Next up is, I guess, Harry Enton. Oh, God. Why everyone is losing with Americans' most important voter group. I wonder why. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that before. Neither have I. Thank you very much. But I did do a lot of drugs in the 90s.
This week I looked at
That's
thousands
awesome.
of polls, and normally I say, hey, it's good news for one side and bad news for the other. But in this particular case, we're talking about bad news for both sides. This voter group wants to
memory
sweep
hold it.
both parties out of power in Washington, D.C. But who is the news worse for? Well, we're going to start off by talking about one side. It
Why
may
does
be
Harry
bad
have a
for,
stick?
Or it is bad for.
Why not?
And that is the Republican Party. Bad news for Republicans. And we're talking about...
Yeah, I don't think Harry Enton is as good as Steve Kornacki. I think he's just a presenter, right? We've kind of talked about this. I think Kornacki's better at the analytical part of political science, especially like that voting number, like understanding the turnouts and all that stuff. Enton is better at just kind of being a presenter and knowing enough about the numbers where he doesn't sound like a complete dumbass. But yeah, like I think he's a little too like mainstream media for my taste. Like at least with Kornacki, you are getting informed, right? Like when we watch those debates, not the debates, the election coverage, those 2 nights where we stayed up till like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., whatever the fuck, right? Way past my bedtime. Steve Kornacki was able to give me the information where I could predict more or less like how it was going to turn out an hour, 2 hours, even 3 hours before the election, right? Like with Harry Enton, he's just not that kind of, he's more of a presenter, right? So I kind of don't understand the difference, but like I like Harry better, but he's Marco Rubio's little brother. He's disappointed. Well, Steve Kornacki's more of a numbers like nerd, right? He's the lovable khaki wearing like numbers dork, right? I'm just saying he's more informative if you know what you're looking for. But yeah, for sure. Right. I'm just giving you guys the context here. Kornacki gets too emotional over the primaries. He does. He really does. I love Harry. But I'm just giving you the context, right? Also, I think Harry has the chance of like changing because he's like younger than Kornacki, right? Kornacki's a bit older.
White non-college voters. This is Trump's base. But look at Trump's net favorability rating. You know, you go back to November of 20.
He's gonna drop from a. Yeah, I know. Oh my God, tries to fight the results as it goes along. Yeah, he does. He does. You're right.
When he was reelected to a second term, look at this. He was 25 points above water. Now look at this. He's at -6 points down in the cornfields of Iowa. I feel like sweeping it away here with my hoe. My goodness gracious. -6 points.
Yeah, they're all we got. Unfortunately, like, we don't have like a Nathan Green from Australia, right? We covered Nathaniel Green, right? Or sorry, Anthony Green, right? He's been immortalized because we covered the Australian federal elections and we stayed up till like 6 a.m. watching it back when I streamed during the midnight hours, the degen hours. And we stayed up and watched the Australian elections, right? And I was like, who is this presenter? Because he's incredible. He's better than Steve Kornacki. And he's better than Harry Enton, right? And to the point where we got him like an emote slot because, and you guys all know him now. It's this guy here. This is Anthony Green, right? He's like the GOAT of elections in Australia, right? But he retired the year that we started watching him. If you're a part of the Discord, you can watch that whole thing. But we'll play the little trailer of him. He's pretty goated, honestly. Like, too bad he retired because God, Australia, keep your freaking announcers. I blame Peter. Why didn't you pay him more money, Patricia? God.
He was at this point in term number 1. Look at this. He was at plus 20 points. So we're talking about a massive decline here. We're talking about a decline of over 30 points from November of 2024.
Oh,
and
wow.
Was basically at this point in term number 1. Now, what is causing this? Because we're talking about the group here, but it's even more bonkers what is causing this and what's going on with Democrats. Take a look at this. Okay, why is this so important? Well, it's so important because non-college whites make up the plurality of voters nationwide, 37%. That is why we're talking about this group.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Compare that to college whites who are frankly overrepresented in the media, if we're just being perfectly honest with each other, or black voters, or Latino voters.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Woo! Oh, 0.00000000000000 low. That
Is this him jorking it? Doggy just came, yeah, for real. He broke. The cock 3000. What is he doing, Ducky? God damn it. Tell us what he's doing in detail. You broke our poor boy. You broke him. No, SOS noises. Holy shit. Oh my god. What did you do? What did you do? That shit is so funny. He's slowing down. Yeah, he's moving on to retirement. We thought he was young, but he's actually moving on to retirement, guys. I'm hearing this all over the car speakers. It's crazy. I mean, there you go. Whatever that was. Yeah, that's called the AI hallucination. It means that like it didn't work. Right? Like for whatever reason, it got fucked up, right? The program is still fairly new, so I'm running it off my computer. It's not running off like a data center or anything, guys, so don't worry, obviously. But yeah, it sometimes gets garbled up, so that's bound to happen occasionally. But it leads to funny moments like this, right? To random hilarity. Thank you, Josephus. He got tired. Yeah, he got tired of saying whatever Josephus was trying to tell him to say.
Now, what is causing this? Because we're talking about the group.
Or he just, yeah, he did self-satisfy. He satisfied himself. All right, let's see. The hell? And Harry Enton's all garbled up here.
Because non-college whites make up the plurality of voters nationwide, 37%. That is why we're talking about this group. Compare that to college whites, who are frankly overrepresented in the media, if we're just being perfectly honest with each other, or black voters, or Latino voters. They each make up 11%. Non-college whites make up more than a third of the electorate, nearly, get this, 4 in 10, 2 in 5. And that is why the drops that Trump is seeing with these groups could be so devastating to the Republican
Likely story.
Party.
Damn
because
right.
Look at these numbers. I mean, Trump economy net approval rating, white non-college voters. At this point in term number 1, he was 29 points in the positive. Yes, on the good side of the ledger. He was on the good side of the ledger. But look at this now. This is what is causing this decline. We're talking about, what is this, a dramatic drop of what, 53 points? 53 points down to minus 24 points. Oh my God.
That's pretty bad, yeah.
Goodness gracious. And what is causing this drop in the economy? Well, it was the thing that got Trump elected to a second term in the first place. It's inflation. It's inflation. I mean, you rarely ever see drops like this. Trump's net approval rating on inflation among white non-college voters, look at this.
Yeah, and everything's gone up, right? Why, though? Because, well, obviously the Iran war, this much deference to corporations, right? Meaning letting them do whatever they want. All the deregulation, all the agency cuts, all the canceled like USAID contracts, all the contracts otherwise that would go out to like corporations, right? They got to make up the money somehow, and what do they do instead? They just raise prices, right? So the Iran war raised oil prices, right? Which ultimately raises everything, right? All the foodborne illnesses that we've been covering on the stream are going to raise food prices, right? There was the whole like burrito inflation thing that we covered, which was like a $20 burrito, right? Why is this all occurring? Like, wasn't COVID over? It's because, you know, these policies are essentially causing this stuff, right? It's just causing massive inflation. And so that's why you're seeing a negative 38% approval rating on this shit, right?
It was plus 22 points at the beginning of Trump's second term. It's minus 38? I was so surprised by this number. I actually had my producer Gordon go back and check this. I thought that this was a mistake. I thought that this was an error because you never see drops. What is this? This is a 60-point drop. This is a 60-point drop in a little bit less than a year and a half. A nearly 60-point drop. Now Trump is 38 points in the red in a group that is part of his own voter base. Okay, so this is the bad news for Republicans, right? But remember, I'm talking about sweeping out both parties. I'm talking about sweeping out both parties. And what's the bad news for Democrats? Because the bottom line is this. Both parties are seen as giant turkeys. They're seen as giant turkeys by white non-college voters. Boy, that was a loud sound, wasn't it? That's a hoe falling to the ground. How about the net favorability rating in the Democratic Party? Look at this. Look at this long-term trend. In 2012, it was minus 2 points. Look at where it was in a CBS News poll that came out within the last month. The Democratic Party's net favorability with non-college white voters, minus 36 points. So the short-term trend, not necessarily good for Republicans and Donald Trump, but the long-term trend's really, really bad for the Democratic Party. Really, really bad. We're talking about, what is this? This is a 34-point drop over the last 14 years. And even if Donald Trump is struggling, remember, it's which side is losing more. When you match up Democrats and Republicans on the economy, what do we see? Do we see, despite the fact that Trump's economic net approval rating is negative, that all of a sudden Democrats are trusted more? No. They are not trusted more. Look at this. Party that, well, isn't that interesting? Sometimes you get the slide cut off a little bit here, but there we go. We'll put that P right there. Party white non-college trust more on the...
Yeah, but see, this is what I don't like about Harry Enton. Okay, first of all, as somebody who studied polling, right, you have to be very skeptical. Why isn't my doc all the way here? Yeah. Look at the source, right? Fox News, WAPO, and Ipsos. Ipsos is all right, but like, what's the percentage? What is the margin of error, right? This is what's always really important, right? The MOE. Is it plus or minus 5? Or higher, right? The higher that number is, the more unreliable this poll is, right? And he really should put that information down here. This is why I don't agree with the some of his polling, right? But he is like citing polls, right? So take this with a grain of salt, but that's the way I view it, right? This is why I'm a fan of aggregates, right? Which he does do, to be fair. He does do a lot of aggregates. I think he needs to do a little more aggregates, but yeah, that's kind of my main critique here.
Economy. Look at this. It's Republicans plus 16 points. Republicans are still trusted more on the economy. And this gets back to what I'm saying here. What is this? What is this? Hold on. It's not a, give me this. It's not a question mark. It's an exclamation point. It's an exclamation point from Kate, my producer. Everyone sucks. Everyone sucks. Everybody sucks. That's what's going on here. Everybody sucks.
It's a Fred Durst song.
See this right here. Look at the inflation.
Durst song.
Look at the inflation. Which party do white non-college voters trust more in inflation?
They all suck,
Trump's
apparently.
Absolutely devastating decline, going down to what? What was that? A 60-point switcheroo. On inflation, the Republican Party is still trusted more by 16 points. So even if Trump isn't like, it's not all of a sudden like the Democrats are all of a sudden trusted on this. And honestly, this is all just making me quite thirsty. It's a Diet Pepsi this week. So, this begs the question, who's in worse shape because of this? Who is the news worse for? Is it the donkeys or is it the elephants? Is it the Democrats or is it the Republicans?
Time to turn that red hat backwards. I know, right? What? They tank the economy every time they are in power. Every time, right? This isn't even like this isn't even like an opinion. It's a fact, right?
So much about this, isn't?
I'm not a fan of the Democrats either, but at the same time, it's like at least they have some positive growth, right? Objectively so, right?
just that the voting group, white non-college voters makeup is larger than any other group. It's that they are disproportionately large in the Midwestern United States.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? And that's where you win or lose an election. Think about it, right? Let's break it down, right? Oh, sorry guys. I had Cash W up there. All right. So this is the map, right? Here we go. This is the map, right? Okay. Well, the Midwest is here, right? You could argue like here, especially. Okay, well, she would have won if she would have won all these Midwestern states, right? Maybe not in this election, but in the last like 20 years, 20 years, Democrats have barely hung on to the swing states, right? So they've lost pretty much Missouri, right? That was Iowa's now red. Ohio's a red state. Michigan has gone red twice, right? Wisconsin, same thing, right? Yeah. I mean, Nevada. I mean, if you even count that Midwest, I don't really count that Midwest, but still. Yeah, it's not good, right? This tracks is what I'm saying, right? Because she barely lost the election. You know, this time she actually ended up losing the popular vote, but I'm just saying, I think that was more due to the circumstances of the primary not occurring, right? The Gaza turnout, Gaza suppressing kind of like a lot of people's enthusiasm, right? All right, yeah, let's watch this after.
United States, region by white non-college share. Look at this, 48% in the Midwest, 48% in the Midwest. There we go. My hand's a little wet from the Diet Pepsi. 48% in the Midwest. That is more than any other region. And this, of course, has been so devastating to the Democrats. You know, we talk about Michigan. We talk about Wisconsin. We talk about Pennsylvania. That big, great blue wall where Donald Trump was able to penetrate in 2016. But he is not the only one who has been able to penetrate, right? This is terrible news for Democrats. Again,
penetrate.
Everyone sucks. Everyone sucks. And he's not the only one. I mean, just here's the thing. Talk about Senate races. You want to talk about bad news for Democrats? Midwestern Senate seats. The last time the Democrats picked up a Midwestern Senate seat was all the way back in 2016. It was Tammy Duckworth in Illinois.
Yeah, and it's Illinois, right? Chicago. That's not good, right? That's what I was just saying. Yeah. No, he's right on this. Like this is a pretty accurate analysis of the demographics, right?
And this 10-year stretch that we're talking about right now is the longest such stretch in which no Democrat has picked up a Senate seat in the Midwest dating back over 100 years since,
And that's a pickup, right? That's the key word, pickup. You would assume the Midwest should be very much able to be like Democrats should do. If they were running competitively, right? You could make the argument, yes, they should be able to pick up a seat. But they're not running competitively, right? Because they're shooting themselves in the dick every single time. Over the Top was I think a great Fred Durst always wore a red ball cap backwards. I know, that's why I made that reference. Because he was like, everybody sucks, right? You know that song, you don't really know why, you don't want to justify. Sweet Chewy. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, it sucks, right? Like this is what the consultant class should be telling Democrats, but they're failing at even doing that, right? Because they don't care about having them win elections, or the party doesn't really care about them winning elections, let's be fair. They care about appeasing donors, right? And this is why analyzing the work and making sure you actually win and do competitively is so important, right? Because the minute you start competing for like corporate dollars, you lose the plot, and this is what happens, right? And you can thank Citizens United for this, right? This I think it's directly related to Citizens United, right? But is it the only reason? No, because there was technically Buckley versus Vallejo, right? And that was in the 70s. So Buckley Vallejo led to Citizens United. And there's a bunch of other factors here, right? The two-party system sucks. There's no ranked choice voting, etc., right? And that was barely a pickup. She replaced a one-term, exactly, Kirk, who was Garbo anyway, right? And probably had no chance of winning. I agree there, right? But see, this is what you should be doing, is like you're analyzing the information and being like, well, why are they doing so bad in a part of the country they should theoretically be doing pretty well in? And there's a big problem. And nobody's telling them this, right? It's kind of like you go your whole life having like, I don't know, like you just like yell at everybody and nobody tells you, hey, listen, you have like a real anger problem. You need to like fix it, right? Well, nobody's told them, right? Or the people that should be telling them are not doing it for reasons, right? And we already discussed the reasons on Wagoneer. So this is really important to understand, right?
Gordon is right, since, in fact, the popular vote became the way in which we elected United States senators. Kate, show me you're giving me a little time cue here, but I'm not exactly, just show me the clock. Don't show me the hands. Show me the clocks here. So what we're talking about here is a very long stretch of time. But this year, there's bad news.
I agree with everything you just said. Yeah, and I don't know, as like, if you put on your political science hat, right, that's what you would conclude. There's no reason why in a competitive part of the country where people are not exactly entirely really well off, you would, as a political party, be doing this bad without all these things kind of dragging you down. And this is why I don't think that they're actually very different. The two parties are very different, right? They're different on like a few things, right, that are pretty different, but there needs to be a more clear-cut distinction between the two parties, because clearly this idea of like one's a right-wing party and one is a slightly more centrist party, it's not working. It hasn't worked, clearly, right?
Republicans here. This is one long stretch of time, but this year there's bad news for Republicans here. This is what I'm talking about. Who is the news worse for? Who is the news worse for? Look at this. The Iowa races. Again, in Iowa, Donald Trump won Iowa by 13 points. But look what's going on in the Iowa Senate race. Josh Turk, the Democrat, is actually up by a point. You can't get more Midwest. You can't get more Midwest than Iowa. You just simply put can't. But it's not just Iowa. It's also Ohio. It's also Ohio. Look at Ohio. Okay, Ohio races. Donald Trump won in Ohio by...
This is another place that they should be doing much more competitively, and objectively they're not. What the hell?
11 points.
Right, in like Political Science 101, I think it was like U.S. elections, I forget what course it was that I took. One of the first things we learned is that Ohio was essentially the way most Republicans would win the presidency. If you don't win Ohio, you lose the presidency. It's really that simple. What does that say about Ohio traditionally? It means that traditionally Ohio was sort of like the bellwether state, or the state that if you as a Republican did well enough, you could actually win the election. If you lost Ohio, you immediately knew you probably were going to lose the election. That's how important Ohio was. And now it's just been fully ceded to the Republicans. So let that sink in. And remember, it's a part of the Midwest. So
George Brown, in an average of polls, is up by 1, 2, 3 points.
Yeah.
He's up by 3 points.
That's terrible.
So you say, okay, this is great.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Because that's how he was. He was doing more or less this against Bernie Moreno back in 2024. Maybe 1 to 2 points. That's it, right? 3 was like his limit. That's not good. Iowa, yeah, well said.
This is
Iowa was also very much a, but I would say Ohio. Like you learn this like in most textbook election courses, right? That Ohio was like sort of the golden ticket to the presidency as a Republican. If you lost Ohio, you were gonzo, right? And I could show you all the elections from like, I think it was like 1800 all the way to like 1960 or whatever. And every Republican has won Ohio ever since, right? And to just like cede that over is so stupid, right? Moving the caucus seemed like a strange move. I mean, there's probably some like reforms there, but yeah, I think like moving into South Carolina, where the voters are more conservative and black, maybe wasn't the best way of doing it, right? But that's what Biden chose to do. So, right, because you could argue, well, yeah, it's good to have diversity, absolutely, right? But because Iowa's not really a diverse state, but most of the Midwest is white. And secondly, is it really diverse to put the primary in South Carolina when it's predominantly more conservative black voters, right? And I mean conservative as in like they tend to be more like liberal, older black voters, right? They care more about that like civil rights era stuff, like we talked about a few streams ago, as opposed to maybe like more DSA type candidates, right? Or DSA type issues that have been brought up.
News for Democrats, right? This is great news for Democrats. But you know what? It might not be. Because again, who's the news worse for? Well, in Midwestern polling, if you go back to the last midterm, on average, the polls overestimated Democrats
there you go.
by 3 points.
There you go. Yeah. So it like, and they still lost.
According to Sean Trende, my dear
you can't
friend
make
over
this
at
shit
Real
up.
Politics, by 3 points. You start
My
adding
God.
that on to Ohio and Iowa, and all of a sudden,
There you go. He's gonna lose. Exactly. See, this is the problem. And you know, clearly whatever they're doing is not working anymore. So what are we doing to change it? And with the Democrats, they just shoot themselves in the dick, right? And say, but what about the DSA? They're causing all these problems. Well, we haven't tried the DSA, so how about we do that first, right? And you guys actively try to campaign against them.
those Democratic leads go, bye-bye,
Exactly.
adios,
Well said.
see you later. Indeed, when we look nationally, despite all of that talk, oh, you know, Donald Trump is unpopular, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Look at the generic congressional ballot.
God.
Look at this. The choice
I
for
can't
Congress.
stand New Jersey, New York. I'm sorry. I'm going with my masshole any day.
Popular, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah.
Steve Kornacki's a masshole.
Look at the generic congressional ballot. Look at this. The choice for Congress among white non-college voters, and the national polling has tended to be more accurate than the state polling. Well, in October of 2024...
Correct. See? So he confirmed what I said. The national polling is much more accurate. Why? I don't know. I think maybe because there's a larger sample size. The national polling tends to be more accurate overall. That's why I didn't really foresee her winning the state of Florida, Angie Nixon, right? Which was quite a surprise, but a pleasant one, right? But it's been very difficult to see exactly like the more state or like local races for that reason alone, right? So take that, always keep that as a thought in the back of your head, right? That the state and local elections are always like more tumultuous, right? Very maternal. Yeah, she just looks like a politician.
Republicans, they were up by 26 points.
Yep.
Look at where we are now. The Republicans are also up by 26 points. So you might say to yourself, okay,
that's not
the
good.
news is worse for Democrats. But you know what? I always like a little bit. I always like a little bit of a twist. I like a little bit of a twist. And it turns out maybe the white working class just wants to clean themselves of everyone. Because it may not be about who they want. It may be that they just dislike both parties enough that they won't show up to vote anyway. And this may be the whole entire game. Extremely motivated to vote, in the election, the shift from 2024 to 2026. Look at this. Those who say they're extremely motivated among the white non-college voters, they're 15 points less likely to say that. That is a far more negative number than we see among all others at -9 points. So maybe these white non-college voters won't
I mean, again, I would like him to cite this poll. I can't see. Where is the poll?
Others at -9 points. So maybe these white...
He hasn't cited the poll, which, again, is one of my critiques. This could fall in the margin of error, but just barely. This is kind of an important number to keep in the back of your head, right?
Non-college voters won't be voting for Democrats, but that may still be a win for Democrats because
it's so hot.
Because they're not going to be voting for Republicans
Yeah, it
either.
is.
As I said, in their mind, everyone sucks.
Everyone sucks.
And when you put
Where's
it all
Fred
together,
Durst?
if in fact that happens in the Midwest and Democrats are able to hold on to Michigan, are able to flip Ohio, are able to flip Iowa, and then they win where they're...
And let's be honest, flipping Ohio was is a joke, right? Because they had Ohio 2 years ago. So what are we talking about here, right? Flip Ohio, like just barely, right? It's essentially just another Kirk, Tammy Duckworth situation, right? Oh my God, it's so stupid. Just what Eon Wagoneer said, right? If it goes back to Sherrod Brown, okay, well, that's not really much of a victory, right? Because Sherrod Brown held the seat literally 2 years before, like a year and a half ago, right?
Also leading in the polls, even if nominally, North Carolina, Texas.
Yeah, these are the states that need to be flipped, right? And they're not even performing here. That's what I don't understand about the primaries and not having mandatory voting. Yeah. God, Peter, we're going to get to Anthony Green, the GOAT of elections. Hold your horses, girl.
Maine. Well, where does that get you? That gets you to a Democratic majority of 52 seats. So as I said...
Which is not great. Like, remember, guys, there was a point where they held 60 seats, 59, right?
Everyone sucks.
Yeah.
The white non-college voters may not like either party at this point, may not like Trump, may not like the Democrats, but who's the news worse for? It's probably worse for Donald Trump and the Republicans.
Yep.
Because when...
Well said. All right, what's this video you sent me? The switch.
What I do is I just try to take my hat and I turn it around, and it's like a switch that goes on.
Yep.
And when the switch goes on, I feel like another person. I don't know, I feel like a truck, like a machine.
Yeah. What's going on here? So this is the guy that we were talking about, who I was like, wow, this guy's great. This guy's better than Steve Kornacki. Too bad he retired. Australia can't even keep their own. God.
First of all, we'll just go across to Anthony Green.
Anthony Green has the first hour of counting there.
We have some breaking news. We're going to go to Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green is to election analysis and election results rather like Tina Turner to rugby league, simply the best.
Let's look at the overall votes.
Anthony Green is the Fibonacci of the tally.
Now you know where the emote comes from, right?
Anthony Green is the GOAT, the greatest of all time in bringing election news and analysis to Australians.
I think we can probably call this election.
Anthony Green. He was really good. Like, as somebody who studied elections a lot in college, because I had to, right? It's a part of your degree. I was like, oh, they're going to win. They're going to win. And I figured, like, he explained it really well, right? So, like, I was like, wow, this guy's like a kooky uncle, British uncle version of... He's like your kooky British uncle of Steve Kornacki. It was so funny to watch.
He is probably the most factual and the most professional person covering elections.
And goofy.
He has a total respect for facts, and he's very careful about his judgments.
Oh, sorry, I was distracted there. Oh, just someone making a wild prediction there. Tell us.
Anthony Green is the democracy sausage of Australian broadcasting. You cannot imagine an election without him.
Anthony Green is an expert. When you look for expert analysis,
yeah, I could tell right away. And I was like, who is this motherfucker? Like, I've never heard of him ever. And I was like, he really knows what he's talking about. Like, he really, and I was genuinely impressed. And I'm not that impressed by people, as you know.
Stood out.
Mima! There you are. Welcome back. How you been, girl?
As I think Australia's leading election expert in generations.
There's a 4 in front of us.
That's a good number to have.
I wish we could import him.
5 is better.
Anthony Green is
a legend.
And welcome back to the National Tally Room here in Canberra, where election 93 is really beginning to hot up. We'll be following the count through a special computer program designed by the ABC's election analyst Anthony Green, who will watch for those telltale shifts and trends throughout the night.
In the 1993 federal election, everyone expected Paul Keating to lose. And as a consequence, to watch Anthony that night work his way methodically through the numbers to establish that no, the reverse was in fact unfolding, that Houston was about to be smashed into little pieces by Keating.
At this stage, Labor is truly hanging on to office. Unless a lot of seats fall in West Australia, we could be seeing Labor return.
Thank you.
This was a mathematical unfolding of the night, which I will always remember.
To have 4 candidates under 32% of the vote, nightmare to pick a seat like that.
My best recollection of him was the 19...
This guy's the George W. Bush of fucking Australia. This guy's a clown.
98 election.
This motherfucker needs to go away.
Now, that particular election was close.
Right, PJ? Right, Patricia?
Don't pull your hair out, Anthony. Try and give us an idea.
I wouldn't pull my hair out. I haven't got enough left.
We foolishly, in the eyes of many, I think, correct.
By the way, you guys have some really good, like, graphics, too. Like, when he was showing off the, like, different provinces, right? Like, it was cool to see all, like, the different, like, graphics and stuff. I was like, very well done.
In the eyes of history, went to the election with a new tax, the GST.
Yeah, this guy sucks, right? And he's getting old. He looks like he has dementia or something now.
The early returns showed that we were going to lose some of the miracle gains.
Heavy petting in chat, Gus. Please, auto mod. Cheshire
Cat. Made in 96. And I was pretty nervous. And we were at
no petting anything unwanted.
And there was a couple of my friends, including Donald McDonald. And just as I arrived, I sort of, how's it going, Donald? And he said, Anthony Green's about to say something. So we stopped talking. And Anthony Green said,
let's factor in a couple of likely seats leaning that way. The Coalition are on 74. They are in government. And there are 9 seats in doubt. Let's make some sort of prediction on those other 9 seats. And the Coalition have 77 seats and a majority of 6.
I immediately reached for a double Scotch whiskey and was assured and happy for the rest of the night. But that was the sort of effect he had because I knew that he looked at it carefully. He wasn't getting carried away. He'd done his homework.
There is something very special in that moment when Anthony Green calls it. And I distinctly remember
that. Well, it's kind of like Steve Kornacki, right? Remember we stayed up to watch Abdul Al-Sayed? When Steve Kornacki calls it, you know it's Gucci. It's Gusty. What up? And I that's kind of what I was like, wow, this guy's really good. And again, I've never seen him before. I had like never covered an Australian election. I didn't even know who the fuck he was. And then they played this and I was like, oh yeah, no wonder he was so good. Yeah.
That in 2007.
I've got...
So, like, there are people that know what the fuck they're doing, right? That can analyze this, like, the numbers. And this is, like, that kind of political science, right? There are people who are really, really good at this. And like, you know, we have Steve Kornacki. He's pretty good. He's not as good as him, but Australia had him and then ditched him, threw him to the side of the road. How dare you, Australia? I blame Peger.
8 seats.
Everyone blame Peger in chat.
Held by the Liberal Party, which the Labor Party is ahead in. I'm not seeing any Labor-held seats which the coalition is ahead in.
I was in a room with just a few members of staff, and we had a very simple...
Okay, guys, stop petting everything, okay? Keep it below the... above the belt.
Crude, primitive whiteboard in our office as we went through seat by seat, as we thought we had the numbers in those seats to prevail. And I remember us getting up to seat number 15, which we had won, but we were still not quite there yet. And we were being deliberately cautious about each of the numbers and each of the seats. Then two things happened in rapid sequence. One, Anthony Green called the election and that I'd been elected as Prime Minister.
And we're prepared to make a prediction at this stage, and that prediction is 85, 10, 50.
Yeah, and this is why predictions matter, because, or like these kind of election results matter, because remember, guys, CNN and all these other agencies didn't call that election, but Steve Kornacki and NBC did, like, well before they did, right? They called it the next day after, because it was Cope, right? It was fucking Cope, in my opinion.
And about 15 seconds later, John Howard telephoned me before we'd reached the conclusion ourselves that we'd won.
For me, the sense that we'd absolutely won that election came in the moment that Anthony called it.
One of our panellists has attracted a bit of attention on the tally room floor.
I was actually in the tally room with Kerry O'Brien. I mean, it was absolutely a moment of joy and euphoria. The cheer from the tally room was absolutely magic.
So thank you, Anthony. And by the way, thank you, John Howard.
He's always been absolutely focused on the seat-by-seat contest and what that means for the big national contest. And
Chat after asking
I guess
for
a classic
no pets.
example of focusing on the seat-by-seat
no pets except from chat.
contest was the 2010 election.
In fact, I just got a message from our online people saying, can we turn on the prediction yet? And I said, no.
I had information coming in through all sources, and it was becoming clearer and clearer, and certainly Anthony was saying this, that we would be in a minority government situation likely.
And he said, no, I'm looking at these seats. I am not sure that Labor are going to get to the magic number of 75, which they didn't.
I think what's clear, no one will have a majority tonight.
No, that's
it's not even clear which party's got more seats.
All I can remember is someone asking me, I hope you got the independents' phone numbers.
But it just goes to show that Anthony is capable of making calls even in the most unusual electoral circumstances.
First thing I'll say is we're in for a long night. The picture is still pointing there is a swing against the government, but there's a lot of seats that I still have in doubt.
I remember in 2016.
One thing I do gotta ask, Patricia, like, to me, his accent sounds British. He doesn't sound Australian to me. Does he sound Australian to you guys? He sounds like a kooky, like, British uncle you would have or something.
We're waiting for more votes to come in and more clarity on a couple of...
Like, this is clearly an Australian accent, in my opinion, right? But, like, his accent doesn't sound Australian to me. It sounds like British.
The key seats, and yes, we were watching Anthony.
It's a huge country. There must be many. Yeah, that's probably it, right? Let me have a hear. God, Patricia! Listen to your own countrymen, for fuck's sake.
He thought we would probably win, which we did eventually, but it was a long night.
And I wanted to come back to you on a couple of things. Are you guys done? Yep. Oh, Anthony's doing ooh.
Yeah, I'm oohing a bit.
We noticed that you were oohing. We wondered what it was about.
I'll go through my Anthony Green handbook.
There are so many layers to what Anthony has brought to election coverage in Australia, and not just the coverage on the night, but conditioning and helping people understand how the system works.
It's going to be a potpourri. It's going to be a menagerie. Well, I won't call it a menagerie because most of these people are quite reasonable. Menageries are animals. But,
because of his coverage, election after election, people understand a lot more about the system, the preferences, and that really is a huge legacy because democracy is an incredibly precious thing.
There is no one broadcasting.
See, all these people sound Australian except for him, in my opinion. But I think Sweet Chewy is right. I think like there's a lot of regional accents and some sound very different.
On an election night that has their understanding of the data at the level that Anthony has had.
I've got a lot more figures here than I've got in my computer.
And importantly, he's trusted. He just comes at it from an objective
the
point
better
of
public
view.
speaker,
People
yeah.
listen to Anthony and they wait for him on election night to declare the winner.
Anthony, I think you're a little bit concerned that it might be giving a false impression at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just concerned there might be a bit of a Don's party effect going out there on people watching.
Anthony, I always say to people, rule one is have more fun. So that's my advice to you.
I hope.
Yeah, and that's where we got the emote, by the way, in case you guys want to know. That picture is fucking hilarious. What a goofy. It's so goofy. Right?
Whatever you do with the rest of your life, it brings
That
you
could
satisfaction.
never be done.
You will depart the...
No, he's very. There's something about him that he's fun to watch, right? Like we watched him, and I was genuinely entertained, and I was like, I just didn't think I'd be that entertained, and I was like, he genuinely is. Right?
active political scene with, I'm sure, a rare gift. And that
Certainly
is-
more than this fucker. He's the only thing he's entertaining is the casket. Am I right, Peter? Oh!
Respect across the board.
Thank you for your service. The ABC is a public broadcaster, and in that sense, he's a public servant. I think he's done a great public service. My other message for him is life after politics, mate. Enjoy it.
Now that you've finished observing politics from the grandstand, mate, you should enter the field yourself. After all, you know how elections are won and lost.
I'm sorry to be losing you as the main ABC election
Oh, this guy's a clown too.
analyst. You've probably made the right decision because it's always best to go when they want you to stay rather than to stay when they want you to go.
Have fun. Enjoy life
This is the current prime minister. He's pretty decent, right?
in the inner west.
I will be absolutely intrigued to hear whether or not on the first election night after he retires, Anthony is glued to the ABC or whether he's completely recovered and he's just out to dinner with mates and not paying it any attention. I think I'm hoping the second for him.
Oh, they didn't show him giving they gave him flowers too. They were like, "Thank you so much, Anthony," and they like went out and gave him a bunch of flowers and shit. And I was like, wow, they'd never do that. They just like terminate your employment right there and fucking piss on your leg. Oh my god. Didn't like people who worked 40 years at like CBS they literally got fired and that's all they got, right? They didn't even get anything. Well, there you go, guys. Australia, that weird ass place. They have people like him. Now you know. What up? All right. And then I did want to cover this guy because he's an interesting candidate from Nebraska, right? Yeah. Not really a Democrat, not really a Republican, obviously, but the one thing Aussie PMs do well is skull beers.
Let's talk about you first. You say you're an independent and you're not a Democrat, but Democrats, they're making no secret about it. They want you to win, and you're backed by the Nebraska Democratic Party. So my question to you is, where do you really break from the Democratic Party?
Yeah, well, first of all, we have the same thing in common, and that's to get Pete Ricketts out of politics.
Is the ultimate flyover Midwest state. Oh my god, it really is. That in like Missouri. Right? At least like with Missouri, you do technically could like fly into St. Louis and hang out there and then fly out, but you're right, Nebraska, yeah. It's not really a state you move to, it's a state you move out of, right?
In Nebraska, because ever since he's been governor, he's tried to run our state like a mob boss, and it's just been full of bad ideas. So we definitely have that in common. But I suppose where I break is I feel like both parties in recent years have.
The Nebraska state tree is the only tree there. I mean, it is because it's the Midwest, right?
Really,
Nebraska's interesting. It's purpler than you think. Yeah, it could be more. I think it's just it has like a that in Kansas, right? I feel like Kansas, Nebraska are purpler than people. Purpler. I love that word, purpler. Say that 10 times. Purpler. Purpler. Purpler. Nebraska and Kansas. Yuck. Okay, Eon Wagoneer, tell us how you really feel, girl. Jeez.
Both kowtowed to their donor base, right? The corporations and
spit on
buying
them while you're
money
at it.
and funneling money into campaigns. I mean, you look at the way the DCCC recruited in 2024. And no offense to the lawyers out there, but it's a heck of a lot of lawyers and business execs. You know, if you want to represent working people, you should probably be cut from the same cloth.
But Mr. Osborne, based on your statements, it sounds like you're in line with a lot of Democratic position. You've said you support codifying Roe v. Wade. You've opposed the president's big, beautiful bill, supported raising taxes on wealthy taxpayers. You've criticized Trump on tariffs. So would you agree, though, on a lot?
It's too much when you put two of them together for sure.
Of
Yeah.
the major
Missouri, Oklahoma, yuck. Yeah, Missouri's pretty
issues.
I went to Missouri and I was blown away. I was like, whoa.
Philosophically in line with most
Missouri.
Democrats.
You got to say it the right way, girl. Missouri. Yeah, some people say Missouri. I'm not even joking. It's like a minority of the state, apparently, but still. Where's the E in Missouri? There's no E. There's an I. Shouldn't it be Missouri?
I agree. I think a good idea is a good idea. Really, it doesn't matter to me where it comes from. Like I said, I'm a lifelong.
Hello, I'm back. Hey, Kirsten B. Welcome back, girl. How you doing?
Independent. I come from a conservative household. And, you know, I don't care what party comes up with a solution for healthcare because both parties have had control of both the House, the Senate, and Congress since I've been alive, and my healthcare still sucks. That's what I know. So, you know, I think running as an independent and being an independent in the halls of power is going to uniquely position me to be able to negotiate well with both sides and get stuff done for Nebraskans.
So if you do win, you'll have a choice to make about who to caucus with, and you'll have to. So how will you choose that? Whether you'll organize with the GOP or with the Democrats?
Yeah, I haven't seen any rules written in the Constitution on the caucus question, certainly. But I plan on remaining an independent, and I believe in the words of Abraham Lincoln, this is a government by and for the people. This isn't a government for Democrats or Republicans.
Back to writing. No worries, girl.
I value those words, and that's the way I want to operate.
But if you don't caucus with anyone, you wouldn't get committee assignments. So it might not be written in the Constitution, but that's how the Senate works.
Well, I would beg to differ with that. I think people are going to be knocking on my door. I think we know that
he's right, by the way.
The Senate's going to be pretty close, razor thin majority one way or the other. And you know, you can look at 2024 and the big beautiful bill that was passed.
They'll all come knocking on his door, being like, "Hey, will you caucus with us? Hey, will you caucus with us?" Right? And the only reason he's saying all this is because he's in Kansas, guys. Right? I don't know. Don't get it twisted. Like, he's not gonna come out being like, "I'll caucus with the Democrats," because that essentially paints you as a Democrat in a pretty red state, right? It's not exactly like the most red state because like on like the religious issues, it cuts pretty red. But like what Ducky was saying, it does have a history of populism, economic rights, etc. Right? It's just the religious aspect has been very important in Nebraska, right? But like on the more local level, yeah, like they have really fought back against like Sam Brownback, right? Who was a big like cutting taxes Republican. Yeah. Oh wait. Let's see something. Single up. Sorry, that was Kansas. Yeah, he's from Kansas, but they're very similar, right? Because they were like organized in very much the Kansas-Nebraska Act, right? So they have a lot of things in common. There was no like Sam Brownback equivalent that I know of, but the thing I was familiar with Nebraska was the whole like teachers union thing that we discussed. That's what I was thinking, and I mixed the two things up. Sorry. Was this right? Like the voucher system that people were really against, they successfully fought that off. Why? Because that's more of an economic issue, right? So, like as Ducky says, it's not exactly a red state, but it looks really red because a lot of the cultural issues are overwhelmingly like skewed for these kind of things. Ranked choice would be ideal. Yeah, I think if Nebraska and Kansas had like, you would see very different candidates run, right? They would be basically like conservative on cultural issues, right? And like economically more populist on economic issues, which would be kind of a weird mix, right? A lot of people don't think of like conservatives being like that conservative, but at least on like religious or cultural stuff, and then on like economic issues being that like to the left, right? It's very interesting. It's a bloody good system, damn right. Well, and to be fair, right, now we're learned about how Massachusetts works. Did you notice what they said about Massachusetts? That a lot of towns don't operate on that spectrum as well, like what Ducky said. So could you imagine if they implemented that to Kansas and Nebraska? Like every part of the state was just like claimed by a town or like a city or something like that, right? Which would be a little harder in, I guess, a more rural state, but it really would change stuff drastically, because remember, like towns don't operate the same way as like say a county, right? Where like they may be conservative on taxes, but very like left wing on funding schools or something like that, right? So yeah, this is, don't always view like politics as so left and right, because like there are states like this, right? And he did very well in the last election. I think he only, like the Republican only won by 3 points or some crap like that, which in a state like Nebraska is very, very, very, very ridiculous, right? I forget the exact margin, but it was way closer than I ever thought it was going to be, right? Hold on. I think it was within 5 or 6 points, if I remember correctly. Yeah, see? 53 to 46, which is unheard of in Nebraska, right? Because if you go back here, everything's like 59, right? 57. Yeah, 57. Look at that. 63, right? Everything's so lopsided, right? And there you go. This one won by 10 points, right? It used to be a much more blue state. Like they used to elect a lot more Democrats to the Senate. And again, I think this is like there's a great movie that talks about this, right? This is why I kind of put them together a lot of the times, right? There's a book you guys should read that we read in college. It's called What's the Matter with Kansas? And it talks about how like this territory, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, right? This whole like territory in the US were very much like for like these populist like left-wing ideals. But over time, ever since the 80s, really, right? Look at this guy, Bob Kearney, who was a Democrat, won 56 to 41. Beef and steel, yeah. Exactly. All that went away. So then what ended up happening, Sweet Chewy, is they became more conservative, right? Because, well, they were always conservative, at least in religious aspects, right? In cultural aspects. But what ended up happening was, that. Because as neoliberalism took over and their jobs went, right? You saw that with the closing of the Tyson plan as well. So, yeah, it's a very interesting region for that reason alone. But yeah, I highly recommend you pick up the book. There's also a movie called What's the Matter with Kansas, right? And I feel like it also applies very much so to Nebraska, right? Because they were essentially one territory, and they're obviously not the same state anymore, but I'm just saying, like, they have that kind of like populist swing to it, right? This is the first time I've ever watched primaries in my life. It's so stressful. Really? Wow. I've been doing it for years, ever since like as far as I can remember. If there were ranked choice voting, that would mean no primaries. Correct. There would be no primaries. There'd be no stress because you just do the election and done. Somebody wins, which is the better system.
By a tiebreaker, by J.D. Vance. If I would have beat Deb Fischer, I would have been the tiebreaker, right? And that's certainly going to give me leverage because people are going to need my vote.
Yeah, but again, you won't be able to sit on committees. You need to get a committee assignment. That's how the Senate operates. And if you don't choose a caucus, you say you're not going to caucus with anyone, you're not going to sit on a committee. Won't that make you less effective?
Well, you say I won't be able to sit on committee, but I beg to differ. I think I'll be able to get on many committees. Because like I said, people are going to want to be able to earn my vote to get things done. And the way I understand it, each senator is guaranteed at least 3 committees. But yeah, that's certainly a bridge that I'm going to cross when I get there. But right now, I'm certainly focused
at least 3
on winning this seat for working Nebraskans and getting a billionaire out of office.
Well, I mean, you spoke about Pete Ricketts. He is aligning himself with President Trump. I mean, this is a state where about half of registered voters are Republicans. So isn't it being on President Trump's side
for him. Way
a
over
wise
that
strategy in a state that Trump won by 20 points?
Exactly. 20 points, guys.
I mean, he certainly thinks it is. I don't think it is. Because again, this is a government by and for the people. This isn't a government for one person in the executive branch. And now, with the war in Iran, that's been we'll have to start with a blanket tariff policy that's really hurting our row crop farmers. Now the war in Iran is hurting our farmers with inputs and fuel costs. And now you add this beef deal on, 300 tons of foreign metric beef bought and paid for by the taxpayers. That's going to hurt Nebraska cattlemen. We're number 1 in beef in this state. We're 3rd in corn and we're 5th in soybeans. And our farmers and ranchers are getting killed right now with a bad policy.
So you said you're a lifelong independent.
We're 5th in soybeans.
Conservative household.
I've never heard anyone fucking pronounce it like that. Thank you, Lucy. Appreciate it, girl. It does sometimes I'm like, woo. I get stuff mixed up, but it's just because I'm remembering stuff that I studied like years ago, right? I'm a good example of why Generation X is our biggest political weakness. Well said. Oh, cool. You're Gen X. Awesome. Yeah, nice. And you aren't stuck with 2 parties. Yeah, facts. We are.
It's sad, Donald. So sad.
19 is when I started watching primaries back in... yeah. I started watching this stuff. I can't even remember. I think I was like 15. Maybe even 14, right? I was really young. I didn't understand them, obviously, as much, but I've been doing it a very long time, guys. That's why when I kind of studied, when I found out about... Like, when I went to college, I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do, but then I found, like, political science courses, and it was love at first sight, as they say. When I was 19, it was Herbert Walker Bush. I don't know if there would be any point to fall in the primaries on that one. Interesting. Wait, I redid the math. It would have been Clinton that would have been entertaining. Yeah, that makes sense.
Did you vote for Trump in 2024 or Kamala Harris?
Yeah, because it was a 3-way race with the first Bill Clinton race, right? Ross Perot, Bill Clinton, and George H.W. Bush. Yeah, I agree, Sweet Chewy. That would have been.
No, I voted for Sean Fain. I wrote him in.
You voted for Sean Fain. And what about 2020 and 2016? Did you vote for Trump in either of those election cycles?
No, I usually write in. I'm where a lot of Americans sit, where I get frustrated with both of my choices. I haven't seen anybody in quite a while that I can align myself and want to get behind. And so hopefully in the future that
Clinton was the first president I voted for. Wow, what a boomer. I'm joking. Depression, Kentucky. I love that emote. Damn it. I think I was at Fish at a Fish concert. Oh my god, I know that band. How do I know that band? I had a friend of mine who worked with who was in our communications class, and he fucking loved that band. He was obsessed with Fish. And I was like, who the fuck is Fish? He's like, it's spelled P-I-H-S-H. And I'm like, okay. And yeah, that's how I found out about that band. Otherwise, I would have never heard about it. Yeah, his wife is the first candidate I voted for. Oh, God. My first president I voted for was FDR. No cap. I'm older than I look. Double zombie emote. Ducky for me. They're still selling out shows in the stadiums. I think Fuzzy Simba. I think the downfall was the boomers voting for Reagan. Oh yeah, for real. 100%. I wish I could have voted for FDR this year. I think we all would have. Oh my god, you are I am. I only drink animal blood though. That's why my eyes are brown. God, those movies were shit, but they were so fun to watch, to make fun of. Oh my god. And so many of like my girlfriends love those movies. I don't know why,
again, that could just never be me.
Yeah. They were shit. Ducky's a huge fan of Twilight. It's her favorite franchise. He told me the other day. Could never be me.
What was written in candidates? Have you ever voted for a Republican?
There was a cartoon called Count Duckula. They were terrible. I know. So bad. Oh my god. I'm ready for Hunger Games reboot. They did technically reboot it. It just was shit. I watched it. Don't slander me like that. Yeah, like I kind of like the actor who played Cornelius, right? What was his name? Fuck, I'm blanking on Snow, President Snow, or he becomes President Snow. I kind of liked him, but the movie was kind of all right. I don't know. I thought it could have been better. I watched it though, because you know we are technically almost at the Hunger Games. We are in a dystopia. Might as well watch every dystopia movie, and pick your poisons, as they say. Some of these reboots are like machine learning. Yeah, they're just like hallucinations. They're really bad. Some of them, right? Like they don't know how to remake a lot of this stuff. It sucks. I tried to watch the Twilight on Amazon Prime a long time ago, like only got to 10 to 15 minutes before turning it off. Oh, you're gonna have to watch a lot more than that, girl. You gotta keep your eyes glued. How long have you been 17 for? How long have I been 17 for, chat? Kirsten B. We're on the pedophile games now. Oh, right. 100. 100.
For Democratic presidential candidate? And who?
Yeah, I have.
Can you say who?
1,000 years.
I'm not going to say who. That's between me
Sweet
and my...
Chewy, congrats on hitting 100 messages. Yeah, our Gloggy will keep track of, and you'll get Gloggy points. Yep. The most anyone's ever done is over 250. And we got a tracker, so every stream it tracks, like he tracks how many messages you send, right? We have a very chatty chat, so it's pretty easy to do.
my pen at the voting ballot.
Okay, fair enough. What you were critical of Trump. What grade would you give Trump about his job performance so far?
Oh, right now, I mean, if you look at the industries in Nebraska and you know, especially agriculture, like I said, this is a massive agriculture state. Always have been. That's our bread and butter. We're not doing well. Like I said, I was just talking to a row crop farmer the other day. Farms 1,900 acres. His inputs are up $50,000 than they would have been for fertilizer if he would have been able to put that order in pre-war. And in 2025, the tariffs cut his markets out of soybeans, so he's just out.
Beans.
So if you're
there
grading agriculture, I'm giving this a failing grade right now, because you look at the way the dominoes are falling. Yeah, oh yeah, suicide for farmers are up 3.5 times the national average. You know, like I said, a lot of the markets have been
also like. Those movies are so bad, right? They're just so bad on so many levels. They're hilarious to watch. Right? Remember when she punches him in the face and she breaks her arm? She hurts her arm? She hurts like her... And then she gets mad. It's like, well, what do you expect? He's basically Superman. It's so stupid.
And closed off for our farmers. Now
it's like, if you're fucking punching Superman, what do you expect, girl? He's literally made of like steel or marble or whatever the fuck you see when they try to rip each other's heads off. Which is also another goofy thing, right?
This beef deal.
Look how those dominoes are farting, right?
That's going to hurt our cattlemen. It's just happening over and over again.
So
and the bailout didn't bail anybody out.
Sorry to interrupt. So if you give Trump a failing grade, what about the Democrats in the Senate? The Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, what grade would you give him?
An F.
Well, I give them all an F. You know why? Because we're on extension from a farm bill from 2018. You know, and that farm bill from 2018 is 2014 prices. So our subsidies, our crop insurance, favors corporate
this part is true.
Ag is failing our farmers, and they've had ample opportunity to come to the table and give us a farm bill, and it hadn't happened.
It hadn't happened. All right. Already. That one already too. Now moving on to John Ossoff. This just dropped by Status Quo. I guess you were all right. I was just being too optimistic. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Get ready, Ducky. But the shutdown or something, they'll say. Can't wait, exactly. Get a free dessert from Domino's on my birthday. A nose. I gotta say, their new little commercial, I've watched it when I like turned on it was like Ice Beans streamer the other day, right? Yesterday. Their little new like jingle is catchy. It's a little too catchy for me because I'm humming it. Da da ba ba ba. I'm loving it. Yo, man, you know this gon' make it mad. Bring that back, then we make it. Oh my god, this is so cringe. This is so cringe. The libs of cringe, guys. Look at this. Oh, God. Meg Whitmer and fucking... I blame Ducky. This is her governor. And anyone here from California, I'll blame you too. What the hell? Why do they look like they're staring off into the distance? Are they rapping? Yeah, basically. They're posing to rap music. It's terrible. The s'mores lava cake are amazing. Oh,
cool.
Yeah.
Covering what the corporate media covers
up. That was cringe. That was really bad.
The new man of the hour is John Ossoff, who, again, would I rather him in Georgia than whoever the alternative is? I would.
Of course. Yeah.
But the media and the Democratic establishment is almost like...
Wow, look at how cool the neolibs are. I know, right, Ducky? I can't wait to vote for her again. I mean, first time.
Salivating at the mouth.
Gavin Newsom, I'm salivating at it right now.
For this guy to be the guy in 2028.
God.
And, you know, I like some of the things he says. He did go viral this week. Let's play that clip of him calling out Trump for being a crook and kind of bringing up his weird, shall we say, relationship with the blonde aide, Natalie Harp.
What an absolute crook. Aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, they've now been at sea for 240 plus days without a port call. It's a Navy record. And still they serve with excellence. God bless the sailors, Marines, aviators, and all aboard the United States ship Abraham Lincoln. See, they don't expect luxury. They'll endure hardship. But they deserve competent leaders who send them into combat only when necessary and with decisive clarity of purpose, not fools who lie about the purpose and progress of war. And while the sailors on the Lincoln fight his war, while he fruitlessly drains our munitions and oil reserves, the president sleeps through his meetings. He golfs and trades stocks. See, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
So that one, you know, blew up the resistance on social media. He was the first, I think, politician to bring up Trump's bizarre relationship with Natalie Harp, which we'll get to shortly because we have a video of that. Listen, it sounds good. He says some populist things, but he's another one who I couldn't tell you what he's running on. He's not for Medicare for all. I know that. Now, you could say devil's advocate. He can't be for Medicare for all in Georgia. I disagree. First of all, he can. Or he can't win in Georgia being for Medicare for all. I think you can. But putting all that aside, as I've always told you, if you've been with me since day one, dating back to before status quo, follow the money. I don't care what they say. I don't care how articulate or charismatic they are saying it. Who's he hobnobbing with? Who's he or she hobnobbing with? And who are they taking money from? Well, Mr. Ossoff is about to go to the Hamptons. If we could show that article, Colin, from, I believe, the Hartford Sentinel, if you have it. There we go. Ossoff taps Hampton Donor Network as his profile rises for 2028. Now the populism starts oozing off, right? Mm-hmm. Democratic Senator John Ossoff of Georgia is slated to meet with political donors in the Hamptons. Not exactly a working class hub. Later this month for his November re-election bid, a fundraising swing that will also allow the Wall Street set, a chance to vet him as a potential 2028 presidential candidate. So, JT, inferred in that is it's more important for the Wall Street set to vet him than us, John and Jane Workerbee.
Correct. And this is not how a party should run, right, guys? Objectively so. I'm sorry, no. We should not have political parties that are not vetted by voters.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same dynamic that the Democrats insist on playing out over and over again. Is
is always messing up my messages. It's still a little better here than it is on YouTube. Yeah, the problem is, make sure you follow the channel on YouTube too. We're trying to grow over there and get monetized because the channel got shut down. Sweet Chewy. Here, I'll do the anyone who hasn't followed the stream over on YouTube. There you go.
We're going to put forward the candidate that is most appealing.
Yeah, YouTube. Honestly, YouTube for streaming is pretty bad, right? Like as a chatter, it just feels really bad. Did you cover this today? USS Lincoln.
To our donor.
Yeah, about the reason that they haven't been getting the supply was because of the air base that was bombed. And Pete Hegseth just didn't tell anybody. Yeah, we covered that. This isn't even like breaking news. This is I know this article is talking about it, but this is something that we covered a few days ago. Desert Loner. Yeah, so basically what this article is saying, even though it was published today, which is a little weird, that like Pete Hegseth covered this shit up, right, guys? So this Iran attacked this U.S. base in the Persian Gulf, and they weren't able to get the supplies out to the USS Lincoln, and that's why they've been having trouble, right? And he just didn't tell anyone about it. Yep, we covered that too. Google changed how the views are counted. Will fuck things up. It'll make things worse for basically smaller creators, right? It basically incentivizes botting. It sucks, but
Our class, and then tell our voters
the AI takeover is just trickling in. Yeah,
that you have to
said, right. That's another reason why probably Twitch will be a better place to watch streaming and stuff, right? But that's neither here or there at this point.
You have to vote for him. You can't stay home this election just because you don't like that this candidate is going to be bought and paid for, because the alternative is worse. Now,
I'm sick. You okay? You got the sniffles or what?
John Ossoff, there has been at least some of those, he's had some of those populist moments, particularly around congressional stock trading and willing to support reform there. But when you're doing these kinds of fundraisers, how can any reasonable person remain confident that you are going?
Sometimes when I feel like I have a cold around this time of the year, it's because of ragweed. It could be that, but I don't know. If you're allergic to ragweed, because I know it blooms at this time, at the end of August.
Going to continue to hold those beliefs if and when the money, comes to you and says, actually don't support reforms that are supported by the vast majority of working class people. Support the continuation of the status quo, because that's what continues to enrich me and my other donor buddies.
Well said.
And I want to make a point. I did a video on this last week, but earlier this week, Hakeem Jeffries was on Meet the Press twisting himself into a human fucking pretzel that he's not for Medicare for all. I do not support this legislation at this time. When a new poll said 90% of Democrats support Medicare for all. Remember the talking point from Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and all these people? How could Republicans be blocking sensible gun legislation like background checks? 90% of Americans are for tighter background checks.
How dare they?
Apparently, when 90% are for, I don't know, not dying because you don't have enough money in your pocket, suddenly they're not for that same principle. But getting back to this, because in fairness, it's not just Ossoff. Other possible 2028 candidates, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. He's 100%.
Hell no. If it's JB Pritzker, guys, I'm having the opposite of an erection. I'm having a direction. It's gonna be a black hole direction, okay? Ew. I refuse.
Running. I don't know why he's going to the Hamptons. He's a billionaire and doesn't need
The candidate can't be resistant to JP. Okay, that's like the funniest thing. You win the prize for funniest chat of the stream of the week, I think. That shit was hilarious. Yeah, the candidate is not allowed to be immune to GLP-1s. If you go on those and it doesn't do anything, you're good. You cannot run. Fuck JB. Barely feel like voting for him for governor. Exactly. Like he's just like so uninspiring. Right? That's why I said he gives me like direction, right? Like it's literally a black hole because he just would suck. Same with Josh Shapiro. He's shit. Wes Moore is oh my god, these candidates are all shit. But I mean JB is objectively shit, right? Objectively. Why is it not the right time for female candidates to run? Do you believe female candidates have no shot of winning? I mean, it's just the last two losers were all women, right? And I think that's why a lot of people don't like that idea. Now, I don't feel like that, but I'm saying that's how other people feel, right? He was one of the first to try Ozempic and it didn't work. Clearly. I think it's just too risky for this. Exactly. I think that's how a lot of people feel, right? Do I necessarily agree? Not necessarily, but a lot of people disagree with me, so I kind of have to point that out, right? It's not really my choice anyway. So, I was listening to an interview. UC Berkeley is working on another weight loss drug. Damn, really? Okay. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. I don't think there's any like ill will or anything. I think people are just like a little more cautious. And to be fair, like Trump did 2 out of the 3 candidates that ran against Trump were female and lost, right? And we've never had a female president, right? And let's be honest, like even with Hillary Clinton, she would have been bad, right? She would have been better than Trump, but she would have been pretty bad. Whichever one Trump, like I don't know, like even back then I remember I was like, I can't believe my first female president is going to be Hillary Clinton, right? There were women saying that. And then Trump won, so that didn't happen. Whichever one of Trump is taking like 10 times more of effective, started with an R, we truth then and then or something. Yeah, well, historically it just doesn't seem like a great idea. Yeah, I can't get emotional about calculus.
Could never be me, but it's definitely you.
You're on fire today, girl. Whammon, am I right? I blame Whammon for that. I know, Thorn. I blame Whammon too. Most of this chat is Whammon, so I'm sorry, chat. I'm blaming you. They need to put a really strong Whammon. I think we could win. No, I understand. I thought you were talking about Congress as well. No, I think for Congress, it's more local and people are more, but for president, and I think that's what's going on here, right? Kirsten B, it's a good question, but That's basically why people feel like that, right? Again, it's not my opinion per se, but I'm not the one choosing president, right? AOC Smile works heavily against her. It's all teeth and no eye contact. Well, I don't know. Tell that to Cavicular. He wants to tap that ass. That BBL, apparently. And that other guy who came up to her, right? Who literally said that to her. And now that she's like single and ready to mingle, I don't know about ready to mingle, but she's definitely single. Yeah, she's gonna get fucking creeped on by a bunch of creepers for sure. Especially, they all tend to be right-wingers, right? Screwed to us. Kamala screwed us too. Another whammon. I'm beginning to see a pattern. I know, right? God, why is it always the whammon? Cavicular's a lunatic. That's a bad influence on our youth. For real, he is. But he's an The fact that he's an influence is the problem, right? Alex Stein. Yeah, that was the guy. My bad. I was blanking on his name. I was like, who was that fucker again? He was creepy as shit. He used to do poll debates. Yeah, not anymore. I barely hear about him ever again. Ever. Like,
Wall Street's money, but that's another story. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Maryland Governor Wes Moore, all of whom are up for re-election, have also traveled to the Hamptons this summer. So the bottom line is, listen, folks, the Hamptons, I've been there. I'm from New York. I haven't been to like the fundraisers. I've been to the beach, but it's a lovely place. Politicians aren't going there because it's a lovely place. They're going essentially to audition for the real
wild man,
power, the donors, because they are still living in the outdated and morally bankrupt prism that I need to rake in God knows how much money to be competitive, when Bernie Sanders already showed you twice you could be competitive by just being for the morally righteous and sensible positions like Medicare for all, free public college, massive investment to save the planet, and on and on and on. So spare me, great. He gives a good speech. He's viral. He's charismatic. He's got white Obama vibes, but he's a dime a dozen Democratic establishment hack. And before we move on to the next, I got to show you some cringe ads.
Oh, great.
From other.
It's what we're here for, right? Cringe. Where's Gloggy Cringe? Everybody. Everyone get your Gloggy Cringe emotes out.
Potential 2028ers. You know, this might ruffle some of the resistance feathers, but we can't just focus on Ossoff. Here is the new Blues brothers and sisters, I guess, of the Democratic Party, Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Wilson. Gretchen Whitmer.
Gretchen Wilson. Yeah, thank you, Thorne.
Are, I think, in Michigan.
Oh, no. We get stuff done by nodding our heads and bumping our fists.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm going to play that one more time.
That's embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Jordan, if you play that video one more time, I'm walking off of the stream. You can finish the rest of it by yourself. I can't watch that shit. Oh
yeah,
my
that's
God.
Terrible.
And I promise you, behind the scenes,
fucking Brian kill me after that. I mean, I'd go to Dave & Buster's with them if they pay for my food and games. I mean, who wouldn't want free food, especially in this economy? But with that company, I don't know. It would make it more debatable. They're just so lame.
Thing that 14 seconds probably took them 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
God.
So for
and on government on like during work hours too. They definitely caught that. You know they caught that shit. Oh my God.
First of all, one of their things was that they're putting money back in our pockets.
Yeah, bullshit there.
Anyone in California want to tell you how much money Gavin Newsom's put back in your pockets?
Famously a place that is very cheap to live and is only getting more affordable.
Exactly, right. Duh.
Yes.
Come on, guys. Gavin's doing all that and plus more.
And by the way, Gavin Newsom was involved with killing single payer on the state level at least twice.
Yeah, there you go. That's another one, right? We covered that too.
Gretchen Whitmer. I mean, I know Michigan. I'm not quite sure what she's done to put money back in people's pockets.
No, they're just putting hands in our pockets and taking them. Yeah. Well said. Oh my God. Please God, Gustx. What? Just ask the computer programmers in San Francisco. Yeah.
And they're fighting for democracy. I mean, I guess they've shown up to some No Kings protests. Kudos. They're not fighting for democracy in terms of, I don't know, democracy meaning represent the popular will, because I just told you 90% of Democrats want Medicare for all, and both of them are against it. And we could go down the list of other overwhelmingly popular policies. Both of them are against because they're also bought off by Wall Street. And in Gretchen Whitmer's case, her father was, I think, the CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield, and she got a shit ton of money from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So no wonder she's against Medicare for all. And, you know, some will say, Jordan, now's not the time. We gotta beat Trump. Well, first of all,
this news seems to be getting worse every damn day. My go square.
I don't go by the calendar. I am consistent. So I'm going to call out corruption and hackery no matter what, no matter the season. Secondly, I'm pointing this out because you're going to lose to J.D. Vance.
Joke's on them. I'm a woman. I don't have pockets. Oh, we talked about this. Women don't have pockets. Yeah. God, women, get some pockets first so then they can steal some of that. I mean, put their hands in it.
Or Marco Rubio, or name your MAGA light, or God forbid if Trump runs again, because the Supreme Court lets him do whatever he wants. If you run more of the same old, fight democracy, stronger together, rebuild the soul, whatever Biden's shit was, he barely won. It's not a slam dunk for a Democrat to win in 2028. I know it feels like it now. It's not. This is a divided country. We have an electoral college. And if you have candidates that aren't actually running on
he's absolutely right. If you don't have the right candidates, I'm sorry. If you think the Democrats are a shoo-in for the next election, oh boy, are you wrong. People just don't show up. And that doesn't mean like they're going to go out and vote for you. There's so many assumptions with like this strategy that we never talk about, right? And he's absolutely right.
Policies per se, bold policies, and are just running on vibes and democracy and poorly edited TikTok videos. Authenticity matters, and people can smell bullshit, and that's bullshit. Facts. I got one more for you, JT. Could you stomach it?
Oh, God. Yeah.
We can't go back to our original form. Nope. I mean, absolutely not. No. I'm not nostalgic about
any of that.
No, absolutely not, man. No,
Has some of that changed recently?
Yeah, not recently. I'm even more clear about it. Like, none of that. I mean, relationships, truth, trust. I mean, that we need to restore. Alliances. But these institutions, they've not been serving us for too long. And so I am deeply mindful that we're not here just to go back. We need to transform. And
he's a special
we need
guy.
to recognize
that
we can't manage our decline. For me, it's not about nostalgia. It's not.
It's like managing your retirement home decline. Yeah, you can't manage that. It just kind of happens, right? You get put in retirement home and you get into decline, I guess. I guess you could manage it, right? Don't they have drugs for that?
Respectfully,
dementia drugs.
For me, at least, about socialism in that respect.
He's basically saying we're a dying country, right? We're not going to manage our decline.
But nor is it
But are we? He should get back together with Kimberly Gargoyle.
About capitalism.
She's a gargoyle now.
As we know it.
Jesus.
It fundamentally has to be reformed. It's not working anymore. And everybody knows that. 10% of people own 93% of the equities. 10% of people own 67% of all.
I should make like a point system for you guys to give when you do funny stuff. You get like a recognition on the stream.
Of the
I could work on that. I have to finish up a few of the bugs that are not working and the DJ thing, but yeah.
You got $124 trillion of generational wealth that's going to transfer most of that tax-free to the next generation, locking in that money for generations. I mean, this whole tax system has to be reformed, and our institutions have to.
If there is one policy that the kids today are going to understand through vertical videos like this and that they feel passionately about, it is about minor tweaks to a capitalist system and common sense tax reform, baby. That's what the kids want to see on their vertical videos.
Uh-huh. That's what they want to see, guys. Duh. All right. See what else we have to cover here. Are there vertical videos full stop? All right. Oh yeah, I did want to talk about this because we have been talking about Erdogan for a couple months ago, right? And I really hope he fucking leaves. Honestly, Turkey's kind of an important country for various reasons that we've talked about on the stream. And I really hope that they're able to. He's gonzo, right? But he's made it incredibly difficult because he's put all these like roadblocks and conditions to even run as president of Turkey, right? And that's what these people do, right? Like, just take whatever. Like, if Trump gets away with all the stuff he's able to do, I think he's just gonna follow the Erdogan model, right? Hey, do we all do or say funny shit daily? Get no points for it. Work on that shit, Gus. I know. I know. It's true. You guys deserve some recognition. But I do call you out. Like, you said something that the other, like, 2 or 3 streams ago that was hilarious, and now Sweet Chewy, new chatter in chat, is saying hilarious shit. Ducky said something once, I think. I mean, she's a duck, so ducks can be funny, right? We all know that. Oh, they're vertical.
A few weeks ago, Turkey's political map was redrawn after Özgür Özal was ousted as leader of Turkey's main opposition party, the Republican People's Party, or CHP. Soon after, Özal announced he was forming his own new party
Lucy,
called...
you definitely said something with that mayor, right? The Mayor McCheese or whatever, and you called it the Burger Channel. Yeah, that was fucking hilarious. That shit was fucking gold. I laughed my ass off.
Seemingly, for lack of inspiration, the new party, or Yeni. It's a big deal for Turkey because, for well over 2 decades, the CHP had been Turkey's main opposition party. But the new party put an end to that, becoming the second largest party in the country after Erdogan's ruling Justice and Development Party, or AKP, and even leading in recent polls. So in this video, we're going to take a look at this new party and what it means for the country's opposition before assessing whether the new party could actually put an end to Erdogan's 2-decade-long grip on power.
Yeah, he's been in power for as long as Putin, right? Which is crazy. Putin's been in office for 20 years or whatever the fuck. More than that, I think 26.
Is Trump
right?
on a political crash course? Is his war in Iran unwinnable? Well, we don't know. That's why we interviewed The Economist Washington Bureau Chief Shashank Joshi in the latest issue of our magazine, Too Long. That's just one of the articles in our longest issue ever. Subscribe to get your copy by clicking the link in the description. So to understand how we got here, let's first look at how the split in the CHP came about. Before deciding to form his new party on the 24th of July, Ozil
Birds
had
are
been
real,
the CHP...
pigeons in particular. Somebody got Gloggy to hate pigeons, Sweet Chewy. I don't know how. But now he talks about pigeons and how he hates them. I blame you, chat.
HP's leader
Someone in
since
chat. I don't know who, but somebody.
2023. He was largely seen as the driving force behind the CHP's rejuvenation. Under his leadership, the CHP managed to beat Erdogan's ruling AKP in local elections in March 2024 for the first time in 22 years, maintaining or gaining control of city councils in several major cities, including Istanbul. Istanbul CHP Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, who claimed a second victory in the 2024 local elections, solidified his position as a real challenger to Erdogan. But he's been swept up in a wave of crackdowns that have seen several mayors, including himself, arrested on accusations of corruption and fraud. İmamoğlu was detained just days before the CHP primary that formally confirmed him as the opposition party's presidential candidate for the next election. The move was widely seen as politically motivated by critics and human rights organisations, and it sparked mass protests across the country. So, Turkey's opposition party had already been facing a string of legal problems, but things got worse for the CHP in May this year, when a court stripped Özal of his title as chairman and reinstated the party's former, unpopular leader, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. Kılıçdaroğlu was famous for leading the party into a string of defeats over the years, including, most recently, his
That's
loss...
probably why Erdogan is like, yeah, let him run because he's a loser, right? You see the trend? Loser's gonna lose.
...to Erdogan in the 2023 presidential race. It's hard not to see Erdogan's fingerprints all over this story. As many human rights...
There you go. Like... even if he didn't directly appoint him, he does it through he's allowing him to run, right? And that in itself is where it's so insidious, right? But it's really not that insidious, especially if you know how these kind of this institutional corruption works, right?
Organisations have denounced the president's weaponization of the justice system against the opposition. On top of that, in February of this year, Erdogan appointed as his new justice minister the Istanbul chief prosecutor that was behind the crackdown on the CHP that we just mentioned. Anyway, after Özal was ousted from the opposition party's leadership in May, he announced the formation of his own party, the New Party, 2 months later. That on its own wouldn't necessarily have altered the country's political map in any meaningful way. After all, splintered parties are nothing new in Turkey's history. What amounts to a huge shift in the country's political map is the number of members of parliament who decided to join the new party, effectively leaving the CHP a shell of itself. Of the CHP's 135 members, 90 followed Özal's call for party members to join his new party, leaving the CHP with just 44 seats in parliament and reducing it to the fifth largest party in Turkey. Even İmamoğlu, the popular jailed Istanbul mayor we mentioned previously, announced last week that he was resigning from the CHP after 17 years to join the new party. Furthermore, the CHP's standing in the polls has dropped pretty dramatically. The CHP went from around 35% before May to below 5% today. The new party, meanwhile, took the CHP's place as the second biggest party in parliament and polls well above 30% in several different surveys. So, what does this mean for the country's 2028 elections? First, it's worth noting that, technically, presidential term limits would bar Erdogan from running again once he completes his current term in 2028. But he could legally seek another term if Parliament calls an early election, which is what many experts believe will happen. So, let's assume Erdogan is in the race. Does this new party actually stand a chance? Well, at first glance, a divided opposition isn't always the best thing.
Correct.
If opposition votes are split, it obviously becomes harder for the opposition to mount a real challenge, potentially making things easier for Erdogan. To fight that, Özal's new party will really need to differentiate itself from the CHP, inheriting more than just the secular social democratic base it already seems to have, and build a wider coalition that includes parts of the centre-right, as well as some nationalists and Kurds. That could prove tricky given
there are the
Erdogan's
Kurds
recent
again.
efforts to formalise a peace process
always the
with the
Kurds.
Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, an outlawed militant group that's been fighting against the Turkish state for decades. The move could potentially draw the pro-Kurdish DEM party away from the broader opposition bloc and divide it even further. And finally, given Turkey's political landscape in recent years, it's hard not to imagine a scenario in which new party leaders suffer a fate similar to that of those in the CHP who posed a serious threat to Erdogan. For now, Özal has managed to avoid the fate of imprisonment that many in the CHP have faced, thanks to his parliamentary immunity. But even that is under threat. A couple of weeks ago, Turkish prosecutors asked Parliament to lift Özal's immunity over allegations that he accepted bribes on multiple occasions, barely 2 weeks after he announced the formation of his new party. That said, if the new party manages to avoid serious crackdowns, we think it actually stands a good chance of winning elections. Erdogan has not left the economy in good shape, especially in the wake of the crackdowns on political opponents, which spooked investors. Looking ahead, the Turkish economy faces considerable headwinds, particularly given the country's reliance on fossil fuel imports. In May, the central bank raised this year's inflation target from 16% to 24%. The stock market plunged 6% after Özal was ousted from the CHP leadership, and the lira continued its slide against the dollar. It wouldn't be the first time a party has broken away from the CHP and gone on to win an election. The Democratic Party, for example, split from the CHP in 1946 and came to power 4 years later. As we mentioned previously, Özal is seen as the leader who managed to revive the CHP after its disappointing performance in 2023, so that momentum could serve the new party well should it face Erdogan's AKP in upcoming elections. And even if the new party does face a crackdown, much like the CHP did, Turkish history suggests that isn't necessarily fatal. After all, Erdogan himself rose to power in the 1990s as mayor of Istanbul, before being jailed by a government.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but mayor of Istanbul kind of is like a... It's almost like being vice president. Like, it gets you almost in the door a lot of times in Turkey, right?
That felt threatened.
And remember, guys, Turkey's a member of NATO. It's an important ally in many things, right? It's right there next to Russia, right? It controls the Black Sea. So it has access to giving like Russia problems when it comes to stopping some of like the stuff in the Ukraine war. Additionally, Ukraine imports a lot of wheat to the rest of the world, and that's all done through Istanbul, right? So they've been pretty good at helping Ukraine. Would that change in a new president? With probably not, but it would actually be. They probably would be more hostile towards Russia, right? Because Erdogan has kind of played it very both sidesy, right?
And by his popularity, Erdogan still became prime minister in 2003, and 2 decades later, he's still here.
Jesus, what a fucking geezer!
Yeah.
Get out of town, boomer!
I've already told you about one of the articles in the next issue of Too Long.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to cover with Turkey. That's important. All right. And then we have this. Some good news from Baltimore. There we go.
We're back now with a striking reality out of Baltimore, a city that's faced repeated criticism from President Trump.
Gus Gloggy said, pay your rent. Damn it, pay your rent, Gus. Dog, I already did that, man. You already know that, too.
Trump and from
I told you about it the other day.
Others over its high rate of crime, but now it's making headlines for the exact opposite. Baltimore had its lowest number of homicides through the...
Yeah, that's pretty good, right? Because Baltimore, as they call it, was kind of like murder capital of many parts for a while, right? I remember reading something about that. Baltimore. God. Bloggy, remember when you said Gus has landlord vibes? Oh, no. Am I paying myself the rent? Ducky?
first 6 months of the year with just 60. That's down from 68 homicides over the same period last year, 88 the year before, and 142 back in the first half of 2023. That's a decrease even outpaced the national decline from 2019 to 2026. Homicides dropped by 31% in major cities across the U.S., but in Baltimore it fell by 68. Joining us tonight, the man leading the city of Baltimore, Mayor Brandon Scott, who has been in office since 2021. Mayor Scott, thanks for joining Top Story. What do you think is working to drive these numbers down?
When I took office in 2020, we talked about we were going to look at violence in Baltimore in a different way. We were going to look at it as a public health all-in approach and not just solely putting on the back of our police officers. And when you look at it the way that we've been doing it, when you have our police officers through our group violence reduction strategy, focus on the small percentage of people, less than 2%, who are responsible for the overwhelming amount of violence in our city, going after those folks, but also offering people a chance to change their lives, you see this impact. When you have us going after illegal guns coming into our city, gun traffickers, gun stores, gun companies,
looking at
going
guns,
around our laws, helping to
stealing his snacks.
When you see those great cases that our police officers are making handed to our state's attorney, our U.S. attorney, and our attorney general here in Baltimore, you see that. When you see this historic investment that we've made into community violence intervention through Safe Streets, through We Are Us, all these community-based organizations who have been waiting to have the city invest in them because they are the people closest to the problem, so they're the people closer to the solution. All of that together, coupled with our historic investment into young people in schools and wrecking parks and youth jobs, all of it, how Baltimore has done this.
So the Department of Justice, as you know, started monitoring Baltimore police a decade ago after the death of Freddie Gray, an unarmed black man in police custody. How much has changed since then, and does the DOJ deserve some of the credit for getting these numbers down as well?
Well, the truth of the matter is that Baltimore deserves the credit. Baltimore did this, right? We were a city, I was on the city council back then. We weren't told that we were going to have a consent decree. We asked for it. Baltimore asked for it. And what we are is a guiding example of how you can reform a police department that is light years what it was, not just in 2015, but in the 90s and the 80s when I was...
Yeah, that's probably pretty bad, right? Especially in the 80s, it was really bad.
Growing up, and we still have a long way to go. When you can see a department that's reforming and reducing gun violence at the same time, that puts aside all the things that people normally say about police reform. You can do both. You can have an all and above approach. One thing does not have to outweigh the other.
Yeah, no, I'm not even joking, Sweet Chewy. It was the murder capital of the world. I've read that multiple times, right? It's the only city where I've seen streetwalker at night in this century. Really? Wow.
It was in your city.
Yeah, and like now it's at a record low, right? This is what good policy does.
For a ride along with police officers in Baltimore back in 2021 after the police department was mandated to make reforms and working on earning trust from the community. Where does trust of the police stand now, and how far do you have to go?
Well, we have a long way to go, but we have come a mighty long way.
Yeah, them hoes didn't pay taxes, man. Those hoes in those different area codes didn't pay them taxes. You heard it here, guys. I got hoes. You know that song? I got hoes in different area codes. That's what made me think of that. The first place I saw one was in North York, Ontario. I don't think I've ever seen one. No, I did see one in Costa Rica. One. And then I did see one. I'm trying to blank. I'm blanking on where I saw one. Jesus. She tried to get with me. Paying for sex is disgusting. I would never do that. Ugh. Could never be me. Why pay for something you could get for free? Times Square in 80s was crazy. Yeah, I mean, I imagine, right? That's like when the Ducky. Oh my. I knew you were gonna do that, Ducky. I know Ducky very well. Yeah, late 80s, 90s. It was, you just need to game to get sex. Yeah.
When you think about
you just gotta rizz it up, guys. It's simple. Come on.
homicide
Do
division.
people even sell drugs on the street anymore? That I have seen, but not like in the ways that like you see in the movies and shit, I guess. So like I'm trying to think, what other city did I see? I think it was St. Louis, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think it was St. Louis. When I went to St. Louis, I saw that. But there you go, it was St. Louis, right? And Costa Rica, honestly, I walked all over the city, and I only saw one. So there you go, right? And I knew she was because she kind of asked me, and then there was like a huge guy who came out from the corner and like walked her back and held her hand. Yeah, so I was like, okay, that's the pimp, right? Yes, they sell drugs everywhere. You just need to know the right words you're looking for. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just like a little different now, so I see that in my building parking lot. Well, no. And I'm 100% sure there's still areas where there's streetwalkers today. Oh, of course, right? It's just they're more discreet about it, right? They're more discreet about it. It's. I mean, and to be fair, if you've watched like any sort of like murder mystery show, a lot of them begin with, well, she was streetwalking because she ran out of money in college or something, right? Or she was doing this, and she did this on the side, right? Like she was a stripper, and then she had to do this, and then she was walking back home and was never heard from again, right? So yeah. Like it happens. Like you hear that story all the time, right? Probably LA. Oh, that might have been LA. I think was one too. I remember correctly, but LA's huge, guys. I don't remember exactly. That and I remember walking around pretty late at night and there wasn't anybody around, which was crazy. At least where I was, which was Marina del Mar, right? But then again, that's a nice area, so don't take that as a grain of salt. With a grain of salt. Yeah, exactly, right? I imagine there's like code words in New York. New York's huge. Guys, at 4 a.m. I went, right? With like my group, all my friends and I went to New York one time. And we were all just like, yeah, let's fucking go to Central Square, right? Or Times Square, right? And it was like 4 a.m. 4 a.m. in Boston is dead, guys, okay? Maybe like 3 people out, depending on where you go. Couple people max, right? It was like busy as fuck. So you could barely walk by. Okay? Mm-hmm. New York. There's more people in New York City than my entire county. Yeah, exactly, right? There you go. So, yeah, like it doesn't surprise me that there'd be like code words or whatever, right? In New York.
Clearing.
At 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is hopping. And yeah, it really is. It's hopping. I was like, damn, this is perfect. And I'm more of a night owl. I've kind of changed my routine. I'm not really much of a night owl anymore. But I think if I stayed up late enough consistently, I could do it. Yeah. The city that never sleeps. Damn right, Law Dog. Welcome back. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. Marijuana has only been legal there for like a year or 2 or 3. Something like that. Yeah, marijuana.
60%, over 60% of their homicides. You don't do that without a better relationship with the community. A few short years ago, we had 37, 40% clearance rates. When you see the amount of tips that come into the police department, folks who are actually saying they want to help the police get rid of illegal activity in their community, that doesn't help them without rebuilding relationships. No, we are not done by a long shot. But when you think about where we...
New York has only had Sharia law for like 8 months. I know. Look at the dystopia it's become. God, that Sharia law.
Were some 10
You're really funny, Sweet Chewy. Look at the dystopia it's become. Am I right? That Sharia law, Mamdanistan. We need it to be legal to get it here, and yeah,
11 years ago versus
it's
where
been
we
legal
are
here
today.
for like years, and it's so funny because like my city has like 4 dispensaries in like the entire area. All the other cities were like hell no for some reason, and my city, which again is not like a terrible city, like it's a pretty nice place to live. They were like, oh hell yeah, we'll do it. So we have like 4 different dispensaries all within like 2 miles. You could walk to one, right? And you go in there and you're like greeted with elevator music, da da da da da da da da da da, and you know, everything just looks super nice, and you're just like, I don't know, you have a pleasant person helping you out who knows their shit. It's just fun, right? You could literally walk to 2 dispensaries from here. I will never be able to visit Tokyo in my lifetime. Yeah, why is that? God, Tokyo is beautiful. My city has a dispensary on every damn corner. I can see the glory in my living room. Damn, Ducky, that's based. I thought I was the Giga Chad here, but nope. I think you are. Most cops back in the 80s and 90s didn't care about you having weed as long as it wasn't a pound. Yeah. Well, they did if you were black, unfortunately. Right? And that's statistically what happened, right? Or darker skinned. You must be a whiteoid, even though you're part Native American. Or passes white, right? White passing. But I mean, objectively so, right? Like, this stuff did target people of color more so. The Las Vegas has some of the awesome... Does it really? Interesting. Huge. Yeah, the depots are like Apple stores in many cases. I know, they're so nice. I go in there and I feel like that's a great way of putting it, Eon Wagoneer. They feel like fucking Apple stores to me. I'm just like, shit, what is this? They really do feel like they're very premium. I don't know. Like, it's better than getting it from some shady dealer in the corner, right? Clearly. My brother was growing in his Long Island yard. Yeah. Joe Biden's bills targeted black people. George Bush doesn't care about black people. You heard it here first.
We have come a long way of improving how our police department...
Where's Kanye? Am I right?
With the breach of 3 levees protecting New Orleans, the landscape of the city has changed dramatically, tragically, and perhaps irreversibly. There's now over 25 feet of water where there was once city streets and thriving neighborhoods.
I hate the way they portray us in the media. If you see a black family, it says they're looting. See a white family, it says they're looking for food. And you know it's been 5 days because most of the people...
Remember when he used to be like this? Now he's just the black Nazi.
Are black, and even for me to complain about, I would be a hypocrite because I've tried to turn away from the TV because it's too hard to watch. I've even been shopping before even giving a donation. So now I'm calling my business manager right now to see what is the biggest amount I can give, and just to imagine if I was down there. Thank and those are my people down there. So anybody Canada, out there that wants to do anything that we can help with the setup, the way America is set up to help the poor, the black people, the less well off as slow as possible. I mean, Red Cross is doing everything they can. We already realize a lot of the people that could help are at war right now, fighting another way, and they've given them permission to go down and shoot us.
And subtle, but in even many ways more profoundly devastating, is the lasting damage to the survivors' will to rebuild and remain in the area. The destruction of the spirit of the people of southern Louisiana and Mississippi may end up being the most tragic loss of all.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Oh, shit!
Please call.
In the past few days, America and...
Cut! Such a brave political stance, right? Sweet Chewy, I love this clip. It's just so awkward, and then Chris, they just like immediately cut to Chris Tucker.
people have been stepping...
My goat. Most brave fucking political take of all time, and now look at him. He's a black Nazi. Who would have thought, right? How do you go that far from the left to the right? I just don't get it, right? Oh my God.
have been stepping up to donate money, to do all they can to help people in New Orleans and all over.
Most tragic loss of all.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Damn right, motherfucker. Mike Myers fucking... It's so... Yeah, the Illuminati killed the real Kanye. Kanye.
Please call.
Oh, I love that. That's so good, right, guys?
Community works together.
As
Not
we're
my
getting ready
George
for this
Bush,
interview,
right?
my team says that as city council president, you slashed the police budget by...
He would have had a concert in Russia, though, and locals would make jokes about him being a Nazi. Really? Mima, are you from Russia?
$22 million. But after you were elected mayor, you actually increased that
cool
same budget by
if you're from
$28
Russia.
million. What did you learn, and why did you change?
So it's not a change. I think this is something when folks have to get into the details. I didn't slash the budget by $22 million. I found $22 million in their budget that not even the sitting police commissioner, who would become my police commissioner at the time, knew what the money went to. No one will allow any organization to operate like that. And in fact, what I did was in units that we didn't really need to help us meet our consent decree reforms by putting people back into patrol cars so they could police their communities. And when you talk about the increase, that increase essentially is just salaries rising because of our
love that
new contracts, and
I
us
love
giving
getting that
officers
Russian perspective.
more money in benefits. But this was never for us a defund the police quote per se. This was how can we right size and have a both and approach. We have now been able to make historic investments into CVI, over $50 million into CVI for us, versus also making sure that we're supporting our police department, while we also have made records of investment into our school system and recreation and parks with $200 million in capital.
You've heard this, but I want to play it for our viewers. This is President Trump talking about your city last year.
I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a
I love that
hellhole.
we have a global... I mean, we really do, right? We really do. Yeah, Mima, I don't know if you know this, but if you ever want to type in Russian, it will translate from Russian to English for us. So if you feel more comfortable writing in Russian, go right ahead. Gloggy will automatically translate any language, or most of them, right? Russian is definitely one of them, so I can test. I've tested that. That's so sad because meds are essential. Yeah, I know, but it's kind of a funny moment, right? Right, Living Lily? George Bush doesn't care about black people. I mean, he doesn't, but that's why I was like, shit. It really helps us all learn firsthand what's actually happening there. Yeah, because that's kind of the problem I have is like a lot of people on Twitch and YouTube and all these platforms, right? They talk a big game about diversity or like caring about what other people think. And it's like, you know what would be the best way to do it is get it directly from the source, right? We're not going to like listen to just one person, obviously, but it's always nice to get that input because it's sorely needed, right? Especially as Americans. George Bush doesn't care about poor people would have been a more accurate statement. But well, race and economic conditions in this country are heavily tied together. So the last time I typed cheap ass poor siempre, Gloggy didn't translate it like he usually does. Weird. Then again, I've been playing around with this algorithm because the problem I have is like I've been fine tuning it, right? I'm probably gonna have to go through another pass and go through everything, but before he used to translate everything, like even stuff that was clearly like in English. So I had to balance it between like stuff that was kind of in English that wouldn't be picked up, right? So it's a delicate balance. But if you do speak like only the language, he does a really good job, right? But if you mix like fucking English to it, he doesn't always. His Hebrew's great too. Yeah. In fact, we got raided by an Israeli bot farm the other day, and it's really good. Kapla! There you go, right? And I added Klingon to it too. Elohim. Nope. Not how you spell it. You got to do it from Hebrew. You're anglicizing it too much. I'm in New York, and I can tell you firsthand that things aren't any better here. And then, yeah, well said. So, yeah, put in some, speaking of Russian, it's called Cyrillic. God, Gus. God, Josephus.
Baltimore is a horrible, horrible deathbed. It's a deathbed.
Really? Because
what's your message to President
Trump? The murder's
Trump tonight?
down, dog. What are you talking about?
My message is what it always has been. We don't need the president here, but he should understand that Baltimore is the city that is leading this country's reduction in violence, and we don't have the National Guard, and we don't have all.
See, that's the tricky part with Gloggy, is I don't want him to translate stuff that's clearly in English to be in English, and it doesn't always work, but it works a lot better now. So if you mix a lot of English in with the language, it's not going to translate it, because it's going to say like, yo, this isn't really the language, right? So it's a delicate balance. But if you do speak the language and if you write properly, it will do a pretty good job. Like I'm saying, I'm going to give him an 80, 85, right? It's still just like Google Translate, but it works a lot better than having to sit here and translate everything, right? He just does it automatically.
These are the things that they say that we need. We have done it ourselves with the folks who have been here working to improve our city. And all we need our federal government to do is support us in doing the things that we've been doing it, because we have come a long way without the help that he thinks we need. We have a great federal delegation here in the state of Maryland. They have been grateful and helpful. We just need him to get out of the way.
Mayor Brandon Scott, we thank you for joining Top Story and talking to us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
Oh, God.
One last thing I do want to ask you about higher ed. You said
Jesus, they had everyone on this fucking Meet the Press crap. Thorn! Half-day switch. Shift. Watch 12 hours in one stream. What up? How did you do that in one stream? Oh, right. Right. Because I think you were there that day when we did the 12-hour.
To action letter.
You probably just unlocked it. Nice.
To university presidents earlier this month, urging them to reform their commitments to fair admissions policies, free speech, and tuition affordability, among others. If a university declines to respond or responds in a way that either disagrees with or is not in alignment with what you're asking, will the Trump administration again move to withhold federal funds?
Well, we're certainly going to always monitor what our universities are doing, but what I have seen is this incredible positive response to the letter. And universities saying, look, let me tell you what we're already doing. We're already doing this relative to making sure that we do have free speech on campus, making sure that there is room for debate as we have truth seekers that are on campuses, that we are hiring, really with a view of making sure that our teachers are going to continue to foster, free speech on their campuses. But at the same time, we want to have meritocracy for students who are going into school to make sure they are ready for college.
And not trying to simply replace what you believe is kind of a one track on one side of the political aisle with another.
No. This should be totally across the aisle. In fact, the letter that I received, or the response from Governor DeSantis in Florida, was showing me that at least once a quarter, at the Florida schools, they have open debates that are required, both sides of the aisle, and to really discuss issues and have the professors involved in all of that. That's what we're looking for.
What happens if one side is completely delusional and doesn't even operate on logic? Oh, wait. Exactly.
Open debate, open discussion. Yes, the collision of ideas is what really puts education forward. And if we just have one side or the other side, we don't have that collision, and we need it.
You know what? Fuck you, Linda. All right. And then we also have this story. Maine farmers are bracing for potential ice raids. Why is this important? The price of organic foods is going up. Yeah.
Word is spreading fast.
I mean, it was
in Maine
already
that
pretty
ice
expensive, right?
Agents may be
But it's going to raise prices even more, right?
planning large-scale enforcement actions at farms and construction sites.
CBS 13's Brad Rogers
Great.
shows us the warnings going out, the impact this could have, and the rights of farms and work sites should ICE pay them a visit.
The Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, or MOFGA, says it has received information ICE is planning to raid farms and construction sites in Maine, with an emphasis on farms employing foreign workers.
Also, how does this help Susan Collins? Doesn't this kind of hurt her? She must be kind of pissed. Yeah, that's kind of my take on this too, right? Especially after like Graham Plattner was knocked out of the race. I think this is definitely going to hurt her. It's not going to help her.
Here on a visa. MOFGA put out a warning that immigration authorities may be planning enforcement actions across the state starting as early as this weekend, but now say the dates are not confirmed. MOFGA also received reports of ICE agents using drones to monitor activity on farms and job sites.
It's disgusting and predatory.
Farm worker Anna Marco says ICE raids on Maine farms would be devastating right now.
Going after farm workers at the beginning of our harvest season, the peak of harvest season, in a state with a right to food and a right to food sovereignty is disgusting. It's a violation of our state laws.
We still are preparing for worst case scenario.
The Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition says construction sites and farms do have rights. Without a warrant signed by a judge, they can prevent ICE agents from going on private property.
Farms and construction sites, while they have some areas that are exposed to public view, they are also extended those privacy protections, and farm owners and business owners can control access points. So that's why those protections still require a warrant in order to access entry to certain locations.
But it's still very hard. You know, as farmers, we're all working hard and we may not see what's happening at one side of the property.
Farm owner Robin Silverman says even the threat of ICE raids might keep farm and construction workers from other countries from going to work.
These are good, hardworking people who...
Guys, when you go up to Maine, you see a lot of people like this. They're called hippies. You're welcome.
who want to stay and live in Maine and help create the food that we all need to.
Especially in like the organic granola crunching parts. Tripping Gnome Farm in Freeport.
Create the food that we all need.
Little crunchy, yeah. There's so many Mainers like this, guys. Especially among the coast, right? Inside more of the state. We've talked about this, but if you've been on the previous streams about when I talked about Graham Plattner and his appeal in like the more middle part of the state, right? That's the part that tends to be more conservative. Like that second district has voted for Trump. Like it has a pretty conservative Democrat as well, Jared Golden. That part of Maine is more conservative, but like the coasts is like this. This is what I think of.
To eat, and we have to do whatever we can to support the people who are trying to work hard and earn a living and are now afraid to go outside.
We asked Homeland Security and ICE if they're planning to focus more on farms and construction sites. So far, we've gotten no response. MOFGA is urging anyone who sees a drone flying over a farm or construction site to report it to the ICE Watch hotline. You can find that number at WGME.com. Brad Rogers, CBS 13 News.
All right. Yep. Living Lily. You've gone up to Maine, right? An interesting place. Douchey as fuck, but it's not really douchey. It's just it's eccentric, right? That's the right word to put. Yep, perfect. The Graham Plattner thing that I was, or the Maine Senate race. Oh yes, that wasn't necessarily it, but. Speaking of destroying nature. Aw, hugs. Sweet Chewy.
Now, President Trump ran on building the border wall back in 2020.
Summers up there. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Like the rocky coast and the lighthouses are pretty cool to watch. They're cool to see. They're very like iconic.
2016, he promised to finish the job when he won the presidency for the second time in 2024. And now he's got roughly $47 billion to play with in order to try to do that. Thanks to Congress passing last year the One Big Beautiful Bill, giving the administration a massive pool of border construction funding, $47 billion. That initiative doesn't just include the usual 30-foot fences you see closest to the U.S.-Mexico border. The funding is also for miles and miles of 6-foot barriers in some areas and other security measures and apparatuses. The construction of those barriers started getting underway at one particular portion of federally protected land along the southern border in Texas a few weeks ago. You're looking at some of the images from the site. It's facing resistance from community members, environmental groups, and yes, even Republican lawmakers. Earlier this month, bulldozers started arriving at Big Bend National Park, which gets its name from its long and beautiful turn in the Rio Grande. Then the bulldozers started breaking ground.
Yep.
Here,
we covered this yesterday, by the way.
You can see heavy machinery ripping through brush near the Santa Elena Canyon. That canyon is an iconic site, a physically stunning area with walls towering over the Rio Grande inside Big Bend National Park. This footage from August 15th, it shows bulldozers in another area in the park called Mariscal Mountain, clearing and scraping through pristine desert land, leveling roadways for patrolling cars and vehicle barriers. Again, this is a national park, which has historically been federally protected. Well, federally protected up until this summer when the Trump administration ordered those bulldozers to head on in. In June, DHS waived dozens of environmental and historic preservation laws to speed up construction in Big Bend. Undocumented border crossings are down all across the U.S.-Mexico border.
Yeah, so this is kind of pointless, right? Because we talked about this. This part of the country, very few people cross anyway because it's so dangerous.
Sure. But this area in particular has some of the lowest traffic for undocumented.
Bingo, right? What I just said. And that's kind of the problem. Okay, everyone. Meds have 8 minutes before I get knocked out. I'm going to go lay down and we'll see you guys next time. Of course. Take care, girl. Appreciate you coming by. See you tomorrow. Yeah, no one is sneaking through though here. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I just said, right? Like you could maybe understand it if it was like a high traffic area, right? But it is not at all, right? Surprise cheap Pikachu face. Yeah, well, that's been my face for a while. Sweet Chewy. Practically just giving it to Mexico. Yeah, well, he's given land to Mexico, right? We've talked about that. Yeah. We're so cooked, chat.
Immigrants crossing into the U.S. Border crossings in the Big Bend sector, spanning more than 500 miles of the border, are at historic lows. CBP reported a 74% decline in apprehensions in this area in 2025 compared to 2 years earlier. And apprehensions in the area represent a tiny fraction of total national crossings, around just 1.3%. So couple this With the fact that this is a revered national park, the backlash is mounting. Lawmakers on both ends of the political spectrum have criticized the administration's bulldozing in Big Bend. Republicans like Texas Senator John Cornyn keeps raising his head up to speak out, who voted for Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, we should note. He wrote to DHS, though, citing concerns from locals, telling DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, quote, "My constituents believe that the 1,000-foot riverbank cliffs and remote Big Bend terrain..."
Voted for the bill, right? And he still lost the election.
Offers its own...
And Trump fucked him.
...source of deterrence for any...
Maybe next time don't do that, right?
...any legal migrants crossing into the United...
These people don't represent their constituents, right? That's what I want you to see. I mean, we already kind of know that. Duh. They represent just... all they want is more power for themselves, especially this fucking Texas senator here.
United States. That was John Cornyn.
John Cornyn here. Like, what a clown.
More than 140 businesses and recreation groups signed a letter...
Because he was in a hotly contested primary against the wife who fucking... I can't believe his wife filed for divorce on biblical grounds. Just unheard of shit, right?
As well.
Isn't Bend Big Bend a common Hollywood background? I think it is, yeah, because it's a national park, so it'd be free to, like, I don't know about free, but it'd be pretty cheap to probably just like set up a news crew or whatever, right? It's a pretty iconic place too.
Calling on Texas leaders to stop the project earlier this month. And several local organizations, including the Center for Biological Diversity, filed an emergency injunction last week, asking a judge to halt construction across the Big Bend region while the court weighs in on a lawsuit challenging the waiver of environmental laws. Yep. It has all led to a pause for now on construction at Big Bend until the CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott visits the park and conducts what he calls a personal on-the-ground evaluation. But make no mistake, it isn't just Big Bend, and it isn't just Texas. According to the latest data from Customs and Border Protection, the administration plans to build more than 700 miles of brand new or replacement border wall in other border states like Arizona, California, and New Mexico, too. This is damage that cannot be undone. And I think that is a big part of why we're talking about this. Joining me now to discuss, Lakin Jordahl, National Public Lands Advocate at the Center for Biological Diversity, and Gabby Delvallier, policy reporter at The Verge. Lakin, I want to start with you. You've been part of this movement pushing back against this effort in Big Bend. We are able to see photos, we're able to see video, but for folks that have not witnessed this in real time and the type of construction that is underway, can you give us a sense of just how big of an area we're talking about and just what type of damage is being done in real time?
Yeah, good morning. The scale of this damage is honestly incomprehensible. We've had staging areas fill up with dozens of massive industrial machinery, Caterpillar D8s, excavators. To see this heavy equipment operating within this great American national park, it's jarring. I used to work at Big Bend, and even if we wanted to do the smallest little project, we had to do so much analysis, compliance, cultural resource surveys, environmental surveys. In this case, the bulldozers have shown up, and they are chipping away at pristine desert wilderness in this great American landscape with none of the normal cultural resource or environmental resource protections applying.
I want to get more into the waivers, the environmental waivers. But Gabby, first, I just want to talk also about the wall idea itself and the construction at Big Bend area as part of what CBP is describing as a, quote, smart wall. Can you explain what that means and the technology and the surveillance systems that come with it and the administration's defense of its work?
Yeah, absolutely. So CBP and previously Border Patrol have been building walls in the desert through the border for decades at the point. In addition to like the physical actual barrier, there's a network of drones and sensors and cameras and all of these.
Just replace it with AI? Oh my God. I should have thought of that. Maybe I can sell that idea to the government.
Different things that you can't see if you're a migrant.
Looks like 1K difference between cowboy pistolero movies. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of those, especially back then, right? When there were a lot less like permits and stuff. It makes sense.
But very likely they can see
Jesus. Big Bend. It's this area.
And through this combination of physical barriers and digital surveillance, CBP knows how many people cross. They can track things like what they call gotaways, which are people that they see on the cameras but maybe aren't able to apprehend. And so CBP says that in Big Bend, it's building not an actual physical barrier, but a smart wall. But to build that smart wall, it also has to do, or it says it also has to do, all of this additional construction, the grading of roads. So even the quote unquote smart wall still requires a lot of construction. And it's part of this massive militarization and surveillance of the border that didn't really start with Trump, but began decades ago.
And Lakin, as we're watching that construction unfold for this, quote, smart wall that is clearly requiring still this level of destruction, can you elaborate on the DHS waiving the multiple environmental laws to fast track this project? And what ecologically sensitive land are you most concerned about being destroyed?
Yeah, so in June, DHS issued a waiver for the national park, which is the first time in American history that we've seen these laws cast aside in a great American national park. These are the most important environmental laws in our nation's history. These environmental laws like the Endangered Species Act, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, laws that protect people and wildlife and archaeological resources like we have so many of in Big Bend. I am so concerned about so many elements of this project within the national park, but I think I'm most concerned about the destruction of the river corridor. The park has about 80 miles of border that is the Rio Grande, that is the river. The river is the physical border there. And that
technocratic Illuminati, yeah.
That is the most important part of the park for wildlife. It's also so important for recreationists. It's where we go put our canoes in the river to get on river trips. River outfitters.
It does look beautiful. I want to go one day, but it's looks like they're destroying a lot of it.
So. Need access to this river. And DHS's current plans call for walling off the river with these vehicle barriers, impermeable.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid, right? How ugly.
Vehicle barriers that will stop outfitters and stop.
All to draw a line in the sand, essentially, right? This is why borders are dumb.
The public from being able to put their boats in the water. It would permanently change this place. We're glad they're no longer pursuing 30-foot high walls, but this current plan, as DHS has it, it would devastate this national park and change it irreparably forever.
Lakin and Gabby are going to stick with us here. I want to talk about where we see this project going and if the construction is going to begin again right here after this break. Gabby, you also reported on resistance to Trump's wall in Arizona, where activists have set up an encampment to protect a 200-year-old cottonwood tree. You know, I have had the chance to spend some time down in the desert along the border. It's a beautiful part of the country, beautiful region. And could you kind of put into context in the way that I was asking Lakin, the way in which folks down in these communities are pushing back and protesting this sort of action, understanding the impact that it'll have, not just to one or two trees along the way, but also migration patterns, the entire area, knowing that that border wall, once it's up, there's no there's no way to really foresee in the future it coming down.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, absolutely. So previously, a few years ago, Lakin actually took me to look at the border wall through Oregon Pipe Cactus National Monument. This was during the Biden administration. It was a wall that had gone up under the Trump administration, and that wall is still there. It hasn't gone down. And looking at the effects of that wall, we can look at what the effects of border militarization could be like in other parts of the border, especially in the desert in Arizona. So there's already border construction there's already a border wall and border surveillance in Lock Heel, Arizona. There is border surveillance all along the border. It's what they're trying to do where these trees are is basically build what they're calling a double wall. So two giant steel and concrete barriers along the border. Beyond the environmental destruction that Lakin discussed, border militarization is deadly. We have the data to prove this going back at this point 4 decades. there was a 1994 policy called Prevention Through Deterrence. The idea is to lock down areas of the border where crossings are high, and in Border Patrol's words, funnel people into more hostile terrain, less suited for crossing and more suited for enforcement. That means that people will cross through areas that are like very dangerous, very dry, far from cities. So it meant locking down Nogales, it meant locking down, El Paso. And
she must be on that dial-up.
That sent people into the desert where they could maybe get across without being caught, or they might.
I thought we all got rid of dial-up back in the 90s, but I guess, yeah, some people still use dial-up, guys. Breaking news.
Die from dehydration or exposure. And the reason that CBP Wall and Big Bend, where there are no crossings, is that further locking down the border in Arizona will funnel people to the very remote, very dangerous territory of Big Bend. It's also crucial, again, to emphasize that crossings are already down significantly. So this may not affect that many people now, but if crossings go up again in the future, more crossings, more remote terrain means that more people could die.
To keep others out, it's to keep.
Lakin, what did it mean to you when you heard Republican leader?
Didn't Alex Jones had a thing, like he used to call InfoWars Prison Planet? And like, oh boy, if that's true, aren't we the prison nation?
Including John Cornyn, for instance, they voted for the big beautiful bill to give this tranche of funding, but then now they're criticizing.
Hey guys, hey McKay, there you are. You're on a little later. Cool. Welcome back.
The project. Is there enough pressure, do you feel like, even bipartisan pressure, that there's a chance that some of this construction could stop, knowing that some of the folks that are in Washington that are approving these deals aren't even familiar or haven't even been to Big Bend, for example, themselves?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they paused construction voluntarily last week, that's historic. This amount of pressure that the movement has generated is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, we've got, Republican lawmakers, conservative border sheriffs, old Mexican cowboys, river runners, basically every person in Brewster County is coming together to fight this thing. And it is a gritty resistance that is not going to rest until these contracts are canceled and the bulldozers are sent packing home. Also, we're looking at $7 billion worth of border barrier construction in the Big Bend sector. It's not just a national park. They're also trying to build barriers and roads in the state park and Texas Park Wildlife Management Area called the Black Gap, and across this rural region of Texas where there are virtually no border crossings. So we are not just advocating for the national park. Our lawsuit and our injunction that we filed on Monday seeks to stop construction across the region. Families out there are going to lose their properties. We've got the federal government sending eminent domain threats to landowners who have had these beautiful ranches in their families for generations, and they want to build a wall between the river and these people's homes.
Yep.
Where do you see your lawsuit going? And I know a lot of folks.
Congrats on sending 25 messages. It was built under Obama, so it's not like there was already a bunker, no national security concern. Yeah, well said. Can Canada make the U.S. wall? U.S. build a wall? Oh, Canada.
Folks have been seeing video through their social media.
No, because we don't talk about Canada, right?
Feeds pop up
in the same way
from people like you and organizations that are down.
This is why it's dumb to begin with. That and, Trump would like to see your country be a part of the U.S. anyway. So
they're in real time. Where do you see your lawsuit going, and what should we visually expect to play out?
Yeah, we remain very hopeful about this lawsuit. We are challenging that waiver authority that they have used to strip away all legal protections from people and wildlife across the Big Bend region. We did file for an emergency injunction. We are eagerly waiting to hear from the judge. Basically, if we win our challenge, this invalidates the waiver. That means that DHS, just like everybody else, has to follow the laws. They have to do the requisite studies, consult with experts, consult with Native American tribes. And if they do all of that, if they actually analyze the alternatives that they would have to analyze to this project, there is no way they could justify building these walls across the entire region.
Thank you. Lakin Jordahl, National Public Lands Advocate for the Center of Biological Diversity. And we appreciate your reporting. Gabby Duvalier, policy reporter for The Verge, bringing us all of this. We appreciate you both. We'll be in touch.
All right, before I leave, is there anything you guys want me to see that's quick to watch? That's funny. Pretty much covered everything, right? Those are the big stories. Probably watch this tomorrow. Hopefully that'll be kind of funny too, but I don't want to watch that right now. You never played it for me yesterday. Which one? What did I not play? That song? Which song? You mean this?
Se mantuvo firme.
God, fuck AI. Although this is pretty great.
Un hombre de fe, corazón que se reinventa. Dijo la verdad, aunque el precio doliera. Vivió para Jesús, sin miedo a la espera. Somos Charlie King, llevamos la llama, lucharemos por Cristo, honraremos su fama. Somos Charlie King, su valentía es nuestra, juntos inquebrantables.
Speaking of which, Hassan was apparently shitted on for singing the Charlie Kirk song at a campaign event. You can't make this shit up, guys. Where is that? I'm trying to find it because I dropped the link there. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a hole in the ass of the United States, and it toots, and it shoots, and it wastes and complains. And there's a troll in the hole, collecting troll tolls and fees. Yeah, a moron from the Pentagon. They call this one Pete, and he's the troll.
I didn't know who he was. Thank you, Sweet Chewy.
Of the country. Well, things they slip out, and other things they slip in.
Good, yeah.
It's a revolving door, getting filled to the brim with any company with a product that'll kill folks with ease. Anybody knows if you're wanting dough, there's a place you can reach. It's in the hole in the ass of the country. And there's seepage, and there's leakage. No one knows where it goes. Some drips on our friends, some drips on our foes. It travels all around the world, and
Thanks,
it's for your protection. It seems to land in the hands of anyone but a veteran. Sometimes a politician says he's bringing the plug. Yeah, he's had it, he's gonna patch it, and he wins sure enough. By the time he sits down in the big Oval Office,
basically our situation.
Come running and they fill up his pockets. He says, "Sorry, boys, I've seen the light. We need it deeper, we need it darker, we need it 5 times as wide." That's the hole in the ass of the country.
Sometimes he records a song in the morning about the news from the night before. It's super dope. Oh my god, I love that. I'll have to subscribe to this guy. Cool. Thank you for letting me know, guys. Especially if there's like news, we'll definitely play it. All right. And with that, guys, I've been streaming 8 hours. You know what time it is. It's that time of the night where I say good night. Good day wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gustx broadcast. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Time for the whatever show. Yeah, it's ending. Thanks, Gus and Chatter. See you tomorrow. Of course, guys. I will see everyone tomorrow. Wait, I need to put more words or jokes in stream. You can do that tomorrow, girl. We'll be back for another episode. Stay tuned for the credits. Or do it during the credits. Do your summaries too. All right, that expression was enough. Yeah, no, I'll... Same time, same place, right? I start around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and end around now. So there you go. Stay tuned for the notification. Love you guys. Make sure you join the Discord if you haven't already. That way you can get the notification as well on your phone. Scat! Scatter. See you guys. Also make plenty of jokes. There's still the credit scene to do jokes. Sweet Chewy. God, do the jokes, Sweet Chewy. I need to read them. You should kick to Cosmopolitics. Oh yeah, let's do that. She's cool. We're friends. I know her. Okay, have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for everybody. Your name will be on the credit screen when the... And thank you, subscribers. Can't do it without you. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. Thanks, Luce. Ren, hi, Ren. He hasn't watched that. He hasn't. All right. There's a lot of people. Cool. Thank you so much, guys, for showing up. Appreciate you supporting the stream. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll get him. Yeah, definitely, guys.